Pokemon Treasure Detection System Chapter 51 100. Chapter 51. Fossils of Kabutops. Seeing Zhang Yuan walking towards him, Clefairy showed a wary expression. Skin. The little pink ball made a protest-like sound, but it only made people feel cute. Seeing that the human being in front of him was not intimidated by himself, Clefairy was a little bit more generous. Pie, Clefairy warned Zhang Yuan again, but the latter walked forward as if he hadn't heard it. Skin. Clefairy stretched out a little finger and pointed at Zhang Yuan, then, the invisible confusion condensed and pushed towards Zhang Yuan. Sabrina was startled and was about to shoot. Then, he saw Zhang Yuan withdrew his knife from behind, and slashed lightly. Confusion that pushed him, split directly into two halves, and disappeared into the air. Seeing this scene, Sabrina couldn't help but be stunned. Confusion with a knife. This is my first time seeing you. How many times will Zhang Yuan surprise her? On Clefairy's side, seeing that Zhang Yuan wasn't even afraid of confusion, which he was proud of, he turned around and wanted to run. The next second, the little guy's footsteps suddenly stopped. The round body, shaking, slowly turned back and looked at Zhang Yuan. The latter came slowly with a knife in his hand, with a faint smile on his face. Although he was smiling, Clefairy felt that it was like an ancient Tyrannosaurus. Looking for prey hungry. It wants to run away, but it can't even move. Under Clefairy's terrified gaze, Zhang Yuan slowly crouched down beside it. So good. Zhang Yuan touched Clefairy's head with his left hand. While the latter shivered, he lowered his head and accepted Zhang Yuan's stroking. In its small head, there is only one thought at this time: if you don't admit it, you will die. Seeing that Clefairy is so well behaved, Zhang Yuan nodded in satisfaction, took out the Pokeball and knocked it on its head. The red light flashed, and Clefairy was sucked into the ball. Pokeball swayed twice in Zhang Yuan's hand, but stopped with a click. Sabrina could not laugh or cry. A Clefairy, who is good at psychic and can already use confusion, was actually conquered by a human by himself. Also served. Lance Crossing stood aside, rubbing his chin with interest. While exercising Pokemon, did you not neglect your own exercise? Somewhat similar to his own colleagues, the four elite Bruno. It's good to have a chance to introduce the two of them to a fight. Thinking of this, the corners of Lance Crossing's mouth twitched slightly. Zhang Yuan retracted the knife, walked back with a smile, and handed the Pokeball to Sabrina. Come on, present. Thank you, Sabrina said happily as she took the Pokeball. Lance Crossing coughed. Well, I've done what I have to do. How about I send the two of you for a ride? And Zhang Yuan's Salamence is injured now and is not suitable for long-distance flights. Zhang Yuan shook his head. No need, let's go on. Salamence and the others are not too seriously injured, just a little out of strength, just take a rest. Hearing this, Lance Crossing nodded. Okay, it just so happens that these Team Rockets are also handed over to you. I still have something to do, so I will stay soon. Yeah, Zhang Yuan nodded, turned to look at the Team Rockets, and smiled. I'll send a few people to town. Isn't there any opinion? Several Team Rockets shook their heads in unison. Just kidding, seeing the battle between Zhang Yuan and Lance Crossing just now, how dare they say nothing? In this way, Zhang Yuan and Sabrina slowly walked down the mountain with a few oil bottles. On the way, Zhang Yuan also took the time to take the last treasure. It is a one-star treasure, a small skill. The turtle breathing technique can make the host hold his breath in the water for a long time, and the specific time depends on the physical fitness. Close black lens bracket. With this skill, Zhang Yuan is a little happy. Is this letting himself play diving? When she was about to leave the cave, Sabrina suddenly found something and walked to a rock wall. Under Zhang Yuan's strange gaze, she reached out and gently brushed the dust on the rock wall. Following her movement, a stone with strange lines appeared in Zhang Yuan's eyes. Fossil, he asked subconsciously. In this empty moon, Most of the stones that can look like this are fossils that have not escaped. Yeah, Sabrina nodded. Psychic light emerged from her body, condensed into a sharp confusion knife, stabbed into the mountain wall fiercely, dug out the stone and handed it to Zhang Yuan. Question mark. For flowers. For you, she said with a smile. Team Rockets who followed, saw Sabrina's record, all shivered with fright, and a few cowardly hugged directly. Zhang Yuan reached out and took it. So kind, he said. Sabrina snorted. Take it for you. Zhang Yuan wanted to make a joke at first, but seeing the confusion beside Sabrina who hadn't dispersed, he still chose to admit it. In the entire Pokemon world, it is estimated that few people have just one Sabrina head-on. It seems that some people have a power called Aura Power. I wonder if they are stronger or weaker than Sabrina. While thinking about it, Zhang Yuan took the fossil handed over by Sabrina. I just dropped an identification technique. Huh, Zhang Yuan exclaimed in surprise. What's wrong? Sabrina wondered. What a coincidence, it happens to be my favorite ancient Pokemon, Kabuto, and after evolution, Kabutops, they are very handsome. He shook the fossil in his hand and said. Can you even see this? Sabrina said unexpectedly, your ability is really amazing. Compared to your confusion, it's still a bit worse. Zhang Yuan smiled. Back in Pewter City, Zhang Yuan went to the police station and put the Team Rockets on trial, because he knew the purpose of these people in advance, and after a few introductory questions, he asked all the questions that should be asked. Out. Although he also has the identity of a Team Rockets executive behind his back, he has no guilt in doing these things. A group of middle-two youths who yearn for crime, can they do it without punishment? Then, the two connected to the Alliance's video call and reported the results. When they heard that Team Rockets were just looking for fossils, not for any other purpose, the people above immediately felt relieved, commended the two, and promised lots of rewards. Walking out of the police station, Sabrina looked at Zhang Yuan. What are you going to do after that? Asterisk 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 asterisk. I had finished writing half of it at noon, but the flying shark introduced me to a game that I accidentally overplayed. So angry, QAQ. Chapter 52 Norman sends tickets. Me, of course, I went to Cerulean City to play a gym, Cerulean Gym. Zhang Yuan shrugged and said. While talking, the two went to the Pokemon Center to treat the previously injured Pokemon. Hearing this, Sabrina was a little unhappy. The rules of the league are really stupid. A trainer like you has to lay down 8 badges step by step. Obviously, you can go straight to the champion challenge now. Haha, the rules always have to be followed. Everyone loves privileges and pursues them. The alliance has long been messed up. Zhang Yuan laughed. Walking into the Pokemon Center, Zhang Yuan was taken aback. An acquaintance is here. Other party also noticed his 690 inches and walked over with a slight smile. Long time no see, Zero, I heard you solved a big case. With long blonde hair, a short leather jacket, and a convenient outfit, he was Zhang Yuan's old acquaintance, Interpol Claudia. Strangely, didn't you say that the Interpol in Kanto has been dispatched? Why are you still hanging around here? Claudia shrugged. What else? Team Rockets, the leaders on the Kanto side, are a bunch of idiots who are led by the nose every day by Team Rockets. If there is a problem, they will pull a group of people over there. Resolved, with complete disregard for rationality. Quote. The leader of Kanto, are you keen? Zhang Yuan asked. No, Keen is still very reliable. When you have the opportunity to contact him, there is no harm in learning more from him. Claudia said, subconsciously took out a cigarette and wanted to smoke one, but when she thought of this the Pokemon Center was closed again angrily. That sloppy uncle. Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes, but he could understand it. In many works, sloppy uncles are very strong, right? At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded behind him. Who is this? Over and grinned. Saffron City gym leader. Psychic beautiful girl Sabrina. Big man, disrespectful. HMPH. Sabrina didn't say anything. This woman's attitude. There was no respect. She didn't take herself seriously at all. She is Interpol, codename is Claudia, and her level is the police department. She brought me to Interpol when I joined Interpol. Zhang Yuan said. Claudia Police Department. Sabrina's expression did not change. It seems that strength does not seem to match with identity. Claudia smiled. How do you know that my strength is much higher than the police rank? Good eyesight. Sabrina gritted her teeth, a faint psychic glow emanating from her body. Claudia measured her body, smiled confidently, and touched the pokeball around her waist with one hand. Don't make trouble. Zhang Yuan stood between the two of them, and silently stretched out his hand to block the two of them. How old are you? Why are you so impulsive? This is the Pokemon Center. Hearing this, Sabrina snorted coldly, and the light on her body dissipated. Claudia grinned and put her hand off the pokeball, almost subconsciously pulled out another cigarette, and quickly moved her hand away. After confirming the truce between the two, Zhang Yuan walked to the counter and handed Joy his Salamence, Charmeleon, and Gengar. Joy took 3 pokeballs with a smile and gave them to Chansey next to him. Zhang Yuan walked back. Sabrina and Claudia's atmosphere has eased a lot. After all, both of them are mature social people, and it was only a momentary fire just now. Especially Claudia, who wasn't really angry just now, just wanted to tease Sabrina. Seeing Zhang Yuan coming over, Claudia smiled and waved. Come on, Zero, I have something for you. What? Zhang Yuan came over and asked. Claudia rummaged in her pocket, but couldn't find it, then rummaged in her trouser pocket, but couldn't find it, and finally looked in the inner pocket of her jacket, and finally found what she was looking for, took it out and handed it to her. Zhang Yuan. Well, this is a good thing that ordinary people can't get. A delicate piece of paper. Zhang Yuan suddenly had a bad feeling and reached out to take it. Sure enough. His eyes twitched. Luxury cruise, San Ano, VIP suite tickets. This is a great gift. Where did you get it from? He asked, dumbfounded. Claudia hummed. When I was on a mission in Vermilion City last time, it was given by a local tyrant, but unfortunately I didn't have time to go. I happened to meet you today, so it's cheaper for you. Remember to take my share as well. It was fun. Okay, thank you very much. Zhang Yuan said, putting away the ticket. Claudia was a little unhappy. Why, it looks like you don't want to. There's no such thing as your illusion. Zhang Yuan said with a laugh. 5.5. In fact, it's not his fault for his reaction. In the original book, the San Anu sank halfway. It's unlikely that such a situation would have happened with him around, but I feel a little uncomfortable when I think about it. Seeing Zhang Yuan pick up Claudia's ticket, Sabrina sat aside with a helpless expression. St. Anne's. A broken cruise ship, really. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Thank you, Xiaoming Wu, for the great reward. It was originally planned to be guaranteed for 3 updates, and a chapter was added to greatly increase it. Thanks again. Chapter 53 The Commission of Professional Oak. After giving Zhang Yuan the ferry ticket, Claudia left soon. Before leaving, I also asked Zhang Yuan to have dinner together next time we meet. Zhang Yuan nodded in response. Seeing Zhang Yuan answering her invitation, Claudia smiled and looked at Sabrina. Sabrina rolled her eyes, ignoring it. She also saw that this Claudia was just to amuse herself, and the more she reacted, the happier she was. The best way to deal with this kind of people is to ignore them. Sure enough, seeing no response from Sabrina, Claudia was disappointed and left with a dull look. Seeing the back of Claudia leaving, Sabrina showed a smug expression. Watching the two women's rivalry play, Zhang Yuan wiped a cold sweat in his heart. After the 3 Pokémon were cured, Zhang Yuan retrieved them and walked out of the Pokémon Center with Sabrina. I'm going to Cerulean City next. How about you, are you going back to Saffron City? Zhang Yuan asked. Well, Gym 12 has a lot to do. Sabrina nodded. That seems to be different. Zhang Yuan shrugged. Sabrina looked at him, didn't say anything, just stared blankly. What's wrong? Give me the badge back, Sabrina said. What? Zhang Yuan was taken aback, thinking that he had heard it wrong. And Sabrina didn't explain anything, just let out confusion and took out the saffron badge from Zhang Yuan's pocket. There was a beautiful smile on her always expressionless face. With the badge, you won't necessarily come to Saffron City. I will take the badge back to ensure that you won't run away, she said, and put the badge away. Zhang Yuan. There is such an operation. Why should I run? He couldn't help laughing. Just in case, Sabrina said uncompromisingly. Zhang Yuan shrugged helplessly. Okay, I admit defeat, but the saffron badge was one of our bets at the beginning. What compensation do you use to take back the bet? Sabrina thought for a while and smiled slightly. The next time we meet, you will know. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but laugh. This girl seems to really like being with her. In order to allow herself to go to Saffron City, she directly took out 2 insurances. He stretched out his hand to touch Sabrina's head, but found it a little inconvenient because of his height. Grudge the age of his body. He stretched out half of his hand, and simply stretched out the other, and hugged Sabrina lightly. The girl froze for a moment, motionless. Come on, give you a parting hug of love. He patted Sabrina on the back. Sabrina with a smile, got on his motorcycle, turned the accelerator sharply, and went away. Looking at the direction Zhang Yuan was leaving, Sabrina's pretty face couldn't help but blush. However, he returned to his usual expressionless appearance. Little rascal, she snorted. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. ... The battle in Cerulean City can only be described as crushing. Because the original leader Misty left Gym to travel, her 3 sisters, the 3 Cerulean sisters, were the leaders. These 3 people, when it comes to dressing up, eating, drinking, and having fun, are naturally good players, but when it comes to the strength of trainers, it can only be described with 2 words. Zhang Yuan didn't want to bully them with Gengar and Salamence, and only used a Charmeleon to hang up this water-type gym. It is really sad for those who hear it, and tears for those who see it. Leaving Cerulean Gym, the blue badge has arrived. Because Charmeleon only used up some physical strength and didn't even suffer from injuries, Zhang Yuan didn't take it to the Pokémon Center. The 2 found a restaurant on the roadside to eat some food, and gave Charmeleon some healing trees by the way. Fruit. In Zhang Yuan's view, it is not a good thing to always go to the hospital. I wanted to go directly to Vermilion City, but Professor Oak called. Zhang Yuan found a Pokémon Center and directly replaced it with a video call. As soon as it was connected, I saw the familiar Professor Oak Institute. Professor Oak was standing in front of the screen in a white lab coat, not far behind, and Yellow was happily taking care of a Pidgeotto. Long time no see, Professor Oak. Zhang Yuan greeted. Oak nodded with a smile. It's not too long. 567. I heard that you made a contribution some time ago, congratulations. Hey, what's the merit? It's just a small matter. It was done because Lance Crossing Elite helped, Zhang Yuan said. Hearing this, Oak shook his head with emotion. Gary boy, if only you were half modest. Really, when will that guy grow up? As he spoke, he seemed to realize that he was off topic and coughed. Moment, Yellow also noticed who was talking to Professional Oak, and happily made do with it. Brother Zhang Yuan. Yellow showed a big smile, looking very comfortable and cute. Lolita Saigao. With Yellow, I returned to the topic. Oak said, you should be going to Vermilion City, right? After you get there, please help me get somewhere. Where? A seaside lighthouse. There is a researcher I know there, and I want to ask him for some information, but I can't get in touch with him for more than a month, Oak said. Zhang Yuan showed a thoughtful expression. Chapter 54 Roadblock. I'm going to resign today. I won't work and concentrate on coding from tomorrow. It's a bit difficult to maintain 3 shifts while working and writing. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Vermilion City, Seaside Lighthouse, I remember. Zhang Yuan nodded and said. Professor Oak folded his hands. What a great help. Haha, you are serious. Zhang Yuan said. Brother Zhang Yuan, when will you come back and have a look? Yellow asked. Zhang Yuan sighed. It was the first time he heard about a newcomer travel and he could say that he would go back. I'm free, I'll give Professor Oak my job first, he said. Yellow nodded sensible, much like Lilith. Professor, how is Lilith doing? He asked. Oak nodded with a smile. Don't worry, it's very good. She's at school now, with Nurse Joy taking care of her. Everything is fine, I just keep asking when you'll be back. Yellow also nodded. Lilith misses brother Zhang Yuan very much. Come back early to see her when you have time. Zhang Yuan hummed. It seemed that a trip back to Pallet Town had to be put on the agenda earlier. After finishing the video call, Zhang Yuan rode into the car and drove in the direction of Vermilion City. Between Cerulean City and Vermilion City is also a forest road. Most of the roads on the Kanto side are like this, probably to promote greenery. In late summer, riding in such a place is still very comfortable, cool and relaxing. However, Zhang Yuan had to stop before he rode too far. Many people are stopping here, looking forward with displeased faces. Some of them were on foot, more by bicycle, and everyone was standing here. Not far ahead, a group of people who looked like students were wandering around, not knowing what they were doing. Zhang Yuan looked at these people a little strangely. He jumped out of the car and was about to push the car over there to avoid hitting people. As a result, before he could get close, a man in a suit stood up and blocked him with a serious face. Sorry, it's forbidden to pass here tilde. Huh, why? Zhang Yuan asked strangely. The other party frowned, as if surprised that Zhang Yuan was so ignorant. Didn't you see, our trainer academy students are doing outdoor practice. Everyone is waiting here. Where are you special? Zhang Yuan turned to look at the passers-by, who were all dissatisfied, but couldn't say anything. Tisk tisk. What's so special about you guys? An outdoor practice, just block the road. Is there a permit issued by the Alliance? Zhang Yuan shook his head and said. The other party frowned even more. Young man, are you trying to provoke our trainer academy? Are you sure? I didn't mean to provoke you. I just asked if you have a certificate issued by the Alliance. Zhang Yuan said lightly. Damn it, I'm really unlucky. I have to waste my time when I meet another fool. Hearing what Zhang Yuan said, the man stopped talking nonsense, and rolled up his sleeves impatiently and walked over. Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes. His 3-sun moon sect was wrapped in a cloth and could not be pulled out, but even if he didn't use a knife, he could beat 10 scumbags who could only give ordinary people a prestige. A middle-aged man in short sleeves stood up. Hey, what are you doing? Are you going to shoot at children? Go aside, it's none of your business. The other party yelled angrily, and the middle-aged man cringed a little subconsciously after being yelled at. The man in the suit snorted coldly and reached out to push the middle-aged man aside. As a result, as soon as it was stretched halfway, with a snap, someone pinched his arm in midair. Zhang Yuan stood beside him, raised his hand, and squeezed his wrist. Then, a little surprised, he looked to the side. It was a man in black, who also shot at the same time as himself, holding the arm of the man in the suit. "Yo, who are you?" he asked, raising his eyebrows. The man in the suit turned black, and suddenly tried to pull out his arm, but neither Zhang Yuan nor the man in black moved at all, and firmly fixed his arm. The black Superman was about to say something, but the man in the suit kicked him fiercely. "What's in the way?" Facing the kick that came at him, the black Superman's expression did not change at all. Boom! The calf bones of the two lived together, making a muffled sound. "It hurts to look at." The collision position was the same, but the result was completely different. The black Superman calmly retracted his legs and still stood there straight, while the man in the suit screamed out in pain, and the leg didn't dare to fall down. He desperately wanted to pull out the arm that was pinched by the two of them so that he could hug his leg, but the two of them still didn't want to let go of him. The man in the suit struggled a few times, unable to stand on one leg, and fell to the ground. Zhang Yuan's eyes are fast and his hands are fast. No, it should be said that his eyes are fast and his feet are fast. Before he fell, he casually made up on his other calf. The eyes of the man in the suit were protruding, and he couldn't scream in pain. Fortunately, the two let go of his arms, allowing him to hold his legs when he was in pain. He Chaonan glanced at Zhang Yuan in surprise. "That kick just now seems to be random, but there are a lot of doorways inside. First of all, this foot has a lot of internal energy. It is estimated that the leg that Zhang Yuan kicked was more seriously injured than the side that he kicked. And this kick is really hidden, and the trainer academy can't see that Zhang Yuan has stepped out. This skill is amazing. Mr. Zhang Yuan." A voice sounded, and following the voice, a girl ran towards him. Seeing this person, Zhang Yuan showed a somewhat surprised expression. "By Zhao Hao. Giselle." "Well, our eldest lady." Black Superman nodded. Zhang Yuan snorted. No wonder a black super uncle appeared here to help him. It turned out to be the bodyguard of the Giselle family. The Sunday ran over and was a little happy. "Mr. Zhang Yuan, I didn't expect you to come here. Did you figure it out? Did you accept my previous invitation?" "No, I just passed by and was stopped by this man." Zhang Yuan pointed at the man who was lying on the ground with his chin. Sunday glanced at the man in the suit, and withdrew his gaze. He didn't care about his life or death at all, but said dissatisfiedly, "I really invite you sincerely." "Well, I'm very moved, but I refuse. One of my favorite things Zhang Yuan does is to say no to self-righteous people." Zhang Yuan raised his head and said with a sudden change in his painting style. "What a pity." Sunday shook his head. Chapter 55 Vermilion City. "Let's not talk about me first. Can you blockers let me go? We passers-by can't go," Zhang Yuan said. Hearing this, Sunday looked back with a troubled expression. "Trainer Academy outdoor practice. Idler's retreat. This is the rule for a long time. I said it doesn't count." "What a stupid rule." Zhang Yuan shook his head speechlessly. "Since you have this rule, don't practice on the road, go to the forest." "But what we're going to learn today is the impact of roads on Pokemon." Zhang Yuan. The passers-by around couldn't help frowning, feeling very angry about the Sunday's statement. Zhang Yuan shrugged wordlessly. "Take me to see your manager, I'll talk to him." Sunday was stunned for a moment. "Teacher Oshima. No, he has never had a good attitude towards commoners, and he won't reason with you at all." "It's all right, just take me there," Zhang Yuan said. Her attitude was not as good as it was at the beginning. "This little girl is annoying." Hearing Zhang Yuan's unkind tone, Sunday pouted, a little dissatisfied. 750 inches Oshima-sensei is over there, you can go by yourself." After speaking, she turned around and said, "Let's go." The black Superman nodded and followed. He looked back at Zhang Yuan, bent down and said in a low voice, "Miss. This young man is very strong, not an ordinary person." "HMPH, of course I know he is strong, otherwise why would I invite him to be our family's lecturer?" Sunday said dissatisfied. No, He Chaonan shook his head. I'm talking about his own strength. Since humans began to rely on Pokemon, fewer and fewer people are willing to exercise themselves, especially like him, who can exercise their own Hey, is it so powerful? Sunday looked back at Zhang Yuan strangely, just in time to see him walking towards the academy team with an expressionless face. Then, Zhang Yuan and Mr. Oshima said a few words. Oshima-sensei looked impatient and said a few words to Zhang Yuan. Up to this point, the style of painting is still normal, but then, she saw Zhang Yuan say something to Mr. Oshima with a cold face. Oshima-sensei's expression changed suddenly. Then, Zhang Yuan turned BCCB and walked to the woods on the side, and Mr. Oshima quickly followed. Not only the Sunday, but many students showed strange expressions. On the other side of the woods, Zhang Yuan took out something and showed it to Mr. Oshima. When he saw it, Mr. Oshima's attitude changed immediately. He bowed and apologized in a panic, then quickly ran back and started organized student queues. The Sunday looked strange, but she obediently returned to the team. She was the chief of elementary students, so she couldn't lose her etiquette. Mr. Oshima stood in front of the team with a serious face. Classmates, today's outdoor practice is here. Everyone, turn right. The students couldn't help but look puzzled. Doesn't it mean that this outdoor practice will last until the evening? Although it was strange, everyone still obeyed the command honestly. Go back to the academy. Let's go together, Oshima-sensei said, and had already walked out first. The students quickly followed. The Sunday went a long way, and looked back at Zhang Yuan strangely. Zhang Yuan, what did he show Oshima-sensei? Why is Oshima-sensei afraid of being like that? Really weird. The passers-by were also curious and surprised at this time. Young man, what did you show him? A young man asked. Show us too, another said. Some people started, others followed suit, and a bunch of people chatted with Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan glanced at them, said nothing, walked to the side of his motorcycle, got in the car, turned the accelerator, and left. Looking at Zhang Yuan's back, everyone looked at each other in dismay. Tisk, what a rude brat, they said. Zhang Yuan didn't pay any attention to their plans at all. He didn't care about the guy who was blocked by others, received unreasonable treatment, and didn't even dare to complain. What he showed Oshima just now was naturally his police officer certificate, and then he casually threatened a few words, such as reporting to the Alliance, lowering their school's rating, etc. It's too simple. As for the possibility of revenge in the Trainer Academy, he doesn't care about this kind of thing. Although the hands of local tyrants can reach the door of Interpol, it is absolutely impossible to reach in. Interpol still has this kind of integrity. At this point, it is much stronger than the rest of the league. After resolving this small disturbance, Zhang Yuan entered the border of Vermilion City. From a distance, you can see the style of Vermilion City. A port city. The whole city is built around a small bay, where several large and luxurious piers stand proudly, which are very valuable at first sight. The hot and humid sea breeze swept across the face, but unexpectedly made people feel very comfortable. No wonder people like to go to seaside cities to escape the summer heat. He didn't rush to the Pokemon Center to find a place to live, but took a lap around the city and finally stopped by the pier. It's a really nice city. Zhang Yuan sighed. Haha, you're right, this is a good city. A rough voice sounded. Zhang Yuan turned to look. This is a man between the age of the young and the uncle, with golden frying hair, a pair of sunglasses on his forehead, some stubble on his chin, a colorful beach suit, and a pair of slippers. Seeing this person, Zhang Yuan was a little surprised. Young man, I feel the breath coming from you, you are very interesting. Uncle Golden Retriever grinned. Are you Vermilion Gym Leader, Mr. Lieutenant? Surge. Zhang Yuan didn't answer him, and instead asked. Exactly, Lieutenant. Surge laughed. A man as cool as the wind, Lieutenant. Surge. At the same time, he is also the patron saint of the City of Dead Leaves. The patron saint. Zhang Yuan showed a speechless expression, which was too narcissistic, and would be beaten when he walked on the street. Although I can't believe it, you won't be this year's rookie trainer, right? Lieutenant. Serge looked at Zhang Yuan and asked in disbelief. Yes, newcomer. Zhang Yuan nodded. Lieutenant. Serge snorted with disbelief. No. No, a guy like you shouldn't be a newcomer at all, there must be something wrong. Quote. Zhang Yuan was a little speechless. I always feel that there are so many weird people in Gym Leader in Kanto, should we find an opportunity to suggest the alliance to change a batch? Chapter 56 Treasure, Melodic. Mr. Lieutenant. Serge, calm down, Zhang Yuan said helplessly. Lieutenant. Serge scratched his hair and stopped tangled. Forget it, it's not like those, boy, since you are a rookie trainer, you must come to Vermilion City to challenge me, Lieutenant. Serge, he asked with a smile. Well, the badge still has to be taken. Zhang Yuan nodded. Is that so? It's a pity, unfortunately, my Pokemon is not in my hands. Lieutenant, Serge said with a shrug. Not in your hands? Zhang Yuan wondered. Yes, I lent it to the staff at the terminal. The international luxury cruise ship San Annuo is coming soon. Their generators are a little short, so they lent my Pokemon. Lieutenant, Serge said with a laugh. Zhang Yuan, as expected, it is recommended that the alliance be replaced. How long will it take? He asked. Probably after the Saint Anne's gone, said Lieutenant. Serge. Zhang Yuan was speechless, which was very embarrassing. He was going to Saffron City on the San Annuo. How could he have time to wait for the San Annuo to leave? Thinking about it for a while, he said helplessly, the Pokemon used to test newcomers has been lent, and your own Pokemon should always be there. My own, Lieutenant. Serge was stunned. That's not to fight with you, isn't it, to bully the small? Zhang Yuan just wanted to say that he was fine, so he just used this, but the map in his head suddenly started to work. A red cross appears on the map. Seeing the position of the red cross, Zhang Yuan was a little speechless. Actually in the sea. Do you have to dive in? He looked at Lieutenant. Serge, is there any better diving equipment store here? Ha, Lieutenant. Serge's eyes lit up. Do you like diving? That's right. Zhang Yuan shrugged. He wasn't very interested in diving, but he was very interested in treasures. It just so happens that I'm also a diving enthusiast. The water quality in Vermilion City is famous throughout Kanto. Lieutenant, Serge said, rubbing his hands. It's rare to meet someone with the same hobbies. Do you want to? Together. I don't care, Zhang Yuan said. In this way, Zhang Yuan followed Lieutenant Serge to find a diving equipment store. Lieutenant Serge's diving equipment is usually kept here. He went to his cabinet to get it, and Zhang Yuan went to find a new set. After looking at it for a while, he found a set that he liked and took it to the counter. Seeing this set of equipment, Lieutenant Serge's eyes twitched. This set is down. It should be 170,000 or 80,000 yuan. This kid is really rich. It was the first time he bought diving equipment that year, and it should be a fraction of him. Looking at Zhang Yuan's unchanging payment, Lieutenant Serge was in tears. Just then, someone walked into the store again, saw Lieutenant Serge, and greeted him with a smile. Uncle, are you going diving? Oh, isn't that Chloe? Lieutenant Serge greeted with a smile when he saw the person coming. This is a black and thin little girl, who looks a little older than Zhang Yuan, about 14 or 15 years old. In this Pokemon world, it is already very mature, comparable to 17 or 18 years old on Earth. Come on, boy, let me introduce you. This is Chloe, a little girl in town. She looks like this, full of energy every day, and she is also a diving enthusiast. Lieutenant Serge laughed. Chloe cooperatively greeted Zhang Yuan. Yeah. Hello, I'm Zhang Yuan, this year's rookie trainer. Zhang Yuan nodded. Zhang Yuan-kun, are you also a diving enthusiast? Chloe asked curiously after noticing the outfit Zhang Yuan bought. Well, getting ready to go diving with Mr. Lieutenant Serge. Me too. Hearing this, Chloe's eyes lit up, and she dashed to her closet. Lieutenant Serge shook his head amusingly. You don't mind, boy. I don't care, Zhang Yuan said. Just like that, after a while, the three people who had changed their equipment took a small speedboat from Lieutenant Serge and sailed into the sea. I know a place with a great view, take you to see it, boy. Lieutenant Serge laughed while driving the speedboat. Because the direction Lieutenant Serge chose was similar to Zhang Yuan's destination, he nodded. After a while, Lieutenant Serge stopped. Zhang Yuan was a little surprised to find that the place Lieutenant Serge chose was exactly the place indicated by the map in his head. Lieutenant Serge a little surprised. Why did you choose this place? Lieutenant Serge said strangely. Didn't I just say that the scenery here is amazing, and I can see many Pokemon that cannot be seen near the sea? Question mark. Ask for flowers 0. Chloe giggled and said, it's very famous here. Many diving enthusiasts like it here. Zhang Yuan nodded and put on a breathing mouthpiece. Lieutenant Serge helped Zhang Yuan and Chloe to confirm the status of the equipment, and then gave a thumbs up. No problem. I'll go first. Chloe laughed and jumped into the water. Although wearing a tightly wrapped diving suit, the little girl still has no figure, which is really tragic. Zhang Yuan gave Lieutenant Serge a thumbs up and jumped into the water too. On Earth, when he was diving for the first time, he choked once and nearly fainted. The pain is really not to be mentioned. Anyway, now he is familiar with the road, and he swam by himself without being taught by anyone. 0. As soon as he entered the sea, Zhang Yuan showed a surprised expression. Just now on the water, you can see that the water is terrifyingly clear, and now it's even more unbelievable. The visibility is so high. Zhang Yuan couldn't help thinking. Chloe has already started to go downstream. With Zhang Yuan in the past, he would definitely not dare to chase down so quickly, but now with his physique, he is not afraid of this depth of water. Shaking his flippers, he followed suit downstream. The treasure is below. Lieutenant Serge also followed, and after a while, the three of them reached a depth of more than 30 meters. Along the way, both Lieutenant Serge and Chloe were observing Zhang Yuan's reaction, and they were relieved when they saw that there was nothing wrong with him. Zhang Yuanshu narrowed his eyes. At this depth, the light was already very bad. He had to follow the guidance of the map in his head to find the treasure. Fortunately, he quickly found what he wanted. Congratulations to the host for discovering a special 2-star treasure. The treasure is opening. Close black lens bracket. The opening is complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Pokemon, Melodic. Close black lens bracket. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but be taken aback. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly rushed from the deep water in the distance. The 2 days subscription is a little bit higher than I thought. Honestly, are you all waiting for me to unblock my 10 billion tons of saffron and take you to fly? Chapter 57 Jellyfish Riot. Zhang Yuan took back the treasure, turned around, and wanted to say hello to the other two, just in time to see the black shadow approaching quickly. Noticing the direction the shadow was heading, Zhang Yuan frowned, swayed his legs, and quickly approached the other two. Lieutenant Serge and Chloe hadn't realized that the crisis was approaching, and were still looking at a coral reef with great interest. Zhang Yuan approached and pushed the two of them abruptly. In the next second, the black shadow rushed through the water between the three. Lieutenant Serge and Chloe were both startled and looked over. It was a blue Pokemon. Under its round body, 2 tentacles swayed gently. Above its head, 3 red gems emitted a faint light. A tentacle. Lieutenant Serge frowned. In the deep sea, many Pokemon can cause great harm to humans, and the agate, 243, jellyfish is one of them. This creature, which can release toxins with its tentacles, has disastrous consequences once it pierces a diver's diving suit. He quickly pointed upwards, signaling everyone to hurry up. Zhang Yuan stretched out his finger and pointed to the deep water. The two followed his gaze and found that more than a dozen larger shadows were approaching. The evolution body of tentacruel. The danger of this kind of creature is much higher than tentacruel, and from the way they travel, it is obviously in a rage state. Lieutenant Serge bit his breathing mouth tightly, stretched out his hand to hold Zhang Yuan and Chloe, and quickly started upstream. Seeing that the three were about to escape, Tentacruel's speed also accelerated. These deep-sea monsters shook a bunch of tentacles and quickly approached. Woo! While swimming, Chloe's face changed suddenly. Zhang Yuan and Lieutenant Serge looked down and saw that a Tentacruel's tentacle had wrapped around Chloe's ankle. Then, another tentacruel stretched out its tentacles and slammed it on Chloe's oxygen cylinder. With a bang, the oxygen cylinder burst directly, and the bubbles rushed to the surface. Chloe was so scared that she was about to cry. Now that the water is so deep, there is no oxygen, and she is entangled by Tentacruel. It is a desperate situation. Lieutenant Serge let go of Chloe's hand, turned around and was about to swim towards Tentacruel. He was going to fight Tentacruel. Zhang Yuan reached out to stop him. Lieutenant Serge looked angrily, thinking that Zhang Yuan was going to let him escape. Then, I saw Zhang Yuan take off his breathing mouth and stuff it into Chloe's mouth. At the same time, he took out a pokeball out of nowhere and threw it out. A flash of white light, a melodic appeared in the water. Seeing Melodic's beautiful body, Chloe forgot the predicament in front of her for a moment and stared blankly at this scene. Lieutenant Serge's focus was different. He gave Zhang Yuan a thumbs up in surprise. He didn't expect Zhang Yuan to come down with an aquatic Pokemon. As Melodic was released, Zhang Yuan directly turned on the bullet time synchronization mode. Melodic floated quietly in the water, his eyes did not fluctuate, and a few tentacles stretched out like lightning, all of which were perfectly avoided by its gentle movement. Seeing Melodic's appearance, Lieutenant Serge couldn't help being surprised. This Melodic experience to have such a terrifying combat intuition. Normal people cultivate Melodic, and they are all used to participate in gorgeous competitions, right? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Zhang Yuan. This kid really doesn't understand Lianxiangxiu. Because he couldn't give instructions to Melodic, Zhang Yuan gave Melodic a hand over to you gesture. Melodic nodded knowingly. This kind of Pokemon opened from the treasure has a very high affinity with Zhang Yuan. The various instructions given to him have even reached the level of understanding. Seeing Zhang Yuan's gesture, Melodic opened his mouth. A haunted singing sounded along with it. Disarming voice. The aggressive sound spread rapidly underwater, and all Tentacruel who wanted to approach, all showed uncomfortable expressions and stopped. And the tentacles wrapped around Chloe's ankle also loosened. Chloe breathed a sigh of relief and wanted to take advantage of this time to swim up, but as soon as she moved, she realized something was wrong. Zhang Yuan and Lieutenant Serge are both experienced trainers. When they saw this scene, they knew that Chloe's body was paralyzed by toxins. Lieutenant Serge frowned. Just now, more than 10 seconds have passed, that is to say, Zhang Yuan has already held his breath for more than 10 seconds under such a situation that requires intense physical exertion. When people are exercising vigorously, they need oxygen very much. Zhang Yuan's current state is like running a marathon while holding his breath. Just thinking about it feels very painful. Chloe also realized this. She wanted to take off Zhang Yuan's gas mouth and give it back to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan reached out to stop her. Just kidding, he won't use the gas mouth that others have used. If it's Lilith's, it's almost the same. But in the eyes of Lieutenant Serge and Chloe, this is Zhang Yuan's efforts to save people. Lieutenant Serge showed a moved expression. Zhang Yuan stretched his arms around Chloe's waist and started upstream. Melodic followed him as he started to back up and float up. Lieutenant. Serge quickly followed. After a while, the three of them surfaced. The tentacruel group has retreated, and the water has returned to calm. Zhang Yuan let out a long breath. The moment he took off the gas nozzle just now, he was running his turtle breathing technique, which is indeed a skill produced by the system. During the entire underwater journey, he did not feel any lack of oxygen, and it seemed that it would not matter if he stayed twice as long. Chloe took off the gas mouth and said in a crying voice, "Are you all right?" "Well, it's fine." Zhang Yuan nodded, let go of Chloe, put his hand on Melodic who was beside him, and kept his balance. 4.4 Melodic's body was cool, slippery, and comfortable to the touch, just like. Well, I won't continue to describe it. I'm really convinced. Lieutenant. Serge exclaimed, "You're a master of your underwater skills." "It's serious." Zhang Yuan shook his head. "Let's hurry back to the shore and report the situation. I just found out that there are many tentacles and tentacruels in the deep water. I don't know why they are crazy. If we don't deal with it quickly, the consequences are unimaginable." Quote. "Understood, Lieutenant." Serge nodded. Zhang Yuan hugged Melodic's body and began to swim towards the shore. On the way, Lieutenant. Serge and Chloe wanted to hitch a ride, but for some unknown reason, whenever they touched Melodic's body, they would be caught by Melodic. Released a faint wave and pushed away, and finally had to swim by himself. Chapter 58 Parents' Thanks. Back on the shore, Zhang Yuan and Lieutenant Serge quickly contacted the Alliance. Hearing what the two reported, the experts within the Alliance discussed it for a while, and in the end, for some unknown reason, they told them not to worry about these matters. Lieutenant Serge was suddenly surprised. Such a big thing, the Alliance actually said it doesn't matter. Zhang Yuan showed a thoughtful expression. He found a room and connected to Keen's phone. Soon, Keen's familiar voiceless voice sounded. "That, here is Keen," he said. "I'm Zero. Zhang Yuandao, I want to ask, is there any news from Interpol about the incident of the rampage of the tentacruel group in Vermilion City?" Keen's voice suddenly became louder when he heard the tentacruel runaway incident. After a few seconds, he coughed a few times. "Well, I do know something," he said helplessly. "Do you know Granny Yin?" Mega-local tyrants in the Kanto region have made outstanding contributions to the financial field of the Alliance. Zhang Yuan said recitingly, he still knows a lot about the big money lords of the Alliance. Keen smiled. "It's 12, her outstanding contribution is because of this. Granny Silver is currently building a large-scale floating city, with the goal of surpassing the famous resort city of Lampolchi. Because of her great construction, there have been several problems with the Pokémon in the sea. Yes, we also reported it to the League, and it was of no use at all." Quote. Because of the construction of human beings, the aquatic Pokémon was disturbed. Zhang Yuan squinted his eyes and recalled. "It seems that there really is such a plot, a supersized tentacruel or something, but I can't remember it. If it goes on like this, there should be problems," he said. Keen sighed. "No way, the various institutions within the Alliance are not harmonious and unified." Zhang Yuan was silent for a while, then suddenly said, If something extremely influential and vicious really happens, wouldn't the status of our Interpol be improved?" Hearing this, it was Keen's turn to be silent. He was a little surprised. How could you think so? It was Interpol who asked to deal with the problem, and the Alliance who did not reply. When a problem arises, the Alliance will definitely be difficult to deal with. When that time comes, Interpol will come forward to solve the problem, publicize the matter, and prove Interpol's foresight and ability to do things, which should do us more good than harm. Keen was silent again. Wait a minute. There were footsteps from his side. He should be moving, and then, with the sound of the door closing, Keen spoke again, but his voice became a little lower. 0. If this task is entrusted to you, how much confidence do you have? It depends on how much we need to do, Zhang Yuan said. Cough cough. We are a well-organized and disciplined organization. Success, I understand, find me a reliable helper, and I'll take care of the rest. Zhang Yuan said directly. Keen's attitude is very clear. He wants Interpol to gain this reputation, but he doesn't want to affect the interests of civilians, so he must find a good degree. If you handle it well, it is a great achievement. If you don't handle it well, the pot will definitely be carried by a few people. Zhang Yuan is very clear about this. At the same time, he also knows how much benefit this can bring him. Sure enough, it didn't take long for a notice to reach him. In view of the merits of Zero trainee police officer in the MT Moon mission, he ended his trainee period and was promoted to the police department. This benefit is also given quickly enough, and it is indeed a very efficient Interpol. The police officer's certificate said that someone will be sent here in the near future, and at the same time, some equipment corresponding to his identity will also be sent, which made Zhang Yuan look forward to a small wave. Lieutenant Serge and Chloe, who were waiting within a few steps. There was a couple standing behind Chloe. As soon as they saw Zhang Yuan coming, they all stepped forward and bowed to Zhang Yuan. Thank you, Mr. Zhang Yuan. Great kindness, great gratitude. Zhang Yuan was taken aback by this situation, and then he reacted, it should be Chloe's parents, after listening to Lieutenant Serge talking about Chloe. The two of you don't need to be too polite. It's the Chinese people who are righteous and brave. Ahem, it's our young people's obligatory responsibility, and it's not worthy of such a big fanfare. With that said, Zhang Yuan stretched out his hand to support the two of them. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, the couple showed admiration together. As expected of Mr. Zhang Yuan, his words are different from others. Zhang Yuan. This should be considered a compliment, probably. Chloe's father handed a card with both hands. Mr. Zhang Yuan, this is a little thought from our husband and wife, please accept it. Zhang Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I said no, I didn't save Chloe for this. After several attempts, Chloe's father confirmed that Zhang Yuan would not accept it, so he had to take it back. Chloe's mother suddenly remembered something and came over and said, Mr. Zhang Yuan is really a good person. Since you don't want to accept our money, can you accept this? Saying that, she took out 3 tickets. Zhang Yuan glanced at it. VIP coupons for the resort, Lamperchi, which is the most luxurious resort in Kanto, and no one can resist its charm. The biggest value of this thing is not the ticket price. The ticket price of 827 is not too high, mainly because it is difficult to buy. First, it depends on luck, and second, it depends on patience. However, Zhang Yuan still shook his head. This really can't be accepted. Chloe ran over. Oh, Mr. Zhang Yuan, please accept it, or my parents will be anxious for a long time. Lieutenant Serge also laughed and said, yes, if I am the parent of this girl, then I really want to give you all the things that go bankrupt, so you can take it. Seeing the reactions of several people, Zhang Yuan smiled helplessly, then thank you too. Couple shook their heads again and again. This is our lowest level of gratitude. If Mr. Zhang Yuan didn't even accept this, we would really suffer for a long time, and now we are more comfortable. Lieutenant Serge smiled, then frowned. Those guys above don't know what's going on, they don't want to mention it at all. I reported it several times and it was ignored, and the last time I even hung up my communication. What a bastard. Zhang Yuan thought for a while, maybe the Alliance already knows that this is not a big deal. Lieutenant Serge nodded. Then he suddenly remembered something, grinned and said, by the way, Zhang Yuan, I am very curious about your strength now. Very interested, do you want to have a battle? Use my own Pokemon. Zhang Yuan nodded. That's what I mean. Chapter 59 Charmeleon's Progress. Hearing this, Chloe also showed an interested expression. Mr. Zhang Yuan, I also want to see your battle, the little girl said happily. Zhang Yuan nodded. Okay, let's take a look. Oh, hooray, Chloe said happily, jumping her feet. Even though he is older than Zhang Yuan, he looks like a child. Chloe's parents looked at each other in disbelief and bowed to Zhang Yuan and Lieutenant Serge. Then were disturbing. Under the leadership of Lieutenant Serge, the group soon returned to Vermilion Gym. When the people in the gym saw Lieutenant Serge, they all bent down to say hello, Leader. Leader, you are back. And Lieutenant Serge also greeted everyone with a smile. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yuan nodded slightly. It seems that although Lieutenant Serge's IQ is worrying, his interpersonal relationship is not bad. Knowing that Lieutenant Serge was going to fight with his own Pokemon in a long time, the staff immediately became excited. They cleaned up the venue and cheered. After a while, they did all the work and let Zhang Yuan and Lieutenant Serge walked into the field. Lieutenant Serge moved his wrists and ankles while laughing loudly and said, "It will be too bad for a while, don't cry." Well, good. Zhang Yuan nodded. Taunt was ignored, but Lieutenant Serge seemed happier. Not bad. All aspects are very good. Next, let's look at the strength. Saying that, he raised his arms high and threw his Pokeball fiercely. I don't know, he thought he was going to smash the Pokeball. With a flash of white light, a Pokemon appeared on the field. Red and white ball body, Electrode. Huh, Electrode. I don't like the type of confrontation. Zhang Yuan clicked his tongue. Haha, you're not the first to say that. Lieutenant Serge smiled smugly. Zhang Yuan stretched out his hand and took out a Pokeball on the lower back. Come on, it's just you. Flash of white light, Charmeleon appeared on the field, raising his head and roaring. This way of debut seems to be learned from Salamence. Seeing that his opponent was Charmeleon, Electrode had a mocking smile on his face. A little guy with such a low level dares to fight himself. Seeing Electrode's expression, Charmeleon showed a displeased expression. A mere Electrode dared to underestimate his Charmeleon. Charmeleon opened his mouth wide, and a flame shot out. Electrode smiled, stabbed his body, released a piece of electric current, and directly floated up under the action of the electric current. Swipe. Appear directly not far away. The flames that Charmeleon spewed out directly. Zhang Yuan touched his chin. The speed of Electrode is really powerful. The speed value of 150 is almost twice that of Charmeleon. However, speed is not the only factor in winning. Zhang Yuan smiled and looked at Charmeleon, not in a hurry to give instructions or time to fire a bullet. Since he was with Zhang Yuan, everything Charmeleon has experienced is something ordinary Pokemon can't imagine. First of all, since he left Pallet Town, Charmeleon has been under the training of Salamence. Every day, he has to face monsters that are much stronger and higher than him, and whose blood can suppress him. Then, it encountered Gengar again. This wicked Pokemon has a deeper influence on Charmeleon. It can be said that the reason why Charmeleon has the current vigilance is thanks to Gengar. Although Gengar's speed is not as fast as Electrode, it is far more bizarre than it. The ability to drill shadows at every turn makes Charmeleon a headache. Since Charmander's time, it has faced this fear every day. So, a mere Electrode counts as an egg. Charmeleon grinned disdainfully, sparks fell out of his mouth, and the flames on the tip of his tail were also burning, which was a sign of high emotions. Seeing Charmeleon's reaction, Electrode was a little strange. With the speed just now, it would have been scary to change to other Pokemon. What's going on with Charmeleon? Why does it seem to be more excited? Lieutenant Serge narrowed his eyes, showing a look of interest. Interesting. Electrode, use Thunderbolt. Diaresis, he commanded loudly with a big wave of his hand. With a stab on Electrode's body, thunder and lightning surged out, turning into an orange lightning bolt and slamming towards Charmeleon. Charmeleon stared at the spark, and just as spark was about to land on him, he suddenly turned sideways to avoid it. It's like bullet time mode. Lieutenant Surge's eyes widened in shock. The smile on Electrode's face disappeared, but it was also a look of surprise. On the edge of the venue, the staff were stunned. Chloe's parents are also unbelievable. On the other hand, Zhang Yuan showed a satisfied smile, deeply happy for Charmeleon. Other Pokemon, Charmeleon doesn't come from treasure. Because of this, it's not perfect. But it is this imperfection that makes it so powerful. Since stepping into this world, Charmander has been surrounded by Pokemon full of talents, potentials, smart minds and understanding, which makes Charmander think that Pokemon should be just like them. The environment can determine a person's growth, and it can also determine a Pokemon's. Charmeleon, who learns from treasure Pokemon every day, although not perfect, can bring Zhang Yuanxin a surprise in every battle. He took a deep breath and held out his hand impassively. Diaresis Charmeleon, Flame Charge. Roar. Charmeleon stretched his arms back, raised his head, flames burst from his body, and rushed towards Electrode. Lieutenant Surge recovered from the shock. The reason why he was so surprised just now was because Charmeleon's movement to avoid Thunderbolt was too strange, just like a martial arts master dodging hidden weapons. In fact, if you think about it carefully, it is not a move to avoid your opponent in battle. What a strange thing. Get out of the way, Electrode, and use Swift. Electrode regathered the power, fled to the distance, and after pulling away, released a large piece of Swift. Zhang Yuan's and Charmeleon's eyes became calm like water at the same time. Bullet time mode. While everyone was watching like hell, Charmeleon kept sprinting while swaying around like a ninja, avoiding all the Swifts. In a blink of an eye, he has already rushed to Electrode. Under Electrode's terrified expression, Charmeleon grinned and slammed into Electrode with a whole body of flame. Boom. Equals 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 separation line equals 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 equals. Although I always feel that the group account is useless, but according to international practice, I still send one. In case any local tyrant reader wants to send me a private red envelope. Group number. If you want to add it, you can add it to play. Chapter 60 Lieutenant Surge's fascinating confidence. This time, Lieutenant Surge was no longer surprised, but rather annoyed. A skill like Swift can actually be avoided. Not to mention newbies, even the already famous trainers are very few who can do this. This Charmeleon need to grow up. All the staff stayed. Chloe looked up at her parents and saw that both of them were surprised. She asked curiously, Dad, what happened? Didn't Charmeleon avoid Swift? Why are everyone so surprised? Chloe's father pushed his glasses and said solemnly, although Swift's power is not very great, the hit rate has always been high. It is not difficult to dodge a few shots, but if you want to completely avoid all the stars, you can only use the sky Knights to describe it. Hearing this, Chloe looked surprised. As expected of Mr. Zhang Yuan, that's amazing. On the field, Charmeleon slammed into Electrode with a whole body of flames. Ow! Electrode screamed in pain, and the whole ball rolled back and hit the edge of the field with a bang. 933. Roar! Charmeleon opened his arms and let out a cheerful roar. Nice job, Charmeleon. Zhang Yuan gave him a thumbs up. Charmeleon grinned and shook his paws proudly at Zhang Yuan. Electrode, stand up, Lieutenant Surge yelled. Zhang Yuan. Lieutenant Surge's words, he always felt strange. How does an Electrode stand up? Electrode gritted his teeth, spark emerged from his body, and slowly refloated. Fine Electrode, that's it, quick attack. Electrode has more spark on his body, rushing towards Charmeleon. Dragon Claw, Zhang Yuan said. Charmeleon raised his right paw, with white light shining on it, and slammed towards Electrode. Boom! The two Pokémon collided violently and exploded a spark. Flame emission. Zhang Yuan didn't give Electrode any chance to master the rhythm. Electrode, if he fought with it a lot, would easily become paralyzed, which would be embarrassing. Charmeleon opened his mouth wide, and flames burst forth. Electrode brushes dodge away. Lieutenant. Surge was about to give an order when he heard Zhang Yuan's voice resounding again. Fire Fang. Hearing this, Lieutenant Surge grinned. Sidelines, Chloe's dad also frowned. It's not very good. Zhang Yuan has been using melee moves. With Electrode's characteristics, he may be infected with paralysis at any time. Hearing this, Chloe was shocked. In the eyes of everyone, Charmeleon opened his mouth and bit the Electrode fiercely, and the pair of sharp tiger teeth blazed with blazing fire. Ow! Electrode exclaimed in pain. At this moment, Charmeleon suddenly clicked, and a golden electric ember appeared. Damn it! Chloe's father exclaimed. Lieutenant Surge laughed. I didn't expect it, Zhang Yuan. My Electrode has electrostatic properties. Melee with Electrode and your Pokémon will be paralyzed. I really didn't expect it. Zhang Yuan smiled. Just as Lieutenant Surge was about to say something, he heard Zhang Yuan continue. I didn't expect that the burning state would be successful once. I wanted to take a few hard attacks, and rely on the fiery fire feature to make a comeback. Now it seems that I don't need it anymore. Quote. Quote question mark exclamation mark. Hearing this, Lieutenant Surge's pupils shrank. Sure enough, looking closely, there are small flames emerging from Electrode from time to time. It has fallen into a burning state. Dad, what happened? Chloe asked anxiously, not understanding the situation on the field at all. Chloe's father sighed. I said before, let you learn a little more BCBE, knowledge of Pokémon fighting. It will definitely come in handy in the future, but you just don't listen. Oops, Dad, good Dad, tell me now. Chloe said, shaking her dad's hand. The latter shook his head amusingly. It's very simple. In the burning state, the attack power of the Pokémon will be greatly reduced, about half, and the Pokémon like Electrode. Originally, the attack power is very low. Basically no threat to Charmeleon, even a paralyzed Charmeleon. So, Zhang Yuan is going to win. Chloe said happily. Her father shook his head helplessly. Yes, but you really have to go back to school to make up lessons. Chloe suddenly looked sad. In fact, as Chloe's father said, Charmeleon won in the end, even though Electrode wasted a lot of effort in trying to bring down Charmeleon. Standing on the field, Charmeleon faced Electrode, who was already lying on the ground, and shouted again. Every victory brings more confidence and courage to it. One day, he will defeat Salamence and Gengar. With this thought in mind, Charmeleon looked back at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan gave it a thumbs up again. Charmeleon smiled gratified, and then Zhang Yuan took back the Pokeball. Chloe jumped up outside the venue happily. Mr. Zhang Yuan is amazing. Her father nodded too, with a look of approval. Lieutenant Surge retracted the Electrode and nodded in admiration. It was a great game and I got to see Charmeleon's roots. He said. That kid is great, and sooner or later he will become one of my trump cards. Zhang Yuan smiled. This, Lieutenant Surge showed a curious expression. So, Charmeleon isn't your strongest Pokémon yet. Which one is the strongest? Melodic, water-type Pokémon, facing my electric leader. I'm afraid I won't be able to get you. What good is it? Ha, how long has it been since you forgot who saved your life? I have to seek justice for Melodic. Zhang Yuan laughed. Lieutenant Surge scratched his hair. I didn't forget, or I'll be finished in a while, and I'll go buy Melodic the best Pokémon food. Okay. Zhang Yuan nodded and took out a Pokeball. The Pokeball left the belt and became bigger in his hand, filling the entire palm of his hand. Lieutenant Surge did the same. Both throw Pokemon at the same time. White light flashed, and 2 Pokemon appeared on the field. Raichu by Lieutenant Surge. Zhang Yuan's Gengar. Seeing Gengar, Lieutenant Surge's confidence came out again. Gengar, although it looks good, but facing my Raichu, I'm still waiting for the heat. This game, I will win. Zhang Yuan was almost amused. This Lieutenant Surge is really a little flag-raising expert. Chapter 61 Lieutenant Surge admits defeat. Gengar and Raichu looked at each other. Gengar grinned, revealing his signature creepy smile. Raichu also had a wary expression on his face, and spark faintly flashed from his body. Oh, Leader Raichu. Lei Chu, who experienced blood and fire training on the battlefield back then. This battle, there is a good show to watch. The staff of Jim have been shocked by Growl and cheered for Lieutenant Surge. Chloe's father touched his chin. Lt. Surge Leader Raichu. I heard that he went to war with him and saved his life. He has a lot of fighting experience. I think it's cruel to have Pokemon on the battlefield, Chloe said. Seeing this Raichu, Zhang Yuan also said with great interest, it looks very imposing. Not only momentum, my Raichu is invincible. Lieutenant Surge waved his hand. Raichu, use Thunderbolt. Shadow Sneak, Zhang Yuan said. Raichu jumped high, and the fiery spark rushed towards Gengar. Gengar also smiled and pulled out a black Shadow Sneak and threw it at Raichu with a flick of his hand. The twisted Thunderbolt and Shadow Sneak collided in the air, blasting a piece of thunder light, offsetting it in midair. Zhang Yuan squinted his eyes and judged the skill strength of both sides. Yes, as a gym leader, your strength is already in the forefront, and you are indeed a man who has been on the battlefield. Well said, but I won't show mercy. Lieutenant Surge laughed. Raichu, Wild Charge. Play first with me. Zhang Yuan stared at the battlefield. Payback. Gengar was slammed into his arms by Raichu, and he took a few steps back, showing a pained expression. Then, it grinned, clenched its little hands, and punched back Raichu's belly. Raichu frowned, showing a pained expression. Raichu, thief! Lieutenant Surge yelled without flinching at all. You! Raichu echoed Lieutenant Surge's order loudly, punching Gengar back hard, while trying to figure out what to touch on Gengar. Gengar's expression suddenly turned unpleasant. Its physical defense is not high, and Raichu used another dark skill, which immediately made it look like gold stars. I see. Using Gengar's inadequacy in close combat to play physical flow. It's a good idea. Zhang Yuan nodded and said. However, no matter how good a tactic is, it only works in the right environment. He smiled and shook his head. Gengar, substitute. As his voice sounded, Gengar took 2 steps back with a smile, and divided more than 10 substitutes. Thunder Shock. Lieutenant Surge didn't hesitate. It was obvious that he was very experienced in this kind of combat. Hypnosis. Zhang Yuan said. Raichu shouted loudly, and a piece of spark swept across, directly blasting all Gengar's clones, and the body was also severely electrocuted. However, in the next second, Raichu suddenly felt dizzy and fell to the ground with a bang. Crap, Lieutenant Surge frowned. For these Ghost-type and Psychic-type Pokemon, what he is most afraid of is these weird skills. What kind of hypnosis, Psyshock and the like, not domineering at all, full of weirdness. Oops, leader is at a disadvantage. Some staff members said in surprise. Damn, do you want to lose 2 games in a row? Another person also said angrily. No, leader's Raichu level is very high, and it won't be finished easily. Hearing this, everyone showed expressions of agreement. Raichu has followed Lieutenant Surge to fight everywhere since he was young. Especially in the later war period, Raichu's level has long been unbelievably high. Among all leaders, Raichu's level is one of the best. Question mark. Ask for flowers 0. Chloe's father also nodded, acknowledging the staff's point of view. Zhang Yuan was not in a hurry, but just named a move. Gengar, Nightmare. Garma. Gengar nodded with a smile. This trick is its old skill, and if you forget anything, you will never forget this trick. Lieutenant. Surge was slightly taken aback, showing a slightly worried expression. Next second, Gengar sent a wave at Raichu. ... Then, Raichu's sleeping expression suddenly became contorted. Raichu in his sleep showed a terrified expression, and a large amount of electricity was released from his body, directly sweeping half of the field. Gengar flashed into the distance in surprise, wondering what happened to Raichu. Hurry up and stop. I give up, Lieutenant, Surge exclaimed. Gengar, erase the nightmare, Zhang Yuan said. Gengar nodded, the red light in his eyes dissipated, and then Raichu finally calmed down. Lieutenant, Surge hurried over to pick up Raichu. Zhang Yuan said strangely, what's going on? Equals 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 dividing line equals 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 equals. Ah, why does Chie's Pikachu often use Iron Tail in the animation? I checked the information, but found that neither Pikachu nor Lichio can Iron Tail. My heart is so tired, I checked the information and almost didn't come out. So angry. Also, Nightmare seems to be learned only after Gengar has a very high level, so let's ignore it here for the sake of the plot. I'll sell you cute. Hey. Chapter 62 Gentlemen. Sorry for letting you see the gaff side. Lieutenant. Surge scratched his hair. Raichu went to war with me back then, so I couldn't resist skills like Nightmares. Alas, it's all my incompetence back then. Saying that, he calmed Raichu for a while, and took it into the Pokeball. Well, it's me who should be sorry, it reminded Raichu of bad memories. Zhang Yuan said. Lieutenant. Surge smiled indifferently, and directly bypassed the topic. Okay, boy. If you beat me twice in a row, I can directly give you the badge. With that said, he took out a badge from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan smiled and shook his head, it's still over. Just halfway through his words, there was a sudden vibration from his wristband. Huh, Zhang Yuan was slightly taken aback. Sorry, answer the phone. After saying, 460 inches he walked outside the venue and put on earplugs as he walked deeper into the corridor. I'm 0, he said. Keen's familiar voiceless voice sounded. 0 Police Department Supplement, there is a special situation. Zhang Yuan didn't speak, and waited for the opposite. Aren't you in Vermilion City now? You should know that it is a famous port city. There is now a luxury cruise ship called the San Anuo, and based on the investigation, we suspect that this ship has a lot to do with Team Rockets. Zhang Yuan was a little funny, but it didn't matter, the San Anu was a scam created by Team Rockets. In order to prevent any special circumstances, we here want you to come and see and investigate the specific situation. Keen said. Keen, I really doubt now that I'm not the only Interpol left in Kanto. Zhang Yuan said speechlessly. Keen smiled. How come, this time you have a partner? Partner? Zhang Yuan was slightly taken aback. Yes, a veteran police officer, codenamed Gentleman, will come to cooperate with your actions. That name came from. Zhang Yuan was dumbfounded. Anyone who dares to be called a gentleman must be a pervert. There are not many people in the organization who are satisfied with their code names. Compared with them, ours is quite normal. Keen said with a smile, the gentleman should be able to come to your side soon. Connect it yourself. It's done. Zhang Yuan nodded. After hanging up, Zhang Yuan silently took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. Giovanni's voice sounded opposite. what's the matter? San Anu, what's the relationship with Team Rockets? Zhang Yuan asked directly. Quote. Giovanni was silent for a few seconds. Has the Alliance checked this out? Not only was it found, but 2 Interpols were dispatched, including me. The San Anu is a trap that brings together Pokemon trainers from all over the place, brings them all together, and by the time they get to the high seas, there will be a lot of Team Rockets snatch their Pokemon, Giovanni said. Zhang Yuan was not surprised at all, because he knew the plot for a long time. Not now, Zero, a young and promising Interpol will board this ship, neither out of conscience nor in the protection of my position. It is impossible for your plans to come to fruition. Hearing this, Giovanni chuckled. The latter is the key point. Well, since the Alliance has noticed it, I won't touch it, so it's fine to cancel this operation. There's no need to cancel it, Zhang Yuan said. You find some useless people and let them continue their tasks. You know, the credit for solving the crisis is always much more than being safe. I can't imagine that this is what an Interpol said, and it's a promising 10-year-old Interpol. Giovanni shook his head and said, I see, I will arrange for some people to jump out for you. Use it, don't worry. Thank you. After speaking, Zhang Yuan hung up the phone. Judging from Giovanni's reaction, he doesn't seem to care about the operation of the San Antonio. What is his current purpose? While thinking about it, he put away his mobile phone and was about to return to the venue when a communication request came from his wristband. After connecting, an unfamiliar voice sounding like a middle-aged man. Hello, Police Department 0, my name is Gentleman. Quote. Hello. Zhang Yuan looked at the sky speechlessly. The name was really harmonious. I've arrived at Vermilion City. Where do I want to meet you? The gentleman's tone was very polite, which was a bit like his code name. I'm at Vermilion Gym, Zhang Yuan said. Well, I'll be there soon, said the gentleman. Zhang Yuan waited for a few seconds, but did not see the communication hang up, and said a little strangely, Gentleman, is there anything else? Well, no, said the gentleman. Quote. Then why didn't you hang up the communication? Zhang Yuan asked twitchingly from the corner of his eyes. Because I always wait for others to hang up the communication. I am embarrassed to hang up the communication of others, the gentleman said with an embarrassed smile. Zhang Yuan violently overturned a coffee table in his heart. This guy really thinks he is a gentleman. He cut off the communication without hesitation and walked back to the venue. Sorry, Lieutenant, Surge Leader, there is something to deal with, and the third fight may not be over. Oh, what's the matter? Can I help, Lieutenant? Surge said enthusiastically. Zhang Yuan shook his head. I've already found. Before he could finish speaking, the doorbell rang at the door. A staff member opened the door. The next second, everyone was shocked. A man in a tuxedo, a top hat, a monocle, and a cane in his hand is standing at the door with a smile. He also has 2 mustaches on his mouth. 0.5. Chloe was directly surprised. Is he making a movie? Zhang Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. It won't be. The man in the tuxedo smiled and looked at the people in the room, and finally put his eyes on Zhang Yuan. First meeting, Police Department 0, I'm Gentleman. Before the words were finished, Zhang Yuan had already rushed over, picked up the gentleman, and rushed out of the gym. Looking at the backs of the 2 rushing out, the people in the room looked at each other. Well, what did they mean by that? Chloe wondered. Chloe's father shook his head, motioning him not to ask questions. Lieutenant. Surge looked at the direction Zhang Yuan was leaving with a thoughtful expression. Chapter 63 Bill's Lighthouse. I'm going. What are you doing? Calling your code name in front of so many people, is it because you are afraid that my identity will not be exposed? Zhang Yuan rushed out of the gym, put the gentleman down, and asked in surprise. The gentleman quickly tidied up his clothes, and took out a small mirror to take a look at it. After confirming that it was complete, he cleared his throat and said warmly, "Don't worry, the police department 0, all the gym leaders in the alliance have passed by strict inspection, there can be no problems, you don't have to be on guard against them." Quote. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan was shocked. He really wanted to ask, "Do you know someone named Giovanni?" After a few short conversations, Zhang Yuan already had a general impression of the gentleman's character. To sum up, he was not a normal person. While Zhang Yuan was thinking, the gentleman was smiling and looking at the scenery everywhere. "Ah, it's really good. The scenery of Vermilion City is worthy of being an important port city in the southeast of Guangdong," he said. "Indeed, when I arrived on the first day, I also turned around a lot." Zhang Yuan nodded. After speaking, he asked, "Gentlemen, there are still 2 days before the San Anu sales, what are you going to do?" "Well, can I follow the 0 police department to make up for it?" "Sorry, I refuse." Zhang Yuan shook his head without hesitation. The gentleman showed a regretful expression, thought for a while and said, "Then I'll go around by myself, haha. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. ... Saying goodbye to the gentleman, Zhang Yuan felt that the whole person was much more relaxed. Looking at his watch, he decided to go and do what Professor Oak had asked him to do first, to Bill's lighthouse. According to Professor Oak, he got on his motorcycle, made a half-circle around a forest near Vermilion City, found a slightly broken path, and rode all the way to a cliff. A small lighthouse is on the edge of the cliff, and not far from the cliff, there is an abandoned pier. It seems that this place should have been a relatively prosperous port many years ago, otherwise it would not have built a special lighthouse. It's really hard to find. Zhang Yuan raised his head, looked at the rather imposing building in front of him, and got off his motorcycle. Walking to the gate of the lighthouse, Zhang Yuan looked up. There are a lot of reliefs on the door, carved with some prehistoric Pokemon like Kabuto, Kabutops, Aerodactyl, Omastar or something. There is a doorbell beside the door. The rest of the place is dusty, but this doorbell looks clean and still works. Zhang Yuan reached out and rang the doorbell. After a while, a voice came from the phone. "Well, the pizza I ordered shouldn't come at this time, who?" "Hello, is this Mr. Bill? I'm Zhang Yuan. I'm entrusted by Professor Oak to come to you to get some information." Hearing this, the other party was slightly taken aback. "So that's the case, I know, please come in." With the sound of the voice, the doors slowly opened. Zhang Yuan walked into the lighthouse. Like most of the people who watched the Pokemon animation back then, he only vaguely remembered the plot, and couldn't remember the details at all, so he was a little surprised when he saw the scene in the lighthouse. Like the gate, there are many reliefs in the lighthouse, including some divine beasts, such as the Wind King. Looking further aside, you can also see statues of other region mythical beasts. This is very different from the animation. Kanto region, the production team probably hadn't considered the addition of regions later, so they only made the Pokemon reliefs of the Kanto region, but now, these reliefs have begun to include other regions, which is probably the real world. Correction. As Zhang Yuan walked into the lighthouse, the originally dark hall was lit up, and then a Kabuto came out. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan was taken aback. "Kabuto," he said in surprise. Hearing this, an equally surprised voice came from Kabuto. "Hey. You even know the extinct Pokemon. It's amazing," as expected of the person Oak asked for help. Having said that, Kabuto Yijian, "Right, just right, do me a favor and press the button on my waist." Zhang Yuan was a little speechless. He knew as soon as Kabuto spoke, it wasn't a Pokemon at all, it was just a holster, and it was estimated that Bill was in the holster. Reaching out and pressing the button, the holster automatically opened, and a young man with green curly hair emerged from it, heaving a sigh of relief. "Oops, it's finally out. Kabuto's hands are too short to get out on his own." Zhang Yuan. It may be that he has just been baptized by a gentleman. Facing Bill's disconnection, he still feels quite normal. Quote. Diaresis that. Zhang Yuan-kun, right, sorry, I've been very busy lately, so I haven't come downstairs to answer the phone. Bill tidied up the Kabuto leather case on the ground and said a little embarrassedly. I don't care, anyway, the information is not what I want. Zhang Yuan shrugged, then couldn't help asking, what is the leather case for? This. Bill smiled, you know. Because Kabuto is an extinct Pokemon, so we don't know everything about them anymore, I'm shutting myself in a holster like this, hoping how much can I know what kind of mood an extinct Pokemon lives on this planet. Quote. Zhang Yuan. Hearing Bill's mystifying theory, he decided to skip the topic. He didn't remember the story of Bill's lighthouse at all, but he remembered a very crucial thing. Super huge Dragonite. Everyone who travels to the world of Pokemon will definitely, be against the bug-level Pokemon that will not be missed. Just like collectors love to collect precious antiques, trainers will never let go of ultra-rare Pokemon. Super huge Dragonite is higher than that of most mythical beasts. He touched his chin. Speaking of which, what are you busy with these days? Are you so busy that you don't have time to answer the phone? Hearing the question, Bill's eyes lit up. I'm calling for a Pokemon like no other in the world. Dash 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 dash. Since writing this book, I have seen no less than 10 book reviews questioning the age of the protagonist. In response to this, I have opened a single chapter. In the related works, some people who are full of lust can go to see it first, and then start the rant. Thanks. Chapter 64 Take on the Giant Dragonite. Opening the chat box, Bill directly transformed from a serious researcher to the uncle of the village, and excitedly told Zhang Yuan about his plan. In general, it was basically the same as Zhang Yuan's impression. A foggy day many years ago, Bill heard a sound from the ocean in the distance. After his deciphering, the voice meant, I want to see you, I really want to see you. After a detailed analysis of that voice, Bill concluded that it was a very special Pokemon, maybe even the only one in the world. The reason why it makes that sound is to be able to find a companion of its own. So Bill specially designed a sound to respond to the call of the Pokemon, and used the lighthouse as a loudspeaker to transmit the sound frantically to the ocean. Sure enough, with the passage of time, the day has come when that Pokemon is near here. These days, Bill has been guarding the lighthouse every day, not daring to take a step away, lest he miss that Pokemon. After listening to Bill's words, Zhang Yuan asked curiously, then don't you want to catch that Pokemon? Bill was stunned. Why should I catch it? As long as I can see it and increase my understanding of the world, that's enough. Zhang Yuan shook his head. Just take a look, what can I understand? Even the first can't be solved. If you increase the power of your voice, I will catch it myself. Hearing this, Bill was shocked. Don't do something stupid. Through my analysis of the voice, the size of the other party is far beyond our imagination. Even if it is a large Pokemon such as Onix and Snorlax, in front of that guy, I'm afraid it's just a baby. Size doesn't determine combat effectiveness, Mr. Bill. Don't worry, I'm a good player in combat. Don't you want to get up close and personal with that Pokemon? Bill's expression changed one after another. As a researcher, it's impossible to say that he doesn't want to get close contact with unknown Pokemon. The reason why he didn't have this idea before was partly because of the researcher's self-cultivation, and the other half because he couldn't beat it. After thinking about it, he nodded. Let Zhang Yuan try, there is no loss for him at all. Anyway, even if Zhang Yuan does not make a move, that Pokemon finds that his partner is not here, and it is impossible to come a second time. That night, Zhang Yuan and Professor Oak talked on the phone, using the video phone in the lighthouse. BCAI, Professor, I've sent you the information you want. Zhang Yuan pointed to the USB flash drive next to the phone and said. Professor Oak smiled and nodded. That's great, Thank you, Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan nodded. I have something else to tell you. Oak about his plans to deal with the mysterious Pokemon. After hearing what Zhang Yuan said, Oak frowned. In terms of strength in the research field, Bill is not inferior to me. He said that the Pokemon has strong strength, so most of them can't go wrong. It is very dangerous for you to challenge rashly. Don't worry, I have the numbers. Zhang Yuan said. Lend you my Dragonite, it's my old buddy, it's very powerful. Oak said worriedly. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan was slightly taken aback. Then, a moving emotion came to my mind. The old man in front of him was really good to him. Although there may be some factors in him being Gary's friend, it did not prevent him from thanking Professor Oak. If given the chance in the future, he will definitely repay Professional Oak. Don't worry, Professor Oak, I can win without Dragonite, he said with a smile. Hearing this, Professor Oak thought for a while and nodded. From the day Zhang Yuan transformed, he knew that the future of this young man must be limitless. Bill, help me take good care of Zhang Yuan. If something happens to him, I won't let you go. He said. Bill's voice came from the loudspeaker in the lighthouse. If I had the skills, what would I ask him to do? Professor Oak clicked. And just like that, Bill started increasing the power of the sound playing. The next night, outside the lighthouse, the fog was thickening. Zhang Yuan and Bill both had a feeling. Something is coming. Standing on the top of the lighthouse, Zhang Yuan squinted his eyes and looked at the boundless sea fog. Bill was next to him and said nervously, Is it really okay? Don't worry, Zhang Yuan said. Just as Bill was about to ask something more, a long growl came. Ah! That voice, long and full of rhythm, is like the sound of a whale in the sea, and it is like a song chanting softly. Come on. Bill was startled, almost jumping up, his hands clenched into fists and his body shaking. I've waited for so many years, and it's finally here, finally. Bill's teeth clucked together. Zhang Yuan took a deep breath. The light of the lighthouse shone on the sea in a circle, and when they turned around, the two of them saw a huge and terrifying figure at the same time, approaching. Come on, come on. Bill would just repeat the word. Zhang Yuan gave him a pitying look, took out a Pokeball, and threw it into the air. Brush. Flash of white light, Salamence appeared in the air. Roar. As soon as he came out, Salamence let out a huge roar. Shocked by the sound, Bill's spirit recovered a little, and he looked over in surprise. Salamence. You have such a powerful Pokemon, amazing. Normal. Zhang Yuan beckoned to Salamence, who obediently flew down and hovered beside him. Zhang Yuan put one hand on Salamence's back, turned over and jumped up. Fly over, he said. Salamence's eyes showed fighting intent, looking at the figure in the sea fog from a distance, with wings, dashed forward. Bill yelled nervously, Be careful. Be careful. Of course Zhang Yuan would be careful. Huge Dragonite is not only reflected in the size, but the huge body brings unimaginable strength and defense. In the animation, it even ate several rockets from Team Rocket's, without any damage. If you put it on other Pokemon, you won't be able to eat a single rocket. So, he didn't plan to use Salamence to be hard. He reached out and touched the lower back, a Pokeball rarely played. Chapter 65 Deoxys vs. Giant Dragonite. Under the thick night, the sea fog filled the air, and there was a Mew-like atmosphere. If there was another waltz, it would be even better. In this psychedelic sea fog, Zhang Yuan stood on Salamence's back and threw out his Pokeball. Go! With a flash of white light, a figure appeared in midair, standing in the void. Exactly Deoxys. Deoxys, attack form, psychic. Zhang Yuan didn't hesitate, it's a ruthless move. Deoxys swayed and turned into a sharp attacking form. At the same time, his tentacles slammed together, and the powerful Psywave moved like a mountain, to the huge Dragonite. The beasts in the real world cannot be described by the data in the game. Deoxys made a full effort, and the effect can only be described as shock. Under the pressure of mental strength, the whole sea suddenly burst into a circular wave with a height of tens of meters. "Oh!" Giant Dragonite roared in pain. In the distance, listening to the sound of battle from the sea, Bill reached out and wiped his cold sweat. He didn't know what happened in the distance, what move Zhang Yuan used to cause such a big movement. See, the giant Dragonite was completely angry. It came along with the sound of a suspected companion, and now not only did he not see his companion, but he was also attacked by a little doubting who was only 1 person tall. It is bearable, but the dragon cannot bear it. It opened its mouth wide at Deoxys, and at the same time, the ignition light started to gather in its mouth. Zhang Yuan squinted his eyes. "Don't avoid it, Deoxys, use defensive form. Try its strength." Deoxys nodded, his form changed instantly, his whole body became full of heaviness, and his shot became a thick sheet. Deoxys, defensive form. Its tentacles gathered forward to form a wall of light, and at this time, the flame vortex of the huge Dragonite also finished charging and gushed out. Deoxys, tiny body, as if it didn't exist in front of this vortex of flames, was swept in directly, and no shadow could be seen. Seeing this scene, Salamence showed a slightly horrified expression. Fortunately, Zhang Yuan didn't let himself get in too, otherwise it would be a problem if he could get out alive. The flames dissipated quickly, and a look of disdain appeared in the eyes of the giant Dragonite. No matter how strong the attack power is and how much mental power there is, in the face of this vortex of flames, isn't there even a slag left? The next second, it froze. In midair, Deoxys was still standing there silently. Even the posture still maintains the appearance of the gathering light wall. Although the light wall is full of cracks, the edges are also broken a lot, and it has not completely disappeared. Giant Dragonite was a little surprised. There are only a few Pokémon that can make it feel tricky when it grows so big, such as the big bird with a white body, the little pink flying, and so on, but it definitely doesn't include the one in front of you. Looking at Deoxys, expressionless eyes, the giant Dragonite knew that he had met his opponent. On the lighthouse, Bill's hands were sweating. He could see the fire pillar just now. It was 7 or 8 meters in diameter and hundreds of meters long. Science. What kind of thing is Zhang Yuan fighting now? On Zhang Yuan's side, he probably determined the strength of the giant Dragonite. The attack power is undoubtedly the beast level, and the defense power must also be there. The only flaw is the speed. The speed of the huge Dragonite is very slow. It is basically the kind of boss template in the game that attacks high blood and thick blood, and this is not a problem for Zhang Yuan. Stepping on Salamence's back, Zhang Yuan provided support to Deoxys on the spot. Deoxys is in normal form at this time, and is flying around the huge Dragonite quickly, and at the same time, he keeps condensing the ball of light and throwing it at the huge Dragonite. Although the latter is angry, he can't handle Deoxys' fast break, and he is completely in a passive beating situation. Zhang Yuan didn't let up. The huge Dragonite can live for so many years, it's definitely not relying on face, its trump card is definitely more than he thinks. Sure enough, seeing that he missed Deoxys several times, the giant Dragonite suddenly raised its 2 front paws. With its movements, huge water waves, like a tornado, surround its body and soar into the sky. This is a change in the use of Surf's skills. Zhang Yuan was slightly taken aback. Although he had guessed that the giant Dragonite had a whole card, he didn't expect to have such a big momentum. Ask for flowers 0. Map guns are not a good habit, Salamence, fly up. Zhang Yuan said. The huge ring-shaped waves in front of me are getting higher and higher and getting bigger and bigger. If the water hits my body, I am afraid there will be hundreds of tons of impact. It is impossible to get through it. This huge Dragonite is also fighting. As for Deoxys, Zhang Yuan originally wanted him to avoid the edge for a while, but Deoxys conveyed to him that he was willing to fight. Feeling Deoxys' thoughts, Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes. Deoxys uses his speed to fight the huge dragonite, which must be a 100% surefire, but this kind of battle, for Deoxys, is probably not happy. It and Salamence, Gengar, Melodic, although they are all treasures opened, but from the moment they are opened, they already have their own lives, their own thoughts, and their own desires. The corner of Zhang Yuan's mouth slowly raised. Own tactics, while sound, may not be the happiest way to fight for Deoxys. Maybe according to Deoxys' idea, it's not the safest, but how can there be so many sure things in this world? If you want to fight, fight. Zhang Yuan said loudly. Deoxys. Attack form, use the full force of mental dash. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. Deoxys raised his head, his whole body burst out with endless fighting intent. Brush. His body turned into Rayleigh's incomparable attack form, and at the same time, all four tentacles gathered in front of him. Following his movements, the entire sea area and the sky seemed to start to vibrate. No, not as if, but really shaking. Feeling the trembling of the air, Zhang Yuan's blood boiled. Such is the strength of Deoxys. This is the power of the divine beast brought by the treasure system. With the accumulation of energy, both sides launched an attack at the same time. The overwhelming waves hit Deoxys fiercely. Invisible and intangible, but it has already filled the spiritual power between heaven and earth, attacking it. Chapter 66 Conquer, Giant Dragonite. A dazzling light lit up at sea. The impact of the collision of the two big moves instantly crushed the space of more than 10 kilometers in Hoenn. The sky and the earth trembled, and the sea water rolled back. On the lighthouse, Bill was still stretching his neck, trying hard to see what was happening in the distance. The next second, he was blown away by a sudden shock wave and slammed into the railing behind him. If he hadn't reached out in time, grab the railing tightly, or you will be knocked over. Even the distant Vermilion City set off a powerful shock wave, and many unstable objects placed outdoors were directly blown over. Whirlwind, passers-by stood unsteadily and sat on the ground. Everyone raised their heads in surprise and looked at the misty sea, wondering what happened there. And Bill, at this time, has seen the scene at sea. A huge shock wave, 757, washed away the fog at sea, revealing the terrifying battlefield. Bill's eyes widened, staring at the scene in disbelief. In the sea, stood a huge Pokémon. Pokémon looks very much like Dragonite, but the size is completely different. It is more than 100 meters tall. It is a wild beast. This is. Seeing the huge Dragonite in front of him, Bill couldn't say anything in surprise. The shocking waves have not receded, and the whole sea is rolling like a pot, and normal people estimate that if they fall in, they will be smashed by the sea. Seeing this, Bill couldn't help showing his excited expression. Yes, this is the power of the giant Dragonite. This is the power of the Pokémon that I have been waiting for so many years. Just that the state of the giant Dragonite didn't look very good at this time. There were many wounds on his body, and the whole dragon seemed a little sluggish, obviously being suppressed. Bill rubbed his eyes in surprise. The giant Dragonite, and the aftermath of the battle, it is impossible to be injured by ordinary Pokémon. By the way, Zhang Yuan, it's Zhang Yuan. Bill quickly looked for Zhang Yuan everywhere, and finally saw it a few dozen meters above Dragonite's head. Zhang Yuan was standing on Salamance's back, quietly looking at the huge Dragonite under his feet. What kind of Pokémon was fighting the giant Dragonite? He was suddenly struck by an invisible psywave that rushed through his brain. He didn't even have the strength to struggle, he fell to the ground and fell asleep. Deoxys withdrew his shot at Bill, hypnotizing a human, which was too easy for him. Huge Dragonite raised its head and roared. With the blow just now, it failed to hit Deoxys, and was severely suppressed by Deoxys' mental power. Its eyes were fixed on Deoxys, and a vortex of flames spewed from its mouth again, hoping that the ability that hit Deoxys in the first place would work again. However, Deoxys wouldn't be hit by him on purpose this time. Its small body nimbly flew up and down in the air, avoiding every attack of the giant dragonite, and then raised a tentacle high, and above it, the force of the brush condensed a large knife dozens of meters long, and slashed down towards the huge dragonite. Huge dragonite roared, white light flashed on its right paw, and faced Deoxys, spirit claw. A harsh collision and friction sounded, and a large piece of ember burst out between the spirit sword and dragon claw, and it fell into the sea. Deoxys stretched out another tentacle, knocked down another mental force, and extended it out, slashing at the huge dragonite from the side. Huge dragonite also lifted up and slammed towards it. Deoxys took back the first one and cut it off again. The two tentacles carry two large knives of mental power, brush strokes, lift and drop. It is such a simple action. After speeding up, its gorgeousness is not inferior to powerful skills. Giant dragonite could barely parry at first, and occasionally he could throw two moves at Deoxys, but after a while, there was only the power to parry. A knife. 2 knives. 3-2. Just as the fourth knife was about to cut down, the giant dragonite froze. It slowly raised its two front paws and placed them on either side of its head. He lowered his head and shrank to his stomach. On its head, there are 2 deep wounds that can be seen from the bone. The Battle of the Beast level, this kind of injury is too normal. I think in the theatrical version, when Deoxys played against Rayquaza, it could be sprayed directly by a hyper beam. Ball up. You don't have to be beaten so badly. Zhang Yuan stepped on Salamence and fell to the height in front of the giant dragonite, saying to the giant dragonite. The latter looked at him with a dissatisfied expression, as if to say that he lost to Deoxys, but not to Zhang Yuan, a human. Seeing the eyes of the giant dragonite, Zhang Yuan smiled, and pulled out Sanryu Zongjin with a swipe. The tip of the knife pointed directly at the eyes of the giant dragonite. The aura of the abyss and extreme cold in the knife was completely released, forming a real coercion. How dare you take this attitude towards your future master? Do you want to lose an eye forever? Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice. Looking at Zhang Yuan, the huge dragonite felt a chill go straight to the bone marrow. This human being can really do this. If he shows a little more hostility, he will really stab this knife into his eyeball. After a few seconds, the giant dragonite let out a low wailing sound, lowered its head again, and did not respond. Zhang Yuan smiled with satisfaction, took back Sanryu Zongjin, and then threw the Pokeball at the huge dragonite. Not an ordinary Pokeball, but an overweight ball specially designed to catch overweight Pokémon. It was previously opened in a 1-star treasure, and it just came in handy here. Pokeball encounters the giant dragonite, which swipes into a white light and is swallowed into the ball. The ball swayed 3.9 times in midair and returned to calm. Zhang Yuan took the Pokeball with a satisfied expression. Huge dragonite, successfully captured. This sense of achievement is unusual. Zhang Yuan squinted his eyes and looked at the town from a distance. This huge dragonite is different from other Pokémon. As long as you go through the procedures reasonably and let the above accept its existence, you can take it out and use it at any time, which is completely different from the Deoxys opened in the treasure. Thinking of stepping on the giant dragonite, crossing the entire city, leaving a huge shadow, Zhang Yuan felt a little hilarious. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. ... I have a cold, so I don't feel bad, but I'm very sleepy. I'll go to bed first, ask for a leave, and make up Chapter 4 tomorrow. Chapter 67 Shocked Oak and Bill. Seeing the huge dragonite being subdued, Deoxys flew to Zhang Yuan's side, with a happy glow in his eyes. Zhang Yuan patted its shoulder. Thank you for your hard work, Deoxys. Deoxys shook his head and made a strong appearance with his tentacles, and Zhang Yuan laughed when he saw it. He picked up the Pokeball in his hand and looked at it. The black overweight ball, the giant dragonite sat sullenly inside, with a lifeless expression on his face. It is estimated that it feels that it has not found a companion and has been subdued again. It is already a waste dragon. Zhang Yuan put away the Pokeball, put away Deoxys, and took Salamence back to the lighthouse. The lighthouse was in a mess, and it was washed by the shock wave just now. Bill was lying in the ruins, sleeping soundly. His face was lying on a stone, and there was a red mark on his face, and there was an irregularly shaped stone under his stomach, which hurt when he saw it. He walked over, released Gengar, and woke the hypnotized Bill. Bill slowly opened his eyes and looked at Zhang Yuan in surprise. Zhang Yuan, are you all right? What's wrong with me? What about the giant Dragonite? You were hit by the aftermath of the battle, your mental power was damaged, and you fell asleep. As for the huge Dragonite, it has been subdued by me. Do you want to rest now? He wanted to ask you if you want to rest now, but before he finished, Bill jumped up. Where is it? Let me see, come. Please. Facing the enthusiasm of the researchers, Zhang Yuan couldn't help laughing and crying. I can't see it now. It's injured a lot and needs to be treated. Don't worry, I've passed the Pokemon nursing license, and I'm definitely not worse than Joy, and I also have a full set of treatment equipment. Give it to me. If it breaks, I'll cut my head to you. Bill said without hesitation. The chest clapped. The face of Bill's enthusiasm. Zhang Yuan was a little speechless, but nodded. Since you said so, then I will treat you here, but first, I will supervise the whole process. You don't want to do anything strange secretly. Things, like random slices or something. Quote. Oops, what do you think of me? Bill is. I'm a moderate Pokemon researcher, milder than professional oak. Bill said anxiously, looking a little impatient. In this way, the two spent a lot of time moving a lot of instruments out of the lighthouse. No way, the lighthouse's size can't hold the huge Dragonite's body. After connecting the wires of the instrument outdoors and getting everything ready, Zhang Yuan took out the Pokeball and released the huge Dragonite under Bill's, eagerly looking forward to watching. With a flash of white light, a huge shadow directly enveloped the open space. Huge Dragonite's huge body that is more than 100 meters high directly blocks the sky and the sun. It is 40 or 50 stories high. Ordinary people stand under its feet and look up. They will be dizzy. Oh oh oh, oh oh oh. Seeing the huge Dragonite, Bill didn't say a word, just stood there and learned how to baboon. Zhang Yuan gave him a pitying look and turned on the video call device next to him. Was opened, the eagerly awaited professional Oak appeared on the screen. Last night, Zhang Yuan contacted Professor Oak and said that he was going to start the treatment of a huge Dragonite. Professor Oak heard that Zhang Yuan had caught a huge Dragonite with a height of more than 100 meters. Work. Pity that the huge Dragonite's injury was there. Zhang Yuan and Bill did not accept delayed treatment, and the helpless Professor Oak finally had to accept the video to watch. As soon as the video started, Professor Oak stretched his neck and looked over at the giant Dragonite. Oh oh oh, oh 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 oh. A second baboon appeared. Looking at the appearance of Professor Oak, Zhang Yuan silently looked at the sky. No help, these two. Although Bill forgot what people said and could only bark as a baboon, he didn't miss the job at all. He picked up a few instruments to test his physical signs and ran towards the giant Dragonite. Such a serious injury, treat it quickly, and it's not far from death. He muttered as he ran. As a result, the huge Dragonite suddenly turned his head and looked at him with a shadowy face. A scumbag human who dares to run beside him. If Zhang Yuan hadn't been there, he would have swallowed Bill in one bite. Even if it didn't do anything, the heavy dragons might made Bill just sit on the ground. Zhang Yuan. He looked at Zhang Yuan with a look of help. Oak also saw this scene in the video, took a small notebook and began to record. The pressure is very strong. There is a strong rejection of strangers, but it may also be caused by injuries. Zhang Yuan looked at the giant Dragonite. Be honest. I'll treat you. If I mess up again, I'll turn you into a dragon meat pot. The giant Dragonite's body like a small mountain trembled, with no momentum at all. Bill glanced at Zhang Yuan gratefully, and resumed his work. First, a few patches were put on the giant dragonite, and then he tried to stick up, but got stuck. Huge dragonite is no longer in trouble, it doesn't like to cooperate with him. With the body of 660 dozens of stories high, he can't let him go to the bar on his stomach. Still, Zhang Yuan couldn't stand it anymore, so he carried Bill with Salamence, flew to the giant dragonite, and helped the giant dragonite stick the magnetic poles. To force the giant dragonite to stick it, provided that the giant dragonite's truck-sized claws can hold the magnetic pole. Getting ready, Dragonite's vital signs began to show up on the instrument. Seeing the icon in the instrument, Zhang Yuan's eyes twitched. Bill and Professor Oak are crazy. What's the matter, what are you kidding? Bill couldn't help but swear. Oak also wiped away his cold sweat. How many wounds of this size on the body, yet the vital signs are so healthy. Is this really a Pokemon? It has extremely high scientific research value. Zhang Yuan's thinking direction is completely different. It's great to be so resistant to beatings, and to be a meat shield in the future, he said. In the middle of the night, with a dry throat, I got up to write a chapter. Impressed by his professionalism. Chapter 68 Giant Dragonite Legalized. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Oak and Bill roared in unison, "That's not good." Looking at the two researchers who were guarding the calf, Zhang Yuan was speechless. This huge dragonite belonged to. He didn't bother to argue with the two fellows whose research souls were burning, so he simply called out Charmeleon and started to practice against each other. Seeing his two old foes, Charmeleon isn't as nervous as he was at first. On the contrary, he's already looking forward to this kind of battle. Roar! It roared taunt at Salamence and Gengar. Salamence is happy. Is your Charmeleon floating, or am I Salamence unable to lift the knife? Had to teach this Charmeleon a good lesson today. Gengar grinned, matching Salamence's thoughts. Melodic, on the other hand, just quietly looked at the few Pokemon in front of him. From her eyes, it seems that she can see a little bit of maternal love. It may also be the expression of the legendary, caring for mentally handicapped children. The battle between real men can be initiated with just one look and one action, and Charmeleon and the others are no exception. After looking at each other, Charmeleon took the lead in attacking Gengar. Gengar was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't expect Charmeleon to shoot himself with 427 first, but then he entered the state and started to rub a shadow sneak. Salamence was unwilling to be lonely, and began to brew a vortex of flame. For a time, the three Pokemon were in full swing. During this period, Zhang Yuan has also been watching their battles. Not only Charmeleon, but Salamence and Gengar will also make mistakes. Whenever this happens, Zhang Yuan will point them out and help them avoid these problems. When Bill was treating the giant dragonite, he would occasionally look at Zhang Yuan's battle when he was tired. After watching it, he nodded. This kind of battle is very important for Charmeleon and the other two Pokemon. Beneficial. Salamence and Gengar slowly showed surprised expressions. Long time, they used Charmeleon as their junior to fight, and it was more a play than a battle, and they didn't take it too seriously at all. Unexpectedly, with the passage of time, Charmeleon has made flying progress in terms of combat power, combat experience, and will to fight. And they won't forget that Charmeleon still has a chance to evolve into a big and strong Charizard. And the two of them are already in their final form. This made the two Pokemon realize that if they continued to fight with this playful mentality, it might not take long before they would be caught up by Charmeleon. To be caught up or even surpassed by the younger generation, this is definitely not a happy thing for the two arrogant Pokemon. The two Pokémon looked at each other and saw the meaning in each other's eyes at the same time. Under Charmeleon's surprised gaze, Gengar and Salamence suddenly changed their attack targets at the same time and threw their skills towards each other. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yuan smiled with satisfaction. There seemed to be a happy look in Melodic's eyes too. And Charmeleon didn't stop after being stunned for a few seconds. It doesn't care whether the two Pokémon are teaming up or fighting, there is only one thing he has to do, and that is to become the final winner. 3 times if it doesn't work. Charmeleon was the first to fall. And Gengar, after several unsuccessful sneak attacks, voluntarily conceded. The end. Salamence won. At the same time, the giant Dragonite is almost the same. Bill used the tree fruit to purify the high-purity potion and applied it to the wound of the giant Dragonite. Although this cannot heal the wound at once, but with the self-healing power of the giant Dragonite, the effect is still very good. Obviously. At the same time, he also made a lot of data records about the huge Dragonite, and Professor Oak cooperated with the analysis. Unfortunately, the two of them tossed for a long time and did not understand how this huge Pokémon appeared. At first, the two guessed that it was related to the power of the beast, but unfortunately they could not verify it. Later, they considered it from the ecological environment. Unfortunately, it was not certain in the end. Fortunately, there are no big mushrooms in this world, otherwise the two may have to analyze the possibility of nuclear pollution. Zhang Yuan came over and said, "Is the research almost done? Will you take a break?" The righteous words on Bill's face suddenly. Scientific research does not need rest. Although Professor Oak didn't say such a second speech, he also showed an expression similar to Bill's. "I'll rush over soon." Zhang Yuan smacked his lips. Well, although it's a bit unpleasant to say this now, the two great scholars should also understand that I brought the giant Dragonite for you to study, not only for the advancement of science. Bill was slightly taken aback, not knowing what Zhang Yuan was talking about. Professional Oak, who has been in the league for so long, has some interest-thinking patterns in his mind. You mean, let's make you a legal proof of the giant Dragonite? Zhang Yuan grinned, as expected of Professor Oak, my good teacher and friend. Best friends. Much better than Bill's wooden head. Bill was instantly displeased. I'm no dumber than Professional Oak. Professor Oak scratched his hair, but this is really a bit troublesome. A Pokémon like a giant Dragonite, if you take it out and use it, it will definitely cause all kinds of noises in the Alliance. You know, the Alliance resists new things and rejects existing ones. Any changes to the rules, but there are a lot of people, and if you want you to use the giant Dragonite reasonably and legally, there must be a high-sounding reason. Quote. Zhang Yuan nodded, this is indeed a problem. If it can't be solved, he can't use the huge Dragonite casually. And this quasi-god level combat power, he can't easily give up. Even if the secret is kept by his side, he will not be fed up and give it to the Alliance for research. Bill curled his lips in disdain. Professor Oak, it's not easy. Just say Zhang Yuan is a special tester for the two of us. Isn't it enough to test the newly discovered Pokémon? Hearing this, Zhang Yuan and Oak were stunned at the same time, then looked at each other and nodded. This statement works. Dash 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 dash. Chapter 2. There are 2 more chapters, which will be filled up before going to bed. If you have friends who haven't seen it in the last chapter, please take a look and find out about tomorrow's update. Chapter 69 Union Compensation. Despite the fact that Professor Oak and Bill are both researchers, the miracle eyes they should have are not much at all. Soon, the two of them approved the documents for Zhang Yuan through their relationship. Zhang Yuan was originally from Pallet Town, and had a long relationship with Professor Oak. Both his parents were researchers, and he was in Interpol. The above people did not pay much attention to the content of the application, so they signed it directly. And this is exactly what Professional Oak expected. Giant Dragonite was recovering from his injuries. Bill was ready to hurry up and do a little research, while Oak came over with Zhang Yuan's credentials. After cutting off the video, Zhang Yuan suddenly remembered something and said to Bill, "Mr. Bill, how is your research in the field of DNA?" Hearing this, Bill was stunned for a moment, then frowned. "In the field of DNA? I can't say it's an authority, but it's definitely an expert." The experts in his mouth are definitely different from the brick-and-mortar beasts on the earth. They are people who really have in-depth research in a certain field. Zhang Yuan nodded and took out a stone from his bag. "This thing is the fossil of an ancient Pokemon. You can try to revive it for me." Hearing this, Bill shook his head. It is almost impossible to extract DNA from the fossils of ancient Pokemon. I have also undergone a lot of similar experiments before, but in the end, they were all unsuccessful. Zhang Yuan smiled slightly. "My piece is different. The DNA information in it is very complete. As long as you have the corresponding equipment, you can easily do it." Huh? Bill looked over in surprise, with a look of disbelief. First of all, he couldn't help but doubt the authority of Zhang Yuan's words. Even if a 10-year-old child knows a thing or two about the field of DNA, how much can he know? But when he thought of Zhang Yuan's method of defeating the giant Dragonite, Bill murmured again in his heart. Maybe Zhang Yuanjun has some unknown talent to find out these things. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ignite a flame in his heart. Looking at Zhang Yuan with a confident face, he grabbed the fossil. "If it does, I owe you a big favor." With that said, he turned and was about to run into the lighthouse. Zhang Yuan stopped him. "The DNA in this fossil belongs to Kabuto. Don't be too surprised when you see it. It broke it for me." How else can you know what kind of Pokemon is in the fossil? Bill was also shocked. His gaze towards Zhang Yuan was no longer at a junior, but as if he was looking at a monster. With an expression of surprise and doubt, Bill ran into the lighthouse. Zhang Yuan used Bill's equipment to help Charmeleon and the others regain their strength. While busy, a communication request suddenly came from the wristband. Zhang Yuan put down the device and put on earplugs. "I am 0. Police Department Supplement. I'm a gentleman. I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry." "What happened?" Zhang Yuan raised his eyebrows. "My identity has been exposed. Just now on the beach in the east of Vermilion City, I was in a very comfortable mood, watching the beautiful sunrise by the sea, but I didn't expect the magic of a few Team Rocket's members who wanted to snatch a little girl. Baby, I used to take out my police ID card and beat them away. Now they must already know my identity." Tisk. Zhang Yuan frowned, not expecting this gentleman to be so troublesome. Originally, I wanted to use his mouth to show off his great achievements in the battle with Team Rockets, but he came up with this. "I'm so sorry, it's all my fault." The gentleman's voice of apology kept coming. Zhang Yuan shook his head. "Mr. Gentleman, don't do this, you did nothing wrong. It is our duty to protect innocent citizens from criminal organizations. You just abide by your duty." "Ooh, thank you for saying that. I feel much better." The gentleman's voice sounded with a bit of a cry. Zhang Yuan has a black line. "I have to ask about what's going on after Keen. I'll hang up first, Mr. Gentleman." After a few words of greeting, Zhang Yuan ended the communication with such a sentence. Then, quickly connect the line of Keen. Soon as it was connected, Keen's voice sounded first. "The gentleman cannot be left on this mission." Zhang Yuan hummed. He had already guessed this. The gentleman's performance is very bad this time. Even if he wants to be the victim of Helping Hand, he can take action as an enthusiastic citizen. There is no need to take out the police officer's certificate. It's really, alas. Keen's voice sounded helpless. Ask for flowers 0. Zhang Yuan shrugged. Accidents are inevitable. Keen hummed in agreement, and then said, "Actually, it was normal for a gentleman to be excited in that situation." "What's the situation?" Zhang Yuan asked. 12 Team Rocket's members, and a captain, so many people shot at the same time, you know the effect. Keen said. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan was slightly taken aback. Ordinary Team Rocket's members, 3 or 4 are irrelevant. They are basically the same as Jesse James. They take 1 or 2 Pokemon that are not very good, and get paid every day, but 12, they can play a random punch to kill the master. Effect, very dangerous. Ellipsis. As for the captain, that's the core force in Team Rockets. Generally, there are 3 or 4 Pokemon of not low level, and they are also rich in combat experience. This kind of person with 12 subordinates can be shot by a gentleman. Repel, it seems that this guy who usually seems to be off the line is also very powerful. So it turns out, it seems that I underestimate the strength of a gentleman. He said. Keen smiled bitterly and said, the gentleman's strength is very good. If it wasn't for his strange personality, he would have been promoted to the police department long ago. So, what should we do after that? Zhang Yuan asked. Keen coughed a few times and said sternly, it's definitely too late to send another partner there, so after negotiation above, I decided to give you a big baby. What? Zhang Yuan said with a stern face, and decided not to complain about the unknown word that appeared in the previous paragraph. A credit card with a super limit that can only be used temporarily. With this, you can become a local tyrant, attracting attention, and no longer worry about being slapped in the back. Keen said with a happy smile. He laughed, but Zhang Yuan was shocked. What TM thinks, it's easier to be slapped by others, right? Chapter 3. And one more chapter. Chapter 70. Kabuto's resurrection is successful. Seeing that Zhang Yuan didn't reply, Keen was a little ashamed. I am sorry. Something went wrong, and I want you to complete such a dangerous task alone. Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Yuan suddenly interrupted him. It's all right, that's it, I have nothing to say. Hearing this, Keen was stunned for a few seconds before he let out a sigh in disbelief. Zhang Yuan actually agreed with this proposal. He thought that Zhang Yuan would seriously oppose it. He was ready to help Zhang Yuan argue with the above and cancel the mission, but Zhang Yuan didn't even respond at all. He added worriedly, Team Rockets are a lot more murderous than you think, they are a bunch of hooligans. Don't worry, Keen, I'm not a child. Zhang Yuan said. Keen took a lot of 363 to hold back the sentence, you were originally a child. After hanging up the communication, Zhang Yuan connected the call of Professional Oak. Professor, what kind of research equipment are you still lacking? For the most expensive ones, let's just say, I'll buy them for you. Across the phone, Oak's eyes lit up. Then, Zhang Yuan took out a small notebook and began to memorize things. Well, Lilith will become a trainer in the future, and she will definitely need a luxurious enough outfit. First come 500 great balls, and then prepare 10 sets of clothes from the best brands according to various weather. By the way, considering Lilith as you grow older, prepare more batches according to your age, The best nutritional supplements will come for 10 years. Quote. Yellow also buys some things here. Even a little girl must like clothes and accessories. And then there's Sabrina. When you go to Saffron City to find her, you can't go to Saffron City empty-handed to buy something. Well, who else's? While thinking about it, Zhang Yuan kept memorizing it in the book. Those alliance bosses who thought it was impossible for a 10-year-old child to spend much money, seeing this ledger, probably vomited blood. Ellipsis. It was almost afternoon again, and Bill emerged from the lab, his hair and face greasy, typical of a techie. Although sloppy, there was a radiance in his eyes. Success. Zhang Yuan, it's successful. Okay, it's faster than I thought, as expected of Mr. Bill. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan was also very happy. Bill laughed. His praise to Zhang Yuan was very useful. Giant Dragonite stayed honest. Zhang Yuan and Bill walked into the lighthouse. Sure enough, in a petri dish, an egg was floating in the culture medium. Bill stretched out what looked like an X-ray image and said excitedly, "Look at this." On the screen, a little life is floating in the egg. It is impossible for ordinary trainers to recognize this Pokemon, but the two people present knew what it was. Kabuto. Although Zhang Yuan knew the result for a long time, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Bill nodded. Yeah, Kabuto, Kabuto. Except for Aerodactyl, this is the first ancient Pokemon to be resurrected successfully. Today is one of the indelible chapters in Pokemon history. I, Pokemon researcher Bill, and trainer Zhang Yuan, have revived ancient Pokemon. The extinct Kabuto. Bill raised his hands high. It was as if he was already standing on the podium. Zhang Yuan blinked. It's very comfortable for Bill to not forget to add his name at such a time, but... Mr. Bill, I'm afraid you will be disappointed soon, because there is a canyon in the Kanto region, and there are many ancient Pokemon in it. What Kabuto, Kabutops, Omanite, Omastar, Aerodactyl, whatever, as much as you want. But now he didn't bother Bill's interest, but cast an identification spell on the egg. Pokemon eggs belong to the Kabutops family. They are hatching and have high potential. They are suitable for training as combat Pokemon. Close black lens bracket. Zhang Yuan nodded with satisfaction, and the result was not unexpected. Kabutops, who were not strong enough, couldn't keep the DNA information to this day, and it disappeared with time. Seeing Bill's happy look, he reminded, Mr. Bill, just like the huge Dragonite before, I won't leave this Kabuto for you to experiment with, and I won't give you the trophy to cheat, I will give it to you. Take away. Hearing this, Bill was stunned for a moment, then shook his head with a smile. Zhang Yuan, you think of me as being too utilitarian. It's not me bragging. If I, Bill, want fame, status and money, I've already become a rich man in the Alliance now, instead of waiting so hard in this beacon far away from people. Years before the huge Dragonite, the reason why I was gaff was just because I waited for it for too many years and put too much effort into it. Like this Kabuto, although I am glad I resurrected it, but I didn't think about it. By appropriating it as research results, you can rest assured. Quote. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan nodded. Bill's words were sincere, compared to his little miracle eye. In recognition of Bill's greatness, he decided to give Bill a set of equipment at that time. Well, with union money. That night, Professor Oak arrived, and Zhang Yuan also went to the city and took his mega credit card. Oak and Bill were shocked when they saw the card. Both of them are people with big vision. They recognized this card at a glance, and through their explanations, Zhang Yuan probably understood how awesome this card is. In terms of money alone, it is no worse than the high-level Express Centurion. This sentence alone is enough to explain the weight of this card. It seems that the Alliance is not talking indiscriminately this time in 4.3 with such a card. Zhang Yuan's safety can indeed be guaranteed. After the whole trip, it is estimated that everyone's eyes will not leave him for a second. But now, mega-rich man Zhang Yuan still has to give Professional Oak a first shot. Dash 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 dash. 4 more complete. For the sake of my reluctance to keep my word, ask for an automatic subscription. The method of automatic subscription is: you can open a chapter in the middle of this book at random, then turn back, turn 5 or 6 chapters, and there will be a prompt for automatic subscription. If you find this book interesting, I hope you can click it. This is a great support and encouragement to me. Chapter 71 Real Local Tyrant. Soon, the day arrived for the departure of the luxury cruise ship San Antonio. Many trainers were invited and boarded the cruise ship early, including Master Gary. Probably because of Zhang Yuan's butterfly wings, many of the plots have been advanced a lot due to his promotion, so it is difficult to keep up with Ash's progress. On the contrary, Gary, who should have missed the St. Anne's, happened to be there. Here. Today, Master Gary is still a mega style. He is wearing a valuable casual brand name and a pair of sunglasses worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. He is surrounded by 6 gorgeous beauties, all of whom are fighting for him. This battle, even on the San Anu, was a very high explosion. Many trainers cast envious glances at Gary. It is not a loss to be able to install such a wave in one's life. Feeling the envious gazes coming from the surroundings, Gary hummed with a smile, holding his head high. What he wanted was this feeling. But then, an exclamation sounded from the other side. People looked away from Gary and looked over there. 12. Gary, who was enjoying the popularity of the people, was instantly furious, and he looked over. He wanted to see who would dare to compete with him, Master Gary. Seeing this, he couldn't help being stunned. In the eyes of everyone, a young man in a black trench coat and sunglasses slowly walked onto the boat. With 2 gold chains hanging around his neck and a large gold watch on his wrist, he exudes the aura of local tyrants. Immediately afterwards, 12 big men in black came up and stood in a row behind him, all of them looking brave and strong. 2 women in suits followed him and gently fanned him with fans. Although the number was not as good as the one next to Gary, the professional social temperament, but Gary's girlfriends couldn't pretend anyway. The young man slowly took off his sunglasses, stretched out his hand and stroked his big waxed back. Oh, there are a lot of people. Just 4 words, but it contains at least 5 special tones for pretending. Gary's face turned green. I wipe. Zhang Yuan. Oh, who am I supposed to be? Isn't this Master Gary? How are you doing recently? Zhang Yuan said with a slightly surprised expression and said with a smile. Gary feels that the whole person is not well. What kind of wind is Zhang Yuan smoking? A closer look, he was even more shocked. I rub it, a mama hand-made a trench coat. A laborer's watch. Both chains are pure gold. Are you kidnapping the treasury? Hearing Gary's words, there was a sudden gasp of air around him. These things Gary said, just take them out, enough for them to eat, drink and play for years. This man named Zhang Yuan, who is so sacred, is too rich. Zhang Yuan chuckled. Little money, it's not worth mentioning. Looking at Zhang Yuan's expression of forced anger, Gary felt that he was out of breath. Gary, let's stop chatting here, get on board. A girl said, shaking Gary's hand. Zhang Yuan nodded. Gary's girlfriend is right, let's not waste time on the deck, get your cabin card ready and board the ship. The trainers nodded, took out their room cards and started lining up. Gary also took out a few room cards with gold edging, and looked at Zhang Yuan proudly. See, the balcony suite, the best ones are all wrapped up by me. What kind of room is yours? The balcony room on the side. As he said that, he took his girlfriends and stood in the team, ready to verify the room card and board the ship. Zhang Yuan shook his head with a smile and took out a golden card. Seeing this card, several staff members hurried over. VIP suite users, please take the dedicated channel here. Zhang Yuan hummed and followed. The trainers suddenly showed envious expressions. The VIP suite on the St. Anne. That's not something you can get with money. It's great, I really want to see what it looks like. Damn, what is the dedicated channel I envy the most? I don't want to line up here. Lord Zhang Yuan, do you need a warm bed? I can do it. Hearing the various discussions in his ears, Gary was speechless. This Zhang Yuan has been doing things all day long, so it would be better to call him to do things in the future. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. ... Walking into his room, Zhang Yuan sat on the sofa and connected the wristband and earplugs. I am 0 and have successfully boarded the San Anu. Very good. Came Keen's voice. Be careful in everything, it is difficult for us to provide you with support in the vast sea, and your own safety is the priority. Received. Zhang Yuan nodded. At present, There is no sign of Team Rocket's members' activities, and I will continue to report the follow-up situation. Hanging up the communication, Zhang Yuan returned to the lobby on the 4th floor of the cruise ship. Most of the trainers are gathered here, and it is rare to take a cruise, and few are willing to waste time in the cabin. Some people can't wait to start the battle, some people are buying, and more people are looking around excitedly, admiring the decoration on the cruise ship. The scene is similar to Zhang Yuan's previous appearance when he was on a cruise ship. As soon as Zhang Yuan came down, many trainers approached and wanted to talk to him. Zhang Yuan kept smiling and greeted these 940 trainers. At this moment, Gary got out of the crowd and looked at Zhang Yuan with warlike energy. Zhang Yuan, since we have come to the normal trainer meeting, let's have a battle. Tisk tisk, you haven't been cleaned up enough, you're shaking your Zhang Yuan said speechlessly when he heard Gary's words. Gary gritted his teeth. I'm not what I used to be now, my Squirtle has evolved, and now it's easy and fun to clean up your Charmander. Are you sure? Zhang Yuan showed a narrow smile. Since you are so confident, I'll play with you. I haven't seen you cry for a long time. You've never seen it before. Gary got angry and threw the Pokeball directly. Go. Wartortle. Defeat Zhang Yuan and his bastard partner. Dash 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 dash. I drank too much yesterday, and my memory only lasted until I left the seat and got in the car, and I can't remember anything after that. I woke up in the middle of the night with thirst and found myself thrown on the hotel bed. I don't know which animal had taken off my clothes, and my heart was tired. Right now on that damn 5-hour bus ride back, so tired. This chapter was written entirely on the bus. If you owe 3 shifts, write down the account. QAQ. Chapter 72. I have seen the cadre. Zhang Yuan. God TM bastard partner. He grinned and threw out his Pokeball. Come on, Charmeleon, teach him to be a man. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Gary was taken aback. What the hell? Charmeleon. Is there something wrong? Flash of white light, Charmeleon had already appeared. As soon as it came out, it raised its head and gave a domineering snort. Gary's face turned green. Charmander has also evolved. The eyes he looked at Zhang Yuan suddenly became resentful. This is simply deliberately tricking people. Zhang Yuan replied with a mean smile, you deserve it. Gary gritted his teeth angrily. Although he has no confidence to win, he will not be cowardly. With a wave of his hand, he said loudly, Wartortle, water gun. Cammy. With Gary's order, Wartortle opened his mouth and shot a water gun at Charmeleon. Facing this old opponent who had never won, Wartortle didn't dare to be careless. When shooting, he made up his mind about the direction Charmeleon might choose to avoid, and specifically corrected the trajectory. And Charmeleon didn't mean to dodge at all, but opened his mouth wide and took a deep breath. The next second, billowing flames shot out. Fire radiates. The ferocious flames directly evaporated the water gun and shrouded Wartortle, causing Wartortle to panic. Wartortle, rapid spin. Gary's voice came just as Wartortle was at a loss. Wartortle retracted his limbs and head into the shell with a swipe, and then his whole body spun and flew out, avoiding the flames. The commanding level has improved. Zhang Yuan nodded. Gary smiled proudly. HMPH, I'm not standing still. Before he finished speaking, his expression changed. Under the cover of the flame, Charmeleon didn't know when he had touched the place where Wartortle fell, and slapped it with a slap in the face. Exactly, Wartortle's turtle. Wartortle's head stuck out of its shell and met Charmeleon's dragon claw directly, and was slapped in the face. This shot almost made Wartortle faint. Wartortle let out a pained cry, and tears came right out. That's not all. Charmeleon took the opportunity to turn around, and another dragon's tail slammed into Wartortle's shell. The end. Seeing that Wartortle was determined not to show his head, Charmeleon simply brewed a mouthful of flame radiation, leaned into the hole in the turtle shell, and sprayed it fiercely. Suddenly, Wartortle's shell began to smell of barbecue. The trainers around were all sweating profusely. This Charmeleon is playing Wartortle, it's just abusing vegetables. Gary quickly took the Wartortle back. Looking at Zhang Yuan's Charmeleon, Gary couldn't help but feel a deep sense of powerlessness. I clearly chose a Pokemon with restrained attributes, why can't I beat Charmeleon? Is it really the workout effect of Salamence? So obvious. Borrow Grandpa's Dragonite and use it as a sparring partner for Wartortle. Thinking of this, Gary is even more powerless. Last time, he borrowed Dragonite from Professor Oak. Unfortunately, Professor Oak refused directly, saying that holding a Pokemon that did not belong to him would not have the effect of training at all. Zhang Yuan didn't care what Gary was thinking, he reached out and touched Charmeleon's head to show his encouragement, then smiled and looked at Gary. Come again. Don't you have other Pokemon? Originally, Gary didn't want to fight anymore, but when he saw Zhang Yuan's grinning face, he couldn't help but took out the Pokeball again. Raticate, Pidgeotto, Kadabra. They are all Pokemon with decent strength, but unfortunately they are not enough for Charmeleon alone. In order to comfort Gary, when he finally played Kadabra, he deliberately changed to a Gengar to make Gary lose better. Taking back all the failed Pokemon, Gary looked at Zhang Yuan in a daze. The words Professor Oak had said suddenly came to his ears. This kid Zhang Yuan has become different from before, he will definitely become a great person in the future. Gary, if you can't make changes, it may not be long before you even look at Zhang Yuan from a distance. Can't do the back. Has what Grandpa said come true? Gary felt a little dazed. Just when he felt that his breathing was a little difficult, a hand suddenly patted his shoulder. Calm down. Gary raised his head in surprise, not knowing when. Zhang Yuan had already walked up to him. It's not wrong to yearn for victory, but who stipulates that in this world, you must be the first in the field of combat to be considered a victory? Even if you can't be invincible in battle, you can find your own way to win. Others' opinions are always someone else's. You have to figure out what you want, don't you? Saying that, he patted Gary's arm with a smile and turned to leave. Gary was stunned for a moment. That's right, maybe Gary can't beat Zhang Yuan in battle, but in this world, there are too many ways to become the strongest, and what he wants to be the most may not be the strongest trainer in the first place. He thinks back to his childhood, bouncing around the professional Oak every day. At that time, his favorite thing was not to fight Pokemon, but to watch them thrive. Thinking of this, he suddenly smiled. Damn, it's a shame to be comforted by that bastard Zhang Yuan. Looking up, Gary's eyes gleamed again. After this trip, go and talk to Professional Oak. It's been a long time since the last talk between Grandpa and grandson. After Zhang Yuan walked out of the hall, he slowly, by leaves, came to a room along the crew passage. He stretched out his hand and knocked on the door regularly. The door opened, and a man in a Team Rocket's uniform stuck his head out strangely. Seeing that it was a young man, he showed a suspicious look. Under his gaze, Zhang Yuan took out the badge that Giovanni gave him. The Team Rocket's member was taken aback for a moment, and he also took out his badge. The next second, seeing the reaction of his badge, he was shocked. I have seen the cadre. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I feel that there are many people with rhythm in the book review area. I really don't understand, will it really give people pleasure to fabricate facts and spray the author? Saying that I change once a day, you may only have 8 hours left in a day, ah. The internet age really brings a bunch of second-hand goods who speak irresponsibly. D. Chapter 73 Greenhouse Flowers. Seeing the Team Rocket's reaction, Zhang Yuan nodded with satisfaction. It seems that this badge given by Giovanni is quite useful. He entered the room and closed the door. How's the preparation going? He asked directly. The Team Rocket's member nodded. Don't worry, Kadri's brothers are all ready. As long as you leave the Vermilion City range, you will shoot immediately. Zhang Yuan hummed. Then the team member looked at him a little cautiously. That. Mr. Kadri, there is something I don't understand. I wonder if I can ask a question. You said. Zhang Yuan nodded. Ah, that's it. Didn't they prepare 6 squads before, and they were all superior squads? Why only 2 squads were left in the end, and they were all usually not very good squads? Well, I have nothing else. I mean, just curious. When he asked this, he didn't even dare to raise his head, lest he would have crossed the line. Then, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Looking up, he saw Zhang Yuan looking at him with a smile. Don't worry, this is an exercise given to you by the organization. How can you meet Celadon, Rainbow without going through wind and rain? With that, he turned to open the door and walked away. The Team Rocket's member looked at Zhang Yuan's back in a daze, and murmured and repeated that sentence. How can I meet Celadon, Rainbow without experiencing the wind and rain? As expected of a Kadri, what he said moved 917 people. Walking out of the crew passage, Zhang Yuan looked at his shadow. Gengar, did you give him an illusion just now to make him misremember me? Gengar emerged from the shadows and gave him a reassuring smile. Zhang Yuan looked back at the crew passage. Poor child. The reason why your boss only has 2 teams and all the weak players, haven't you counted B in your heart yet? This is obviously asking you to deliver food. A second of silence for these idiots. He came to the deck, found a chair to lie down, closed his eyes comfortably, and started to bask in the sun. After about half an hour, he suddenly opened his eyes. Gengar emerged from the shadows and nodded at him. Zhang Yuan smiled with satisfaction, rolled over, jumped off the chair, and walked towards the stairs. At this time, the hall on the 4th floor was already in chaos. BCFC. Lot of Team Rockets suddenly appeared here, each carrying a special machine, designed to suck Pokeballs, and their purpose is very simple, to take away the trainers, Pokemon. A Team Rockets member shouted, "Listen to all trainers. This ship has been controlled by our Team Rockets. Now everyone stand up, hand over all the Pokemon on them, otherwise don't blame us for being rude." Quote. Hearing this, the trainers looked at each other in shock. Team Rockets. Where did it come from? There was a security check before, why did Team Rockets come in? I'm going to file a complaint against the Saint Anne. Listening to the trainers' words, another Team Rockets looked at the person who spoke with contempt. Just grab it directly, what a lot of nonsense. Saying that, he directly activated the machine on his body. Brush brush. The powerful suction suddenly appeared, coupled with the special design of the machine, the suction for Pokeballs was even stronger. Many trainers did not react at all, and the Pokeballs on their bodies were sucked one by one. Damn. What's the matter? My Pokemon. The Pokemon that flew out and fell into the hands of Team Rockets, the trainers sent out grief-stricken roar. Zhang Yuan looked out the window and shook his head. The alliance is so stable that it spawned a bunch of greenhouse flowers, and it goes on like this to eat jujube pills. In the crowd, there were still a few trainers who performed well, such as Gary. When he saw Team Rockets appear, he released 2 Pokemon, Pidgeotto and Raticate, without saying a word. The reason why only 2 were released is because only these 2 can barely fight, and the others were abused by Zhang Yuan. Don't panic everyone, a few Team Rockets won't be the opponents of so many of us. Gary frowned and shouted. Hearing this, the trainers froze for a while, then nodded subconsciously. Zhang Yuan also nodded approvingly outside. Gary's ability to handle things is much stronger than Ash's. How stupid is the animation production team to let Gary lose to Ash? But right now, Gary's cleverness doesn't do him any good, it affects his plans. He let out Deoxys and pointed through the window to the pipe above the hull. "Break that." Deoxys nodded, pointing in the air. Boom. In the hall, a deafening explosion suddenly sounded. People looked up in horror and found that the pipes above their heads had burst, and thick smoke was coming out. "Ah, ah, there is a relatively timid female passenger to send," growl directly. The male passengers also panicked, and no one paid attention to what Gary said. Team Rockets from two mere teams actually played a crushing round against a trainer group of more than 100 people. After a while, a lot of Pokémon had already entered the pockets of Team Rockets. Seeing this scene, Gary was very angry, but there was nothing he could do. He didn't have any decent combat power now, but there were a lot of Pokémon in Team Rockets. As long as he dared to shoot, he would be beaten into a dog by Team Rockets. Many passengers knelt on the ground helplessly, looking at the Pokémon they had taken away with despair. Cries and shouts are endless. Just then, the door was suddenly kicked open. Everyone turned their heads in surprise. Someone's not in the lobby. Team Rockets were also taken aback. Under everyone's attention, Zhang Yuan's black windbreaker fluttered in the wind. "Team Rockets, your evil deeds are over." Saying that, he covered his earplugs with one hand. "I'm Zero, start moving." Under the surprised gaze of the Team Rockets, two white lights flashed around Zhang Yuan. "Salamence, Charmeleon." Zhang Yuan rolled over and jumped onto Salamence's back. The latter roared and fluttered his wings over the heads of the trainers, and dashed straight to Team Rockets. "Interpol Zero, arrest you according to law." On Salamence's back, Zhang Yuan carried Sanriazongjin on his back, and shouted coldly. Dash 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 dash. After the update is finished, I will eat something to take a bath and start to make up for yesterday's. However, it is estimated that the 3 chapters will not be completed. I have to get up early tomorrow to take the high-speed train, and try to write some points on the bus. Chapter 74 Zhang Yuan Police Watch. Interpol. What? How is that possible? Seeing the police officer card in Zhang Yuan's hand, Team Rockets fell into shock one after another. And the trainers were all excited when they heard Zhang Yuan's words. Interpol. Sir Zhang Yuan is Interpol. We are saved. Annoyed, one of the Team Rockets said, "What about Interpol? Not a kid yet, Mankey, come on. Use the bare-handed hack." Ooh, Mankey took the lead and rushed up. The next second, it saw a huge black shadow coming towards him. Boom. In the stunned gaze of everyone, Salamence stepped down. Big feet like pillars, stepping on Mankey directly, no movement. No one doubts that if Salamence hadn't shown mercy, Mankey would be a meatloaf now. Please don't interrupt when I'm talking, thank you. Zhang Yuan said to the Mankey owner with a smile. The Team Rockets subconsciously took 2 steps back and nodded in horror. After securing an early bird who wanted to do something to himself, Zhang Yuan turned around and looked at the bunch of trainers. For these trainers, he didn't plan to hide his identity at all. On the contrary, he had to let these people remember him. These are all rookie trainers, the future of the Alliance. He saved such a group of people, and the Alliance didn't remember him. A few great achievements are not enough. I'm very sorry to have shocked everyone. I'm Interpol, codename Zero. The purpose of boarding the San Anu this time is to investigate possible Team Rockets members here, and to prevent them from doing anything that may endanger everyone's safety. Things. Originally, according to our investigation, Team Rockets would do some petty thefts at most, so I was the only one who came alone, but I didn't expect Team Rockets to be so mad, to openly snatch all the trainers' working hard-raised Pokémon. Speaking of this, Zhang Yuan couldn't help rolling his eyes. I am afraid that few of these melon trainers who are present have trained Pokémon attentively. What I said is against my heart, but as long as the atmosphere can be stirred up and the goal is achieved, it doesn't matter that this is against his heart. Although I don't know if I can stop the vicious Team Rockets with my own power, or if I can help you get back the stolen partners. I believe that justice may be late, but it will never be absent." With that said, Zhang Yuan turned around and faced the Team Rocket's members in front of him again. "Today, I am Zero, and I must seek justice for everyone." All the trainers present felt goosebumps. "Oh oh oh oh. Fight with Master Zero. Long live Master Zero." Seeing Zhang Yuan fighting with the Pokemon, Gary was surprised. This guy Zhang Yuan is actually Interpol. When did it start? Grandpa concealed Zhang Yuan's whereabouts, the time Zhang Yuan left Pallet Town. No wonder. In this way, a lot of things suddenly make sense. Gary's mood was very complicated at this time. Especially after being abused by Zhang Yuan just now, this mood is more complicated. If it weren't for the words Zhang Yuan had comforted him before, maybe he would have collapsed right now. Now, Gary just shook his head with a wry smile. This guy is really on the way to make trouble. Under the leadership of Zhang Yuan, the trainers fought a hard battle with Team Rockets. In the end, the San Anu successfully docked in a small seaport city. With Zhang Yuan's contact, the local Jenny quickly rushed when you arrive, escort the arrested Team Rockets members to the police station. Zhang Yuan, on the other hand, found a single room at the police station and got in touch with the Kanto branch of the International Police. This time, Keen was not the only one who talked to him. As Zhang Yuan expected, the San Anu incident had a great impact, and it became a topic in the whole of Kanto, and what he did was in this incident simply crucial. First of all, the biggest and most crucial point is to protect the lives and property of more than 100 trainers. From the perspective of the Alliance, this is simply a great contribution worthy of a big book and a tribute to Zhang Yuan. For flowers. Although these young people have no ability, they are spoiled, and they don't understand when they are trainers, but they are the future of the Alliance in name, the flowers and bones of the motherland. Once an accident occurs, they will be scolded to death by the media. Chased to death by family members. In the video conference, several senior officials of Interpol and the Alliance were just round and round Kua Zhang Yuan, and he was about to give him the name of the light of the Alliance. Then the second biggest credit is to keep the San Anu, such a luxury cruise ship. The cost is calculated in tens of billions. In response to this matter, the owner of the San Anu, Fengyuan Cruise Group, sent a special contact to express a grand thank you to Zhang Yuan. The third major credit is to crack the Team Rocket's conspiracy and capture the Team Rocket's members of the two teams. There are also various credits for driving trainers, awareness of struggle, spreading positive energy, and successfully maintaining the image of the Alliance, and they are not listed one by one. After the whole meeting, Zhang Yuan was very satisfied. All the things he did were basically credited by the Alliance. No matter what the process was, the final result was that he did what no one here did. This is the hardest right to speak, no one wants to deny him. Some contacts that Zhang Yuan knew, such as Professor Oak, the Andersu couple, etc., all contacted the Alliance directly and asked for a return worthy of the risk he took. If you don't blow Zhang Yuan's wave, you can't do it. At the meeting, Zhang Yuan's police rank was not unexpected, and he was directly promoted to 2 ranks to become Zhang Yuan's police inspector. This was a direct promotion from a local official to a central official. No matter how bad it was, he was the leader of the local officials and changed to the famous Detective Conan. The world can be forced by identity alone. There are also countless other rewards, and they have to wait until they meet the superior before they can get them all. But Zhang Yuan is not in a hurry, anyway, they are all external things. But when he came out of the police station, he found that the map in his brain had found something again. Dash 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 dash. More Chapter 1. A Little Cabin, continued tomorrow. Chapter 75 Lamperchi. Following the guide of the map, Zhang Yuan finally found a new treasure in an alley. Congratulations to the host for discovering the 2-star treasure. The treasure is opening. Close black lens bracket. After opening, congratulations to the host for obtaining the special ability, item column. Inventory. Hearing the name of this special ability, Zhang Yuan was taken aback. When he heard about the special ability, he thought that this treasure would give something like aura, power, psychic, etc. Who would have thought that it was actually an inventory? Inventory, which widely appears in various game works, is equivalent to the storage ring in the Shenxia world, the portable space in the fantasy world, and the space backpack in the Pokemon world. Looking at the translucent inventory in front of him, Zhang Yuan researched for half a 010 day and found that it was exactly the same as the prop backpack in the game, but compared to the space backpack sold in the store, the space in the inventory was obviously larger. And more convenient. It's a lot more convenient to have this. Looking at the Pokemon logo in front of him, a Pokeball appeared in his hand, and he returned to the inventory with a thought, which was very interesting. Zhang Yuan was having so much fun, the communication device on his wrist vibrated. This is Zero, what's the matter? Zhang Yuan asked after pulling out the earplugs and plugging them into his ears. I am Keen, Zero, you did a great job this time. Our Kanto branch is proud of you. Keen, who initiated the communication. Zhang Yuan's voice was full of energy when he heard his words. In fact, Keen was really in a good mood at this time. Before, because of Team Rocket's rampage in the Kanto region, their interpols were often criticized by the Alliance, and he, the head of the Kanto branch, was under great pressure. But this time, his direct subordinates beautifully thwarted a major conspiracy of Team Rockets and saved the tens of billions worth of San Annuo. Such a major victory has been swept away. Interpol has repeatedly suffered losses in the hands of Team Rockets for so long. The haze also brightened his face. This is what I should do. Zhang Yuan was very modest, and he took advantage of all the benefits, so he still had to say a few words in the scene. Don't be humble, this time is the biggest case solved by the Kanto Interpol branch in the past 6 months. Keen, you shouldn't just call me to praise me, Zhang Yuan said. Of course not. The main reason for contacting you this time is the following incident. Cohen lowered his voice unconsciously when he said this. Next, Zhang Yuan asked back, and then he reacted and asked, you mean the tentacle thing? If there is any major event worthy of Keen's personal attention, it is only the tentacle riot. Well, I'm telling you this time, your partner is already in place and is on standby at Lamperkey. And he's still an acquaintance of yours. As for the specific operation details, we'll have to wait until you get there. Acquaintance. Zhang Yuan was more interested in this acquaintance. Ellipsis. Lamperch. As a famous resort city in Kanto, there are sun, sand, waves, bikinis, and Gary Oak. I said, why don't you guys have to come with me? Taking the San Anu, which set sail again, to Lamphulchi, Zhang Yuan helplessly looked at Gary, who was turned into a candy and couldn't drive away no matter what. How many days have passed since this guy was educated by himself on the San Anu? Now it's back to the old way. What do you mean by following you? I had already planned to go to Lamperch for a vacation. Right. In order to make his words more convincing, Gary turned back to his fan group after saying this. Yes, Master Gary. Gary's support group said in unison. Zhang Yuan just looked at him with the eyes of a fool. Hey, what do you mean by that look? Gary shouted when he saw Zhang Yuan's strange look. Zhang Yuan shook his head. It's nothing, it just feels like you are more and more like Ash. Ash. Homo erectus. 3 words, causing 100,000 damage to Gary. Bastard, who looks like that guy? I'm going to have a Pokemon duel with you. Zhang Yuan looked at him even more strangely. You won't forget how you lost on the San Anu. Damn. When Zhang Yuan woke up the painful memory, Gary found in despair that he could neither beat Zhang Yuan nor say Zhang Yuan, even more than rich. Ash in the past can be perfectly applied to him and Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan waved his hand. Okay, Don't talk. I know you are better than Ash. I still have something to do. You play first, I will go first. Gary here. Tentacool's problem is too broad, and he's very vague about the plot. In order to control the situation under his own control, he still needs to conduct a detailed investigation of this matter. Watching Zhang Yuan go away, Gary couldn't get out of his throat with a breath, and it was terribly uncomfortable. Next time I must beat you. Shouting and vowing to beat Zhang Yuan to the ground next time, Gary turned around and took his own support group to go. Ellipsis. Pokemon Center. Zhang Yuan sat in front of the table, looking at Claudia, who was wearing sunglasses, shorts, and big white legs with glittering eyes. He always thought that he had seen Claudia's 2.1 charm, but he still underestimated her. 0. You haven't seen each other for a few days, and you have already been promoted to police officer. When she spoke, Claudia couldn't believe it. No wonder Claudia made a fuss. It took anyone just a few months to be promoted from a trainee detective to a police officer. Shocked and shocked, Claudia did not forget her purpose, took out a document from her handbag and handed it to Zhang Yuan. This is your official appointment document. Since the above key takes into account that you are traveling and has important tasks, I will transfer it on my behalf. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. Being pulled out by a friend, I'm also desperate, there should be another chapter to come. Chapter 76 Tentacool Group. Reaching out his hand to take the letter of appointment, there are some clichés on it, roughly how much Zhang Yuan has contributed to the alliance, his ability is very strong, and he is very pleasant to get along with his colleagues. Ignoring these words, putting the letter of appointment aside, he picked up the police officer certificate below. The letter of appointment is only a process, the police officer certificate is the result, and the police officer certificate is enough. This is your new police officer's card. The police officer's card of the police is much better than my police department's. Zhang Yuan took a closer look and found that the new police officer card was indeed somewhat different from the previous one. The material was harder, and at the same time, there was a circle of blue patterns around the Interpol logo on the cover. Looking up at Claudia, are you envious, Chief Growl? Come and listen. The police inspectorate can be said to be a standard bureaucratic class. Although it is only one level higher than the police department, the difference is very disparate. You bastard! Claudia was annoyed when she saw Zhang Yuan's flamboyant appearance. So angry, but there is no way to take him. Seeing Claudia's appearance, Zhang Yuan did not continue to tease her. After all, this was still in the Pokemon Center, and there were so many people watching. Put the topic back on track. Speaking of business, Keen should have told you about those jellyfish before you came. He picked up the introduction about the Sea Resort and Granny Yin on the table, and read it slowly. It introduced Granny Yin and her sister Granny Jin in detail. The two sisters have been working in the tourism resort industry for more than 10 years to earn money. Countless, in the league is also a little famous. I said it, but I didn't say too much. I only know that this matter has something to do with the rich mother-in-law in the alliance. Keen asked me to cooperate with you all the way. Claudia still trusts Zhang Yuan's ability. It's not trivial to be able to handle a major case like the San Annuo and solve a jellyfish problem. Zhang Yuan saw her expression and knew that Keen didn't tell her that the two of them were secretly planning to make big news. Since Keen doesn't say anything, he doesn't plan to speak, the less people know about this kind of thing, the better, and making a fortune in silence is the kingly way. In short, let's go and have a look first. The construction site of the maritime resort that caused the incident is not far from here. Let's go to see the situation on the scene together. Go now, Claudia asked in surprise. Then how long do you want to wait? The opportunity to travel at a public expense that I finally got, but I'm in such a hurry to work. Claudia looked like she had no energy. To describe it with a metaphor, it is probably a salted fish who has lost his dreams. There is time on vacation. This is just a preliminary investigation. If you want to play, we will investigate and you can play for as long as you want. After becoming a police officer, Zhang Yuan seems to have become more responsible, of course. It's just appearance. Okay. A woman whose mind is dominated by public travel. Of course, Zhang Yuan did not say this sentence. He put away the police officer's certificate and letter of appointment, and stood up. Let's go. Ellipsis. Salamence whizzed through the sky, his wings cut through the air and made a sharp piercing sound. Zhang Yuan and Claudia stood on the mountain behind Salamence to observe the sea below. This sea is almost occupied by Tentacruel and Tentacruel. Claudia tightened her clothes. Not because Salamence is flying too fast in the sky, but because the scene below is too crowded. Densely dense jellyfish, densely dense tentacles, densely dense red agate-colored heads. Software plus super dense double horror is enough to make anyone who sees this scene get goosebumps. I feel like I probably won't want to see jellyfish for the next month. Swallowing her saliva, Claudia said in fear. Let me think, how did SpongeBob SquarePants deal with this situation? Netbag or something? Zhang Yuan touched his chin and said. What? I mean, I'm sorry to disappoint you, we can't go anywhere until the jellyfish riot is resolved. Zhang Yuan watched a cargo ship pass by below, and the propeller was entangled by Tentacruel's tentacles the moment he passed the jellyfish group, and then a large number of Tentacruels approached and launched various water-type tricks to attack the cargo ship. Seeing the freighter sinking, Salamence, Hyper Beam, disperse them. Roar. Salamence roared, his wings fluttered in the sky, and then he opened his mouth, and the bright yellow hyperbeam blasted out, sweeping across the sea beside the cargo ship. Instant, hundreds of tentacles hit by hyperbeam were incapacitated and floated on the sea. The remaining jellyfish felt threatened. Tentacruel led the remaining tentacles to quickly evacuate, and the sea soon returned to calm. Saved. Is it a Pokemon trainer? So strong. Thank goodness. The sailors cried with joy, and the joy of escaping death was unimaginable. Who is in charge here? Putting away Salamence, Zhang Yuan and Claudia landed on the deck. An old man who seemed to be in his 50s came over. I'm the captain of this ship, thank you two for helping me wishes, otherwise I am afraid I'll be in trouble. Don't mention these first, I want to ask you, is Granny Yin at the resort now? Here. Are you here to find Granny Yin? Zhang Yuan did not answer but gave Claudia a look. Claudia understood it, took out her certificate and took a step forward. Interpol, responsible for investigating the reasons for the tentacle riot in the surrounding waters of Lamper, you need to ask Granny Silver to find out the situation. Interpol. Solve the jellyfish problem. Long live. The boat cheered, these sailors have been tortured by these jellyfish recently. It turned out to be like this. I contacted Granny Yin, and the two of you can go to the construction site of the resort with us by boat. The captain was very cooperative after seeing the certificate. In fact, he has also been troubled by these tentacles for a long time, and this time he almost crashed the boat, which made him really afraid. Now that Interpol is here to solve the trouble, he is so happy. The cargo ship moved forward quickly, and soon a sea resort that had just completed the foundation appeared in front of everyone. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. I'm so sleepy, I'll be here first today, all the debts will be made up within the 11th holiday. By the way, how many more do I owe? Chapter 77 Silver Mother-in-Law. Sea Hotel. Granny Yin took her men to wait at the port early to meet the two Interpols. Whether it's Zhang Yuan's status as Interpol or the kindness that saved her men just now, she needs to meet her in person. Hello, I'm Interpol Police Officer Zero, she's my deputy. Zhang Yuan introduced himself and Claudia. The two of Interpol, thank you for saving my men, mother-in-law. Mother-in-law Yin thanked him, not underestimating Zhang Yuan because of his age. She had heard of the incident that the San Anu was attacked by Team Rockets before, and she knew that the Zero in front of her played an important role in destroying the Team Rocket's conspiracy, which should not be underestimated. But it's not necessarily how much she welcomes Zhang Yuan's arrival. Interpol has always been a symbol of trouble in the eyes of the local tyrants in the alliance. Zhang Yuan looked at Granny Yin in front of her, and she couldn't tell from her appearance that she had the slightest tyrant temperament. It's just a matter of convenience. Protecting civilians is also the responsibility of our Interpol. Zhang Yuan acted righteously when he said these words, which attracted the admiration of the surrounding employees. And this time we're here mainly to investigate the tentacle riots. Zhang Yuan's words aroused cheers in the surrounding area. Although Granny Yin, as the president, has some understanding of the dangers of tentacle, she definitely does not have the deep understanding of their subordinates who face tentacle directly. Is Interpol coming to deal with these nasty jellyfish? Mother-in-law, said Mother-in-law Silver. These jellyfish have caused her a lot of trouble, and it would be great if Interpol could help solve these jellyfish. Strictly speaking, it's just an investigation. Specifically, what measures should be taken to deal with the tentacle group, or should we make a decision after research? Can you show us the construction site? Claudia perfectly took the role of Zhang Yuan's deputy, a shrewd and capable appearance. Of course you can, then please follow me, mother-in-law Diaresis. Granny Silver agreed, and it was a pleasure to show people the hotel project she was proud of. Following mother-in-law Yin walking around the construction site of the Maritime Hotel, Zhang Yuan had to admit that the construction of the Maritime Hotel was really of a high level. The construction progress is less than halfway through, and the magnificent outline of this sea hotel can already be seen. World-class design, complete facilities construction, especially relying on large natural coral reefs is the selling point, to create the first submarine luxury suite in Kanto. As long as it is completed, it can definitely become a world-class hotel. The only drawback is that the choice of place is not good, and the large-scale engineering equipment used in the construction of the hotel has seriously damaged the ecological environment of this sea area. The tentacle habitat was destroyed, and the revenge was naturally taken, which triggered the tentacle riot, which resulted in a large number of ships being attacked, and even affected the economy of the nearby port. After a detailed understanding of the cause and effect, combined with the plot in his memory, Zhang Yuan already has a comprehensive understanding of the whole thing. After simply organizing some words, Zhang Yuan raised his head and looked at Granny Yin with a serious look. Mother Yin, before I came here, I found out that the nearby tentacle had formed a cluster. If it is not handled properly, it may cause great harm. The suggestion given by our Interpol after research is to stop the construction immediately before the situation gets out of control. Then demolish all the buildings. Quote. Demolish. Hearing these two words, Granny Yin's eyes widened. She wanted to grab Zhang Yuan's collar and ask him if he knew how much money she had invested in this offshore hotel project. Of course, she was still sensible and didn't dare to grab Zhang Yuan's collar. Although she was rich, an organization like Interpol was not something she could afford to offend. Yes, as long as the hotel is demolished and the tentacle habitat is returned to them, they will naturally not disturb the people passing by the boats and the surrounding waters. Ignore the wasteful investment. This is indeed a good investment. Proposal. For the safety of hundreds of thousands of people in the surrounding waters, I hope you will seriously consider our proposal. Claudia added. Demolition is absolutely impossible. You don't have to worry about the tentacle riot. I will handle it myself, mother-in-law. Granny Silver refused bluntly. She scoffed at what Zhang Yuan said about the great harm. In her opinion, no matter how the tentacle group rioted, it was just a group of jellyfish, and the hotel was demolished because of a group of jellyfish. What a joke. Her mother-in-law has built her current industry from scratch. Can't she still solve a group of jellyfish? Claudia opened her mouth and wanted to continue to say something, but was stopped by Zhang Yuan's wave. Since you don't agree with our proposal, mother-in-law Yin, then we will leave, but we will report this matter to the alliance. Do what you want, mother-in-law. Granny Yin is not worried about reporting to the alliance. She has a wide network of contacts in the alliance. Isn't it easy to suppress this little thing? Quote. Diaresis let us go. Zhang Yuan released Salamence. Call. Salamence, wings fluttered, and he and Claudia left the Sea Hotel in the eyes of countless people in awe. The two sides parted unhappily. Standing on Salaman's back, Zhang Yuan's face didn't show any anger, but instead laughed out loud. Granny Yin refused his proposal, which was completely in his expectation. Following his proposal could indeed solve the problem of the tentacle riots, but could Granny Silver possibly do it? The investment in building such a luxury hotel at sea is not much less than building a San Annuo. Once it is demolished, it is equivalent to the waste of these initial investments, and even a loss of demolition costs. And as far as he knows, this maritime resort is not her own property. There are many shares of the alliance's prominent families. Even if Granny Yin agrees to demolish the maritime hotel, Nuos, the large and small shareholders behind her, neither would agree. It's just that they probably won't know the serious consequences of tentacle in this sea area. You can't live because of your own sins, Zhang Yuan secretly said. Anyway, he has already said what he should say, and he has also informed all the consequences. It can be said that he has done his best. He's done what he's supposed to do, and he'll have to wait for the tentacles to riot and clean up the mess, and there's still a lot to do in the process. Zero, what are you laughing at? Claudia felt inexplicable. The mission obviously failed, but Zero was still laughing. I'm laughing at the fact that it's great that Granny Silver doesn't agree. Next, I just need to report to the Alliance and watch how some guys are unlucky while on vacation. Zhang Yuan smiled very happily. Chapter 1 Update today. Chapter 78 Public Opinion. Back to the hotel in Lamperch. Narrated by Zhang Yuan, Claudia ghostwritten a report titled, On the Tentacle Riots in Lamperky and its Surrounding Seas. The content of the report describes in detail how the city of Lamperchy was poisoned by tentacle, and the surrounding people were living in dire straits. By the way, it was accompanied by a few photos that were enough to make people with intensive phobias creepy after seeing it, which was extremely provocative. You submit this report to the Alliance. Zhang Yuan did not choose to submit this report in his own name, but asked Claudia to submit it on his behalf. Why don't you submit it yourself? Claudia wondered. After much deliberation, I have decided to give the credit to you as my subordinate. You bastard. Zhang Yuan always mentioned the police rank, and Claudia, as a senior, was very hurt. To be sure, Zhang Yuan didn't tell her the truth, but submitting this report would do her no harm. She could see from Zhang Yuan's previous attitude that sooner or later the Sea Hotel had a problem, and as the submitter of the report, although not the author, it was also a great credit. 053. Zhang Yuan didn't explain the twists and turns to Claudia. This kind of thing can't be put on the spot. Does he want to say that he is now listed with the bigwigs of the Alliance? If he submits it himself, not necessarily someone will dare to suppress this matter, and he will not be able to see those guys unlucky. In that way, his character design of the 5 good boys in the new era will collapse. After sending Claudia to submit the report, Zhang Yuan initiated a video call with Keen in the hotel. It's still the same middle-aged figure, but compared to the last call, Keen's voice was not only weak, but his eyes were much more tired. Zero, what's the matter? What the hell does this kidney deficiency look like? Zhang Yuan just thought it was because he did too much health care and didn't care. I just investigated tentacle and visited Granny Yin's construction site. Tell me about it. In short, that's what happened. Zhang Yuan reported the whole situation about tentacle to Keen in a comfortable mood. Is the situation really that serious? Keen frowned. After listening to Zhang Yuan's description, Keen felt that things were a bit tricky. In the photo that Zhang Yuan showed him, the scale of tentacle has reached tens of thousands. It would take a lot of effort to solve a Pokemon group of this scale, even for 4 elites. Don't worry, so far, everything is under my control. Zhang Yuan didn't panic at all, let alone the tentacle group. What if it was a huge tentacruel? He still has the huge Dragonite card in his hand. Keen nodded. The Zero he knew was not a person who likes to talk big. Since Zero said things are still under control, there should be no problem. Besides, I have sent an investigation report to the League, and even in the worst-case scenario, someone will take the blame. Keen is even more satisfied. Before saying victory, first saying defeat. In ancient times, this was the style of a general. Do you need any helping hand from my side? Forget it. After all, this kind of thing is not so pleasant to hear. The less people know about it, the better. Zhang Yuan shook his head and rejected Keen's proposal. That's right, I was the one who didn't think about it well, so I'll leave it to you to take charge of this matter. I hope you won't let me down. Don't worry, I won't embarrass our Interpol, Zhang Yuan said. I'll leave it to you. I still have things to deal with, so I won't talk to you more. Although the conspiracy of Team Rockets was thwarted on the San Annuo, Team Rockets did not seem to have received the slightest lesson from BCCA and became active again. Keen has been busy recently, and really has no energy to care about the jellyfish in Lampolchi. Okay, that's it. Zhang Yuan hung up the communication and called Giovanni again. Giovanni sat on the couch that had never changed, and stroked Persian's head beside him. Zhang Yuan tutted, "This is the gap. Mr. Giovanni can sit at home and play cats when he is free, but Keen has to work overtime." Zhang Yuan, what's the matter? Every time Zhang Yuan talks to him, it will bring him some very important news. Knowing that the exchange of interests can make the alliance stronger, Giovanni feels that he should give Zhang Yuan more benefits to maintain the bridge of interests between them. This time it has nothing to do with Team Rockets. I have something to ask you for your help. You said. Giovanni was a little happy. Finally, I have something to ask me, and the mutually beneficial ally can last for a long time. I need to spread a word through your Team Rockets channel. What news? Zhang Yuan said lightly. The recent tentacle riots along the coast of Rampur has a lot to do with the sea hotel being built. Public opinion building is the second step for Zhang Yuan to make big news. How can big news without an audience be called big news? Where did you hear this news? Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Giovanni frowned slightly. Quote. You won't tell me, you also have a stake in the sea hotel. Zhang Yuan was also stunned when he heard Giovanni's words, and asked while feeling that Giovanni's business scope is wide. Not at the moment, but I am very optimistic about the prospect of this project. My subordinates are in contact with Granny Yin. There is nothing to hide, Giovanni told Zhang Yuan directly, and then asked, is there really a problem with that sea hotel? Tisk, I hope you withdraw as soon as possible. Zhang Yuan smiled gleefully. I can't tell you a lot, I can only tell you that this is a big trouble. Is that so? I get it. Giovanni was good at it, and he definitely stopped the investment negotiation immediately. Facts have proven countless times that Zhang Yuan will not aim at nothing. Okay, I won't tell you more. Remember to help me spread the news. I'll hang up first. The deal with Giovanni is still shady, so be careful. Hang up the phone, stretch out, and look at the bright weather outside. I haven't seen Lilith for a long time. Anyway, it will take some time for the giant jellyfish to riot. Why don't you take this opportunity to pick her up and play with her? Zhang Yuan touched his chin, and it was no problem to keep Lilith at home. The second update tonight, there is one more chapter later. Chapter 79 Holiday Scenery in Lamperch. Since Zhang Yuan decided to take Lilith over, he naturally couldn't leave Professional Oak behind. Taking advantage of his authority, he called a small plane to pick up everyone. Lilith appeared in front of him the next morning. Along with Lilith, in addition to Professional Oak, there was Joy, who had been taking care of Lilith, and Ash's mother. Delia. Brother. Soon as they got off the plane, Lilith threw herself into Zhang Yuan's arms. Zhang Yuan touched Lilith's little head in his arms, and a smile of enjoyment appeared on the girl's face. Professor Oak comforted Lilith. Zhang Yuan turned his head and looked at Professional Oak. Zhang Yuan congratulates you on your promotion to the police officer. You did a good job on the San Anu. The San Anu incident shocked the entire league, and because of Zhang Yuan and Gary, Professional Oak paid special attention to it. While lamenting Zhang Yuan's growth, Professor Oak handed a safe beside him to Zhang Yuan. I have one more thing to give you this time. What? Zhang Yuan asked. This is what Bill asked me to bring. The fossilized Kabuto Pokemon eggs you provided can already be removed from the culture device, so he asked me to bring the eggs to you by the way. So fast. To be honest, the speed was much faster than Zhang Yuan imagined. I thought Kabuto's resurrection would be a very long thing, but who knew it would be so fast? Taking the safe handed over by Professor Oak and opening it, looking at the gray and unremarkable Pokemon egg in front of him, no one could imagine that the Pokemon hatching in this egg would be the extinct Kabuto. Professor Oak, help me. Thanks Bill. Professor. I'll help you with the words. Putting away the eggs, Zhang Yuan took Lilith's hand and greeted Professor Oak and others. Everyone come with me, I have already booked the hotel. ... Beach, waves, bikini. Waiting for Lilith to change into her swimsuit in the hotel living room, Zhang Yuan was bored and started to study the Pokemon eggs in his hand. Flip and identification technique. Pokemon eggs, belonging to the Kabutops family, have a very high potential in hatching, 30%, and are suitable for training as combat Pokemon. The appraisal result this time has a 30% progress bar more than the previous one. Zhang Yuan calculated the time and estimated that the incubation time of Kabuto is about 2 months. Put Kabuto's Pokemon eggs in the storage box for easy observation at any time, and there was a click of the door opening in Zhang Yuan's ear. Brother, I changed it. Lilith's voice sounded beside Zhang Yuan's ears. Zhang Yuan raised his head when he heard the sound. Only Lilith, who had put on a pink swimsuit, stood timidly in front of him, her cheeks flushed. Our family's Lilith is so beautiful. Zhang Yuan was literally bleeding out. Is the sunscreen ready? Zhang Yuan asked, looking at Lilith's white and tender skin. It's painted. Then let's go to the beach. The sun shines on the sand, and the color of saffron is radiated. Because the whole beach was rented by Zhang Yuan, the beach in front of me looked very open and not as crowded as other places. Zhang Yuan, this guy actually rented a whole beach. As soon as he went out, Zhang Yuan saw Gary with an expression of envy, jealousy and hatred at the door. Think of him as the grandson of Professor Oak, a famous second-generation wealthy in Kanto. When didn't others look at him with envy, jealousy and hatred? But since he started traveling, he felt that his status as the #1 tycoon as a rookie trainer was severely affected. Zhang Yuan didn't wonder why Gary appeared. Professor Oak had already come to Lampolchi. Gary was his grandson and of course he wanted to come. I'm just a little bit richer than someone. Zhang Yuan's understatement made Gary's teeth itch with hatred. Then I'll come today and fight the local tyrants. Gary greeted the support team behind him. Everyone, go play, don't save money for this guy. How much can you spend with more people? Zhang Yuan's face was indifferent. After the incident on the San Anuo, Zhang Yuanguang was soft on the alliance's bonus. The cost of renting the entire beach this time was just a drizzle. I'm going to eat poor you guy. When did you change from Primip to Tepig? The bickering between the two saw Lilith giggling behind her. Question mark. For flowers. 0. When Zhang Yuan was admiring Gary's unwillingness mixed with rage, and the complex expression of despair in rage, Claudia's voice came from behind him. Then Zhang Yuan admired the very wonderful face-changing technique. I saw Gary's eyes widened and his mouth wide open. He looked behind Zhang Yuan, his expression not only amazing but also amazing. Zhang Yuan turned his head subconsciously, and saw behind him a blonde woman with sunglasses in a black bikini who couldn't get any hotter, looking at him with a smile from the corner of her mouth. It was Claudia. He wasn't too rude, but he was also amazed. In the past, Claudia was wearing either a leather jacket or a jacket. This was the first time he saw Claudia. It was so beautiful. The only fly in the ointment is that the cigarette between her fingers ruins the beauty and makes it a flaw. Pinch the cigarette. Zhang Yuan reached out and grabbed the cigarette in her hand. This kissing action made Claudia also stunned, and then her face turned red. He forcibly took his attention away from Zhang Yuan, passed Gary without stopping, and then landed on Lilith next to him. So cute. 2 steps forward, Claudia held Lilith in her arms like a doll. By her huge chest and belly, Lilith's face flushed red, and she had to ask Zhang Yuan for help. Brother. Claudia, you restrain yourself. Silently pulled Claudia away, and Lilith hurriedly hid behind Zhang Yuan. What? I'm talking like a beast of a flood. Claudia was very dissatisfied. What? The report is over. Zhang Yuan didn't say this, but when he said this, Claudia became angry. You are too embarrassed to say, let me take a boat to Vermilion City to submit the report, but you stay here for vacation. To this Zhang Yuan only replied, have you ever seen an officer run errands and his subordinates are on vacation? You are right, I am speechless. Claudia felt her internal injury worsened. Question mark 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 question mark. The freshly released 3rd chapter. Chapter 80 Calm Before the Storm. Giovanni was efficient, and in just 2 days, the Rampart and Tentacool riots were buzzing in the coastal region. Countless environmental protection organizations were moved by the wind, and the surrounding area of Rampart was very lively for a while. It's annoying, these nasty environmental protection organizations are really annoying, mother-in-law. In the Grand Sea Hotel, Granny Yin is losing her temper. She felt that she was really disadvantaged. First, Tentacool and Tentacruel attacked the ship and severely hindered the construction progress of the hotel. Then, the kid from Interpol came to her to point fingers at her project. Now even a group of environmental protection organizations came to oppose her. Who the hell leaked the news, mother-in-law? Things have gotten to this point, and Granny Yin is also one of the top 2. 550. You must know that there are always some environmental protection issues in any company. This time the incident was so big, if it weren't for her deep connections in the Alliance, I'm afraid she would have been involved in environmental protection inspections a long time ago. You have to clean up these troublesome tentacles immediately. Mother-in-law, tentacles are the source of this series of troubles. The easiest way to change this troublesome situation is to get rid of these tentacles. As long as Tentacool is driven away, all problems will cease to exist. Tell me the local trainer, as long as anyone can solve these tentacles, I will personally reward him with $1 million bonus. As in the story, Granny Yin announced that she was recruiting trainers to help her solve her troubles, but this time she had a miracle eye. Interpol said that Tentacool was not easy to solve, she had to be fully prepared. There are also advertisements in several surrounding cities. No matter who it is, no matter what method is used, as long as the trainer can solve this trouble, the 1 million bonus will be his. Granny Yin thought she was well prepared, but she didn't know what would be waiting for her. Lamperch. Although he is on vacation, Zhang Yuan has been keeping an eye on the progress of Granny Yin's maritime resort incident. After the atmosphere in the early stage was already heated up, Granny Yin really couldn't sit still. Warrior recruitment, and 1 million yuan prize, written in his hand, Zhang Yuan smiled and took a sip of the juice from the glass. Zhang Yuan, do you know about this? Professor Oak came over in beach shorts, also holding a flyer in his hand. Of course, the Tentacool riot, I am the special commissioner sent by Interpol to investigate this matter. Zhang Yuan did not hide Professional Oak, there is no need to hide this kind of thing. Interpol took over this matter. No, it has always been the Alliance's job to deal with the conflict between wild Pokémon and humans. I have submitted an investigation report on this matter to the Alliance. But it looks like the League didn't take my report seriously. After finishing speaking, Zhang Yuan explained the whole thing to Professional Oak in general. It's outrageous, when did the League become like this? No, I have to call and ask. Hearing Professor Oak's words, Zhang Yuan quickly grabbed him, and he planned to play a big game. If Professor Oak came forward, the league would definitely not turn a blind eye to it. What else would he play? He quickly explained to Professional Oak what was at stake. You mean, you want to take this opportunity to clean up the worms within the league? That's right, Professor Oak. Don't you think there are people in the league who have gone too far over the years? Professor Oak is not a pedantic person. After a little thought, he knew that Zhang Yuan's proposal was indeed feasible. But can you control the rioting tentacle? Isn't that easy? Zhang Yuan flipped his hand, the huge Dragonite Pokemon ball appeared in his hand, and shook it towards Professional Oak with a smile. Professor Oak was taken aback, and a smile appeared on his face. Then I'll trouble you. I'm going to teach those daring guys in the league a lesson. Professor Oak's impression of Zhang Yuan is better now. Although his official position is not high, he can think about the future of the alliance wholeheartedly. It is really rare for such a young man now. Do you want me to do something with you? I'm going to ask Professor Oak to take care of Lilith for me. I'm going to the front to control the situation myself, so I may not have time to take care of her. Don't worry, I will take good care of her. After hearing this, Zhang Yuan felt strange. Why did he always feel that he had set a flag? Ellipsis. Not far from the harbor of Lamperchi, it is also the location of Yinpo Maritime Resort. Attracted by the bounty, Pokemon trainers gathered from various cities, members of the Environmental Protection Organization who protested against Granny Silver's destruction of the marine ecology and have been organizing demonstrations. Lively. Hey, I'm Granny Silver, the initiator of this bounty. Welcome to the helping hand to disperse the annoying tentacle. Granny. My mother-in-law is a person who keeps her word. As long as anyone can help me solve tentacle, I will not only give him a bonus of 1 million yuan, but also give him a 1-year sea hotel accommodation voucher. Mother-in-law. Granny Yin's words made the whole island boil. The trainers who came here were excited, and the Environmental Protection Organization was rage. The island was a mess, and the trio of 2 people and 1 cat in the corner was particularly excited. $1 million bonus. 1 year of luxury hotel accommodation vouchers. Quote. I really want it, meow. Trapped in a rosy vision of the future, the Team Rocket's trio are completely unaware that 2 pairs of eyes are watching them. Zhang Yuan and Claudia were standing on the roof of a large 5.7-floor building. He looked at the Team Rocket's trio below with a playful look in his eyes. Are you going to arrest these Team Rockets? Claudia put her hand on the Pokeball. Arrest? Why are we arresting such a small character? Why don't we focus on dealing with Tentacle's revenge? Of course he couldn't. Zhang Yuan also counted on the Team Rocket's trio to make trouble. There have been many trainers throwing Pokeballs to attack the Tentacle group, and so far, they have achieved a lot of results. Quite a few tentacles were defeated and subdued. However, Zhang Yuan can feel that this is just the tranquility before the storm. On the first day of the 11th holiday, I feel more tired than usual without a holiday. Today's first chapter is updated. Chapter 81 Huge Tentacruel. That's right, that's it, Granny. Granny Silver was excited to see Tentacle being knocked down and subdued. She wanted to let the 2 Interpol kitties who dared to point fingers at her project know that her silver mother-in-law could solve these tentacles on her own. To be able to give birth to such an idea, it is obvious that her subordinates did not tell her that Zhang Yuan's Salamence can stand up to these trainers for half a day with a random blow. From time to time, flying Pokemon from other trainers flew in the sky and attacked Tentacle. The Pokemon in the water also joined the attack, Gyarados, Starmie, Mosquito Coil Frog. But compared to the huge number of tentacles, the attacks of the trainers were nothing but a drop in the bucket. Not only did they not scare off tentacles, but they aroused their ferocity. The tentacles gathered quickly, huddled together, and seemed to be preparing for the next round of attacks. Meowth, Are we really going to rush up like this? James said, shaky on the speedboat. 12. In front of them countless tentacles surged densely, forming a red-blue wave. I also have a bad feeling. Jessie's sixth sense as a woman also feels a little bad. They had never seen such a large number of tentacles. Don't worry, we have this, 3 cups of domestic vinegar. Just pour it into the sea, these jellyfish. Meowth stood on the bow and patted the wooden barrel beside him with a reassuring expression. But before Meowth could finish his shape, a Gyarados, who didn't know which trainer it was, suddenly ran wild and out of control. The red-eyed Gyarados wriggled wildly, and the hyper beam sprayed like he didn't want money. Whose Gyarados is biting? This is the irascible strong man. Hurry up and put it away, my Pidgey is almost cooked, woohoo. This was the girl's voice. It is implied that the essence of class contradictions originates from within the people themselves. Report it. This is a guy who is simply here to make trouble. Amid the rants of countless trainers, a hyper beam skillfully hit the boat of the Team Rocket's trio. No, my 3 cups of domestic vinegar. Meow. Meowth exclaimed, and the 3 cups of domestic vinegar was wasted by the explosive gas and hit a tentacle with precision. Click. A dazzling white light flashed through the sound of the wooden barrels shattering, and a tentacruel, the size of a small mountain, appeared on the sea with its tentacles waving. Meow. The first instant he saw the huge tentacruel, Meowth froze, but even the frying was useless, and it was soon submerged in the tentacle sea. Ellipsis. It's so big. Claudia's first reaction when she saw tentacruel was that she was very emotional, which made Zhang Yuan wonder how clear her brain circuit was. Zhang Yuan looked at the tentacruel in front of him, and the tentacruel in front of him was obviously a very strong existence, but for some reason, he had no desire to subdue it. Compared with the calmness of Zhang Yuan and Claudia, the reaction of the following trainers who had never seen the world was much more intense. Such a big tentacruel. A trainer looked at the tentacruel whose tentacles were over 100 meters long in front of him, then looked at the Rattata in front of him, put away the Pokémon decisively, and ran away. There is only 1 million bounty to deal with this kind of Pokémon, how can this be beaten? A trainer watched his Pidgeot being swept away casually, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he hugged the silver mother-in-law who posted the bounty. Awesome rage. Run, tsunami. Huge tentacruel directly launched the surf trick in the face of this group of humans who attacked them. As the volume becomes larger, the power of the trick naturally increases exponentially, so surf becomes a tsunami. The crowd fled, and Granny Yin, who was standing at the back of the crowd, looked at the scene in disbelief. From the good situation, just now to the current bad situation, she has experienced the painful experience of falling from heaven to hell. It's time for us to take action. Seeing the tsunami approaching the coast, Zhang Yuan knew it was time to take action. He couldn't really let the tsunami destroy a city in order to gain the name of Interpol. Zero, don't be impulsive, there's no way to stop this. Hearing that Zhang Yuan was going to deal with the giant tentacruel, Claudia, who was calm, instantly became uneasy. Zhang Yuan didn't answer, but just waved his back to her, like a hero who knew he was going to die, but still had to go to the front line. Zero. Claudia was moved to tears. Before Claudia could finish speaking, Zhang Yuan had already taken Salamence into the air. That is. The trainers below saw Zhang Yuan flying in the air. Is he dying? Many people exclaimed. Not to mention the surprise of many trainers below, Zhang Yuan in the air took out a loudspeaker from the inventory and shouted down. This is Interpol, I'm Zero, and now I'm declaring a state of emergency martial law for the entire port due to a major crisis. Everyone please follow the instructions of local Jenny and my partner for 030 orderly evacuation. Zhang Yuan's words were like a tranquilizer, miraculously calming the chaotic crowd below, and involuntarily did what Zhang Yuan said. It's hypnosis. Many good trainers discovered the mystery. They looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. They were able to lightly hypnotize so many people at the same time through their voices. It seems that the strength of this Interpol is very strong. Powerful. Maybe he can really stop the giant tentacruel. Dealing with this, Zhang Yuan turned around and looked at the tsunami that was carrying countless tentacles, and the huge tentacruel that came from surf. With a confident smile on his face, he waved and threw an overweight ball with a huge dragonite in the adoring eyes of countless fans below. In a flash of white light, a giant tentacle was no less in size than the giant tentacle, and even a giant dragonite that exceeded it appeared right in front of the tsunami. With a round head, big eyes, and a fat belly, despite its huge size, as a super popular quasi-god in the Kanto region, the appearance of dragonite did not cause the slightest panic, but instead brought cheers. Sure enough, this is a society that sees faces. Today's second chapter update. Chapter 82 Dragonite vs Tentacruel. Dragonite has a huge body that is 100 meters high, and with the huge body is a huge pressure. Dragonite looked at the model city around him with curiosity in his eyes. This was his first close encounter with a human city. But Zhang Yuan didn't have time for him to appreciate it. Dragonite, Hyper Beam, disperse the tsunami. Zhang Yuanchang ordered Dragonite, who was looking at Zhou Jian with his head tilted. His voice was not loud, but hearing Dragonite's ears was no less than thunder. On this day, Dragonite recalled the fear dominated by the man in front of him. Out Tilda, cried out timidly. Dragonite did not dare to disobey Zhang Yuan's order, opened its mouth, and a yellow hyperbeam sprayed a tsunami forward just after a little brewing. With Dragonite's head as the center, the hyperbeam swept across, and the tsunami in the fan-shaped area ahead was swept by the hyperbeam. With the sound of chi-chi evaporating, tens of thousands of tons of seawater instantly evaporated and swept away. What a terrifying power! The trainers below swallowed in unison, watching a large number of tentacles that were almost cooked on the sea floating. They couldn't imagine this hyperbeam hitting their Pokemon. What will it look like? Granny Yin's expression was sluggish. She knew that Interpol Zero was strong, but she never imagined it would be so strong. Boom! Although Dragonite is strong enough, Hyperbeam cannot perfectly destroy the incoming tsunami. Hyperbeam on both sides slammed hard on the port. The wooden buildings along the coast were photographed by the seawater, and many were directly shattered, which made the people behind Zhang Yuan appreciate Zhang Yuan even more. It is because of Lord Zero that they survived the disaster. Master Zero, I'm going to give birth to monkeys for you. Long live Interpol. I want to show you my dress. There seems to be something strange mixed in with the sound of worship. Zhang Yuan ignored the cheers behind him, and put all his energy on the huge tentacruel in front. Coax. Huge tentacruel saw that his surf technique was broken, and Tentacool was also severely damaged, and rage roared. More than a dozen huge tentacles waved a large amount of seawater in the sky, and then countless purple poison stings shot at Zhang Yuan and the city behind him. Of course, poison sting is also similar to the previous surf technique. It has also been magnified countless times because of its larger size. Perhaps it is much more appropriate to describe it as a poison gun now. Hundreds of purple toxic javelins were inserted from the sky. Of course Zhang Yuan would not allow these poisonous spears to approach. Dragonite, the most powerful light screen, blocks all stingers. The moment Zhang Yuan gave the order, Dragonite responded, and a huge light screen with a length and width of 500 or 600 meters appeared in front of Dragonite, perfectly blocking all the stingers. It's not my style to be beaten all the time. Dragonite here. Thunder Punch. Dragonite, who was very belligerent in itself, had a cheerful smile on his face when he heard Zhang Yuan's order. Swish. At a speed completely different from its fat shape, Dragonite appeared in front of the giant Tentacruel in an instant. Tentacruel also responded quickly, throwing out tentacles to block it, but it was in vain. Crackling. Glowing yellow spark slammed into the huge Tentacruel's body, and the electric current spread all over Tentacruel's body in an instant, and the effect was outstanding. Tentacruel is obviously not so easy to solve. Although it was hit by Thunder Punch, it directly used the binding trick when Dragonite was close to it when the current was dense. Then the Dragonite was entangled, and the entangled Dragonite was a little flustered. Calm down, Hyper Beam, and give him another Thunder Punch. Zhang Yuan believed that as long as he gave it a few more punches, it would be killed sooner or later. Ow! Dragonite roared and spit out the Hyper Beam. Coax. Tentacruel didn't show any signs of weakness, squirting a torrent from its mouthparts, colliding with the Hyper Beam. The two collided, and a large area of water mist and white air filled the sea. Then this opportunity, Dragonite hit Tentacruel with another Thunder Punch, and took advantage of its trembling stall to get rid of Tentacruel's bondage. Eating Dragonite to Thunder Punch, plus the attribute restraint factor, the huge Tentacruel is already scarred. Almost there. Estimated that Tentacruel's physical strength was about to be exhausted, Zhang Yuan also began to further implement his plan. Tentacruel riots completely is to solve the hotel on the sea. Zhang Yuan didn't lie to Granny Yin on this point at the beginning, and repelling Tentacruel for a while is only a temporary solution. So, there is only one solution to the Tentacruel riot problem. Quote. Dragonite, use the last Mega Punch on Tentacruel. After saying this aloud, Zhang Yuan added in a low voice, don't hit the dead hand, aim at the building on the sea in front of you. Dragonite didn't dare to disobey Zhang Yuan's orders, only to see it clenched its fist. Then its body suddenly accelerated, punching the giant Tentacruel, knocking Tentacruel out. Boom. However, Dragonite's shooting talent is really bad enough. The giant Tentacruel that flew out accurately missed the sea hotel under construction and smashed into the sea next to the hotel. My hotel is saved, Granny Yin shouted in surprise. But she was obviously too happy too early. When she cheered, okay, Tentacruel, who was already incapacitated, suddenly stood up again. The huge tentacle wrapped around the hotel next to it, and then exerted force. In an instant, the half-finished hotel was reduced to ruins. Ah, my hotel, Granny Yin screamed. Once again, there were ups and downs, and this time Granny Yin fainted. Tentacles who regained their habitat gradually receded. So far the crisis of the Tentacruel riot has been resolved. Zhang Yuan glanced at the situation on Granny Yin's side and ignored him. He put away the huge Dragonite, and left with Claudia in the eyes of everyone who admired, grateful, and envied. Tonight is the third chapter. I have done the math, I still owe 3 chapters, and I will have time to make up the day after tomorrow. Let me tell you about it first. Chapter 83 Future Star of the League. It was unexpected that Dragonite solved Tentacruel so easily in Zhang Yuan. Huge Tentacruel is different from Dragonite. Although it was catalyzed by coincidence, it also has a huge size and powerful destructive power, but it is far less powerful than Dragonite in terms of strength and familiarity with fighting methods. Tentacruel who just came from Tentacruel evolution, it is only natural to be able to achieve such results. 0. The giant Dragonite just now. Leaving the crowded streets, Claudia was still immersed in the shocking duel just now. It was a real heavyweight duel, and tall buildings looked like tofu in front of them, just like the monster cartoons she watched when she was a child. Dragonite, it's my partner. Zhang Yuan lied without blushing at all. Dragonite in Pokeball rolled his eyes when he heard Zhang Yuan's words. Wouldn't your conscience hurt when you say this? It was completely coerced. Partner. Claudia didn't see Dragonite's expression, so she didn't know how much bloody plot she made up, and then nodded in agreement. This matter has to be reported to the top. You go back and write a mission report and submit it to Interpol. Zhang Yuan said to Claudia 757. Why am I writing again? Well, you have the final say in terms of your level. ... Huge Tentacruel was naturally reported to the Kanto Alliance, and when such a big mess happened, no matter how well connected Granny Yin was and how deep the background was, no one would dare to help her suppress the matter. Although the Kanto Alliance has been rigid over the years, the system is there after all, and the cause and effect of the whole thing are quickly figured out. The investigation report signed by Zhang Yuan and the cause and effect of the whole thing were clearly laid out in front of many alliance bosses. Now the whole thing is very clear. First, Interpol police officer Zero was sent by Interpol to deal with the Tentacool riot. Then, Granny Yin, the president of the Sea Resort, refused to cooperate, and colluded with corrupt elements within the alliance to suppress the report submitted by Zero, which led to the development of the situation to a very serious level. And, when Zero faced the rioting giant Tentacruel, he stepped forward bravely and evacuated the crowd with BDDF, good near responsibility, preventing the giant jellyfish and maintaining the image of the alliance and regional stability. The image of a capable, responsible, capable, and daring police officer emerges in their minds. This guy is very capable. I don't want those trainee civil servants, shishi-haha all day long. Of course, there are many discordant voices within the league. Most of the questions here are that the timing of Zhang Yuan's shot is too coincidental, whether there is any connection between the giant Dragonite and the giant Tentacruel, and whether there is some conspiracy behind it. But when they investigated it in detail, they all fell silent. First of all, this Dragonite is a legally registered Pokémon of the Alliance. It was just captured by Zhang Yuan a month ago, and the Tentacool riot dates back to half a year ago. At that time, Zhang Yuan hadn't set off for a trip, and there was no contact between the two parties. Secondly, Zhang Yuan was vacationing with his sister and Professional Oak in Lampluk at the time. If Zhang Yuan planned all this, wouldn't it mean that Professional Oak also had problems? No one in the league would dare say that. So these doubts quickly disappeared, anticlimactic, quite a comedy flavor. Lamperchi Police Station. Zhang Yuan signed her name in Jenny's adoring eyes, and then came to a one-way video call. Keen, I'm Zero, what's the situation on the Alliance side now? After so many major cases, Zhang Yuan gradually developed his own aura. The current situation is very good. You did a good job this time. Our Interpol's right to speak within the Alliance has soared. The video call, Keen had a smile on his face. The former San Annuo, the current Tentacool riot, and two consecutive major incidents that shocked the Alliance, the powerful image of Interpol has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Don't pay attention to those doubts before. As far as I know, those who have raised doubts have more or less been subsidized by Granny Silver, and they are all mobs who take money to do things. After being happy, Keen did not forget to care about Zhang Yuan. They won't be jumping for a few days, and they will be targeted by our Interpol. These guys are already unable to protect themselves. Listening to Keen's hooligan words, Zhang Yuan knew that he was trying to appease himself and prevent himself from being dissatisfied with the Alliance. How could Zhang Yuan be dissatisfied with the Alliance? As an official of the Alliance, how can a vested interest do things that harm their own interests? Seeing that Zhang Yuan's expression was the same, Keen was relieved. He attached great importance to his capable subordinate. Also, this time the commendation has come down. I have good news for you. The other leaders of Interpol this time are lots of compliments on you, so you're promoted again. I was promoted again. Zhang Yuan was surprised. He thought that he had just been promoted 2 levels in a row, and he would not be promoted again this time. He didn't want to be promoted again. 3 levels in just 1 month. You can say that we are the youngest police officer of our Interpol. Keen was a little emotional. He felt that he had witnessed a miracle. Zhang Yuan is well aware of this, knowing that the operations of Professional Oak and the others are indispensable here, and even he suspects that Giovanni has contributed a lot. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to go up. Then what is the Alliance's approach to Granny Silver's side? Well, let's see. Keen flipped through the document. Silver Granny Ocean Resort Company, Limited is responsible for repairing all the buildings that were destroyed in this incident, and at the same time, it has to pay a large amount of public comfort fees and environmental protection fines. I'm afraid this the next time she's really going bankrupt. She brought it on herself. Zhang Yuan showed no sympathy. He had no sympathy for Granny Yin. After finishing the call with Keen, Zhang Yuan said goodbye to Claudia, who was going to perform other tasks, and then sent Professor Oak and Lilith on the plane home. Finally, use Charmeleon to complete the daily routine and give Gary an unforgettable lesson, 1/1, and go to the next stop of the trip, Saffron City, with Gary's gnashing expression on his face. ... Tonight's first update. There is a hint of exhaustion in the smile. Chapter 84 Saffron City. Saffron City. Largest city in the Kanto region, Saffron City is extremely prosperous in business due to its location in the hinterland of the Union and a transportation hub. World-renowned company Sylph is located here, and the towering buildings are very conspicuous even in the high-rise Saffron City. How is it, boy, isn't Saffron City beautiful? On the streets of Saffron City, a middle-aged uncle in a mountaineering suit and Zhang Yuan are heading towards the Pokemon Center Tilda. This middle-aged uncle was met by Zhang Yuan on the side of the road. At that time, he was being chased by a group of Pidgeotto. Zhang Yuan rescued him, and then the two walked together. And knowing that the middle-aged uncle is a native of Saffron City, Zhang Yuan learned about Saffron City from him while he was on his way. Let me tell you, the most famous company in Saffron City is the Sylph Company. 80% of the Pokemon items in the entire Kanto are from the Sylph Company. It's amazing. Sylph Company. Zhang Yuan, of course, has heard of the company's name. Sylph is a well-deserved giant involving real estate, medicine, machinery, catering, transportation, etc. in the Kanto region. At the same time, he also knew some unknown things when working with Giovanni. For example, this company has a secret relationship with Giovanni, and it is similar to saying that it is the secret gold owner of Team Rockets. Zhang Yuan's thoughtful expression was taken as disapproval by the middle-aged uncle. He just thought that Zhang Yuan didn't know about Sylph Company, shook his head and said, "Young man, don't underestimate the Sylph Company. The Pokemon ball you are using now is made by the Sylph Company, and the Sylph Company is not only engaged in the manufacture of Pokemon props, but also in a leading position in other industries. Tell you a secret, you know the maglev train that connects Johto Goldenrod City in Saffron City. Although the alliance is said to be built by itself, in fact, it is only because Sylph provides technical support that the alliance can be built." The uncle highly praised Sylph Company in his words, which made Zhang Yuan wonder if he was an employee of Sylph Company, the kind of talkative salesman. "Tell me about Saffron Gym." Zhang Yuan was curious about what Sabrina looked like in the eyes of the locals. Saffron Gym, it's hard to say. This time, the uncle, who had been acting all the time, had a rare entanglement. Oh, what's not to say? Could it be that Saffron Gym has a problem? It sounds like Saffron Gym seems to have a problem in the eyes of the locals. How to say this? Saffron City Gym itself is not a problem. Gym trainer Miss Sabrina is also very respected by everyone, but some admirers of Saffron Gym are really not likable. When the uncle speaks, he sees through the vicissitudes of the world. Let's hear it. Zhang Yuan became more and more curious. It's just a group of fans who are very crazy about psychic. They are crazy about psychic. They wander around the city with a spoon all day. People who don't have psychic are fine, but some people have psychic. If it doesn't work, it will cause a lot of trouble to others every time it gets out of control. So it is. Zhang Yuan touched his chin. Is the principle that one pink tops 10 blacks really universal in any world? Okay, I'm already there, let's just leave. Seeing that the Pokemon Center was right in front of him, Zhang Yuan interrupted the middle-aged uncle who wanted to continue the awkward chat. Compared with the middle-aged uncle who was about to bald, it was obvious that Zhang Yuan was more willing to find his beautiful psychic girl. You're here. Now that I'm leaving, if you have anything, you can go to Sylph to find me. My name is Nanye, the middle-aged uncle, Nanye Changjiang Yuandao. Sure enough, it's the same as what I thought. Zhang Yuan can already be sure that this guy is definitely a salesman from Sylph Company. After exchanging contact information with Manano, he walked into the Pokemon Center. Dot 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 dot. Nurse Joy, please excuse me. In front of the counter, Zhang Yuan handed Joy the Pokeball with Salamence. From Lamperkey to Saffron City, the high-intensity flight all the way, even Salamence, who is a quasi-god, can't bear it, and Zhang Yuan has to send it to the Pokemon Center for a little recovery. Speaking of which, Sabrina hasn't contacted me. I haven't heard any news for so long. Question mark. For flowers. He had exchanged contact information before, but he had not been in touch for so long, which made Zhang Yuan a little puzzled. However, since he has already arrived at Saffron City, he is not in a hurry to go to Saffron Gym. On the map in his mind, there are more than 10 red crosses drawn within the range of Saffron City, and one of the largest red crosses is very eye-catching. The location of this treasure. Following the direction pointed by the map, Zhang Yuan cast his gaze, kept moving forward, and finally landed on a towering building. Sylph Building, still the top floor. Zhang Yuan felt that his Interpol identity could come in handy again. But before going to the Sylph Company, he had to get the other treasures in his hands. Salamence in the Pokemon Center to rest, Zhang Yuan started the treasure collection journey along the direction of the map in his mind. Congratulations to the host for discovering a 1-star treasure. The treasure is opening. The opening is complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mega fishing rod that will definitely catch Magikarp. Close black lens bracket. Quote. The entire Saffron City, except for the treasure chest of Sylph Company, Zhang Yuan opened a bunch of strange things. Clefairy that can attract the hatred of gods, or giant confusion spoons for Mewtwo, and catnip for Pokemon that can make cat Pokemon extremely excited and let go of themselves. It hurts him so much. The only thing that's still somewhat useful is a pair of sunglasses that allow you to spot the invisible ghost Pokemon. Zhang Yuan can only comfort himself. He is saving all his luck to the last treasure. I hope the treasure of Lufu Company won't let me down. However, as soon as he took a step, a violent explosion occurred in front of him. In the sharp growl of the citizens, the Sylph Building, a landmark building, was billowing black smoke, and a Pidgeot carried a person straight into the sky. I started writing at 4 o'clock, and I wrote 2 chapters for 9 hours. Today is very bad. I will update 2 chapters first, and take a break to find inspiration. Chapter 85 Attacker in Black. To make trouble right under my nose. Looking at the man in black who didn't know whether to live or die in the sky, Zhang Yuan opened his inventory and wanted to release Salamence to catch up. Halfway through the action, he suddenly remembered that his Salamence was still at the Pokemon Center. It's a little troublesome. The only flying Pokemon on him are Salamence and Giant Dragonite. In this situation, the huge Dragonite must not be taken out, and Salamence is not on him, which means that Zhang Yuan must resolve the battle before Pidgeot can escape. Gengar, Will-O-Wisp, shoot down that Pidgeot. After thinking about it, Zhang Yuan sent Gengar with floating properties. Gah! Gengar, who had been hiding in Zhang Yuan's shadow, laughed loudly, and then stuck his head out of Zhang Yuan's shadow under the terrified eyes of passers-by. 620, holding a ball in each of his left and right short hands. Will-O-Wisp then tossed Pidgeot in the air in tandem. Compare. Pidgeot felt Will-O-Wisp's gloomy breath, and hurriedly dodged sideways, but it only dodged the previous one, and was hit by the next group of Will-O-Wisp. Bye! Pidgeot screamed. The feathers were stained with Will-O-Wisp, and in a panic, he hurriedly flapped his wings to put out Will-O-Wisp. Its body shook violently, and the man in black who was standing on it almost fell off. Gas egg. Self-destruct. When he found someone blocking him, the man in black in the sky threw a gas egg with a ferocious glint in his eyes. Gas. Cute, cost-effective, and capable of launching suicide attacks at critical moments, gas eggs are the darling of evil organizations. Melodic uses charm, then Water Tail hit it back. Zhang Yuan handled it calmly. Melodic, who appeared on the field, first unhurriedly used the aqua ring to wrap his body, and then, in the eyes of countless people, charmed coughing. Gas tilde. Melodic's charm is unstoppable, and the trajectory of the gas eggs floating under the charm has become crooked. What master, what self-destruct, was completely left behind by it? It just wanted to get close to the beautiful figure in front. But what greeted it was not Melodic's smile, but a cold water tail. Bang! Gas egg was beaten back, and the target was Pidgeot. Dodge, Pidgeot! The man in black yelled eagerly, but the speed of the gas egg was too fast. Hit Pidgeot! The self-destruct energy accumulated on the gas egg exploded out of control. Boom! The sky burst into flames, and Pidgeot was engulfed in flames. Don't give him a break, Gengar, sludge bomb. Aggression is like fire, and if you attack, you can't leave the opponent with the slightest chance to breathe. Gah! With a grin, Gengar squeezed a ball of sludge bomb into Pidgeot with a shot-throwing gesture. Under normal circumstances, Pidgeot can easily dodge, but it has just been shaken by the shock wave of coughing self-destruct, and then caught in the burning of will-o-wisp, and its response is more than a beat slower. Boom! The purple sludge bomb hit Pidgeot, and thick sludge stuck on it, poisoning plus burning, and the double negative effects were superimposed. Pidgeot's limited physical strength bottomed out instantly. Pidgeot fell from the sky. Everyone, get out of the way! Jenny, who came from a distance, shouted quickly when she saw this scene. In fact, needless to say, when Gas Egg was using self-destruct, the passers-by watching below had already started looking for cover. Gengar, grab them both. Due to its floating properties, Gengar directly rose into the sky, grabbed the rapidly falling Pidgeot and the man in black, and threw them in front of Zhang Yuan. Seeing that the matter was settled, Jenny and other policemen who came over also leaned over. The trainer in front, I'm Jenny from Saffron City, please show ID. Jenny, who was staring at him nervously. Jenny's point of view, the combination of Gengar with a dark purple smile and a boy who knocked Pidgeot down from the sky without changing his face is very dangerous. Under Jenny's nervous gaze, he took out the documents in his arms. I am the Zero of Interpol. The police are right, so young. You, real liar. Jenny said in disbelief after reading the documents carefully. Zero, the future star of the Alliance. The police officer behind Jenny had heard of the name Zero. The passers-by heard their conversation. They all looked at the teenager standing next to Gengar and Melodic in surprise. Young and promising, I look as big as he is. Let's catch Rattata on the side of the road. Is this the strength of Interpol? It's really strong. Zhang Yuan was very uncomfortable. What messy nickname. Future Star. The nickname always reminded him of a dairy group's children's yogurt. Been told this by his subordinates, Jenny also remembered the Interpol Zero, which has been very popular in the league recently. I'm sorry to bother you. With a salute, Jenny returned the documents to Zhang Yuan. What happened in Saffron City? How could someone even dare to attack the Sylph Company? Others don't know, he doesn't know. The Sylph Company has always been under the umbrella of Team Rockets. Coupled with the power on the bright side, even the stunned Leng Tuking would not choose to provoke this behemoth. When Jenny heard Zhang Yuan's question, a distressed expression appeared on her face. We are also investigating and nothing has been done yet. Okay, I'll go to Sylph Company to find out the situation, and I'll let you know through 5.3 if I get something. Zhang Yuan was also curious about who would dare to taunt Team Rockets, and happened to take the treasure of Sylph Company by the way. It's up to you then, Jenny bowed in thanks. If the Saffron City Police Department were to launch an investigation into Sylph, it would take 10 days and a half for approval alone. It would be great if Interpol was willing to help. Away Melodic, Gengar dived into the shadows, and Zhang Yuan walked towards Sylph Company under the adoring and awe-inspiring eyes of passers-by. While walking, he did not forget to contact Keen to see if he could get any information, but unfortunately, Interpol has been busy dealing with Team Rockets recently and has not paid attention to this aspect, and he doesn't know much about it. ... For the first update, I will try my best to pay back what I owe yesterday. Chapter 86 Sylph Corporation. What, are you going to Sylph? Keen asked. Of course I'm going. There's such a big thing happening at Sylph Company, and I'm still around. If I don't go and take a look, it's a serious malfeasance. Zhang Yuan said casually. That's right, I have a task for you. Take this opportunity to explore the bottom of Sylph Company. What's the matter? In the process of playing against Team Rockets recently, we found that a lot of Sylph Company's equipment appeared in Team Rockets' hands. We don't know for the time being whether they are collaborating with Team Rockets or simply outflowing equipment. Keen said seriously. You mean, let me continue to investigate the chances of this attack and find out if Sylph Company and Team Rockets are involved? Zhang Yuan was speechless. You really think that I am omnipotent? Zhang Yuan wondered whether it was because he solved the big case, which made Keen have the illusion that he was omnipotent. Ha. That. Just try your best, try your best. Keen was embarrassed for a while. I'm going to meet 13 Who's on the move. Although he knew that Sylph and Team Rockets were indeed collaborating, he and Giovanni got along very well, and it was impossible to betray Giovanni, right? Hang up the communication, he has entered the Sylph building. ... Sylph Corporation is indeed the top consortium in Kanto. When Zhang Yuan walked into the building, although the employees of Sylph Company had panic expressions on their faces, at least they could still stick to their posts and not be chaotic, which shows the system of Sylph Company. Hello, this gentleman, can I help you? Seeing Zhang Yuan approaching with a pokeball hanging around his waist, the receptionist at the front desk became obviously nervous. I'm Interpol 0, I'm here to investigate the attack just now. Zhang Yuan showed his credentials and said, standing in front of the service desk. I need to inform the president. It's okay. A few minutes later, Zhang Yuan was already in the elevator that led directly to the president's office. The Sylph building has a total of 30 floors, and the president's office is located on the top floor of the building. Zhang Yuan stepped out of the elevator and looked at the luxuriously decorated office in front of him, with huge floor-to-ceiling windows, sturdy mahogany floors, and an incomprehensible abstract painting hanging on the wall. There is a desk in the center of the office, and behind the desk sits a kind-hearted old man. President Sylph, Zhang Yuan asked. Welcome to your presence, Your Excellency 0, thank you for your helping hand before Interpol, otherwise the person who attacked our company may have escaped. President Sylph's expression is very kind, like a kind old man. If Zhang Yuan didn't know that he was secretly colluding with Team Rockets, he would definitely feel that way. With an old fox in his heart, Zhang Yuan looked around and found that the red cross displayed by the treasure was in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the office. Pretending to be casual, Zhang Yuan walked over. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 3-star treasure. The treasure is opening. The treasure has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special ability, Psychic Enhanced. Traveling with Sabrina for so long, Zhang Yuan can be said to know Psychic very well. Although he doesn't know what the 3 words, enhanced, mean, he will be a superhuman in the future. Psychic he just got. Zhang Yuan did not show any strangeness. These are just small things. I came here mainly to find out why your company was attacked. Even if you don't come, I will report this matter to the Alliance. Our company was attacked mainly because of a prop we were developing. What props? Master Ball. There is only the legendary Pokeball that can conquer any Pokemon. President Sylph stared at Zhang Yuan's expression and wanted to see the look of surprise in his eyes, but unfortunately not. If Zhang Yuan knew what he was thinking, he would have laughed out loud. When he was playing Pokemon, he used Master Balls to catch Caterpie. What is surprising about Master Balls? The man in black attacked our laboratory before with the intention of taking away the semi-finished product we developed, but our security staff stopped him. Then does the president know what kind of organization the men in black came to attack? This is what Zhang Yuan is most curious about. I think it is very likely that it is Team Rockets. The only dark organization that has blatantly attacked Sylph in Kanto is Team Rockets. President Sylph said seriously. I have to say that President Sylph's acting skills are very superb. Even if Zhang Yuan knew the inside story in advance, he couldn't see the slightest clue on his face. It seemed that he couldn't ask anything out of the old fox's mouth, and he still had to talk to Giovanni to find out what was inside. Just as he was talking, a researcher in a white coat came out of the elevator. President, the loss has been settled. The visitor looked up and saw the two people who were chatting, and quickly closed his mouth, but then his eyes widened. Nano. Little brother. Why, Your Excellency Zero-Nose Researcher Minami. President Sylph was also surprised by this dramatic scene. I barely know him. I saw him being chased and killed by Pidgeotto on the road before 913. I saved his life. Zhang Yuan said lightly. Magikarp that can be caught inadvertently by fishing. You bastard. Nanye had a toothache when he heard Zhang Yuan hurt himself in front of the president. Since Mr. Zero and Researcher Nanye know each other, things are much easier. Researcher Nanye happens to be in charge of the research and development of that item, so let him take you to the scene to observe it. Maybe you can get any clues. Zhang Yuan also felt that there was no point in chatting awkwardly with an old man here, so he said goodbye. ... Aren't you a rookie trainer? When did you become an Interpol? Manano asked in the elevator. I never said I wasn't an Interpol, but you. I thought you were a salesman from Sylph, but I didn't expect you to be a researcher. It was beyond my expectations. God is a salesman. I graduated from Celadon, Rainbow University and entered Sylph's researcher through a formal interview channel. Nanye said angrily after being looked down upon by Zhang Yuan. ... On the third day of the second more mobile phone codewords, I think about it, my computer. Chapter 87 Detective Zhang Yuan. Okay, a full-time researcher graduated from Celadon, Rainbow University, I remember it. Zhang Yuan clasped his ears and said, while casting his eyes on Nanya's hairline, which was far beyond his peers. I always feel that I have failed even more. Feeling Zhang Yuan's gaze, Nanye felt an inexplicable sadness in his life. ... Incident Laboratory is located on the 17th floor of the Sylph building. At this time, Zhang Yuan was surrounded by a group of researchers and security guards, and everyone was listening to him analyze the incident. When he first came to the laboratory, many people scoffed at him as an Interpol. After all, it is not easy to convince people at his current age, but Zhang Yuan has a way to shut them up. There are remnants of Ditto's organization in the keyhole, and it can be judged that the enemy originally planned to use Ditto to conjure up the key to sneak in. However, he did not expect that Sylph's laboratories are all specially designed, and specially designed organs for this characteristic of Ditto caused his own Ditto to be injured. Quote. Stepping to the side, Zhang Yuan looked at the wall with a big hole in front of him, and threw an appraisal technique directly, then reached out and touched the edge of the wall. The high temperature directly melted through the alloy wall, and coupled with the powerful blasting power, this is the effect of fire blast. I can infer from this that the enemy saw that his Ditto was injured, and became angry and rushed forward violently. Therefore, the infiltrator must have a strong the fire-type Pokémon. According to the size and depth of the footprints on the ground, this is an adult Magmar. After listening to Zhang Yuan, all the researchers had surprised expressions on their faces. Unexpectedly, this young Interpol would be able to determine what kind of wall was destroyed by just a trace, or even what kind of Pokémon. As for whether it's random or not, as employees of Sylph, of course, they know that the enemy is indeed using Magmar. Continue to walk forward, cross the big hole and enter the laboratory. At this time, the laboratory is in a mess. Pokeball with exposed wires. The glass that protects it is covered with cracks and has a burnt black color. On the other side, the direction close to the outside of the building is full of gravel, and the wall was pierced. There was a large hole that kept blowing cold wind into the house. The traces of the claw attack, as well as the burning flame, can definitely be magmar. In addition, the tempered glass has catalytic performance, which proves that the enemy still has an ice-type Pokemon that can use Psybeam to perform alternating hot and cold attacks with magmar. Zhang Far said. It's Cloyster. One researcher added. Cloyster. This can explain the depression. It should be the effect of Spike Cannon. You should be glad that you came in time, otherwise, the layer of tempered glass in front of you will completely shatter in half a minute. Can you analyze this? Manano was very terrified by this, and he could infer the whole process of the matter with only these clues, which was exactly the same as the detective cat in the comic, Detective Meowth, he read when he was a child. No surprise, these things are the most basic skills for us. Zhang Yuan pretended to be invisible. Once again, I am amazed. For these nerdy researchers who stay in the laboratory all day, when have they seen a famous detective like Zhang Yuan? Now they worship Zhang Yuan extremely. After seeing Zhang Yuan's analysis, Nano began to introduce the props they were developing. Pokeball in front. As you can see, this is the Master Ball we developed. It is based on Ultra Ball, and the finished product can replenish all Pokemon. This is currently only a semi-finished product, so there are still many problems and defects. Originally, these were all to be kept secret, but since an evil organization has already known the news, there is no need to keep it secret. Nanye shrugged. Zhang Yuan looked at the half-finished Master Ball and had no interest in it. Although the Master Ball sounds great, it is actually a tasteless rib. Using this thing to catch ordinary Pokemon is a loser, and using Master Ball to catch mythical beasts is courting death. After all, this is the real world, not the world in the game. In the game, a Pokeball can definitely be thrown onto a Pokemon, but in the real world, who dares to say that a Pokeball can be used to throw a beast? Okay, I know about the situation here. I don't have much more to do. You can do your best. Zhang Yuan decided to leave here as he could no longer get valuable news from Sylph. Aren't you going to visit for a while? Quote. Do you think I am a researcher like you, who is so busy every day? Now that I have figured out the crime process, I have to rush back to write the mission report, but I don't have time to linger here. Zhang Yuan hurried back to find Giovanni to understand what about the situation. Are you in the mood to hear the story behind Master Ball? Manano, who was despised, said that he was very sad. In an upscale hotel suite in Saffron City. Hello, Giovanni, it's really hard for you Team Rockets to have a day without some big news. Zhang Yuan, who left the Sylph company, was lying on the reclining chair and drinking juice while video calling with Giovanni. What's the big news? There was no Persian around Giovanni, which meant he wasn't in the Viridian City base. Saffron City, it's you who just attacked the Sylph company. Except for your Team Rockets, no one seems to dare to attack the Sylph company. Assault on Sylph. Sylph and our Team Rockets have been very happy, very good, working together, and I have absolutely no reason to attack them. Giovanni was a little puzzled. Then what happened to the attack in Saffron City today? That man's modus operandi is clearly your Team Rocket's habit. Wait a minute, I think someone mentioned this to me. Giovanni turned to read the latest report below. 10 minutes later, Giovanni sat back on the sofa and said calmly. It was indeed done by my people, you don't have to worry about it. This is a scene played by the cadres below and Sylph company, and now our Team Rockets are too popular, some people are starting to worry. They want to make plans early, be ready to take yourself out whenever the situation changes. Quote. Chapter 4 I try to code, don't expect too much, when I unblock my computer tomorrow, I will definitely make it up. Chapter 88 Saffron Gym's Psychic Society. So, you Team Rockets haven't been doing very well lately. The gold owners are starting to find their own way, and it is easy to give people the feeling that the Team Rockets building is about to fall, which is not a good phenomenon. Why, have you lost confidence in our Team Rockets too? Hearing Zhang Yuan's tone, Giovanni didn't seem to be optimistic about the future of Team Rockets, and probed quietly. Well, you don't need to test me. Team Rockets has been in Kanto for so many years, and our Interpol has not yet figured out your details. How could it collapse so easily? Although Team Rockets has been arrogant recently, and the Alliance has launched a round of crackdowns, the fundamentals of Team Rockets are still there, and those who are caught are all young people who can be recruited at any time. It is too early to say that Team Rockets has collapsed. You, an Interpol police officer, have more confidence in our Team Rockets than me, the leader of the Team Rockets. Giovanni was shocked. Why didn't he know he was so dangling? It's not my judgment, it's the general view within the league. Zhang Yuan didn't want to talk too much about it, and he brought the topic back to the attack. Since you don't care about that unfortunate bastard, I'll save some hands and feet. I just handed that person over to the Alliance. You clean up the tail of the hand, and don't let people take over the hands of Saffron City. We will contact again if something happens. 283. Wait a second. Quote ? It's not a big deal, just tell you, if you have time, you can go to the game hall in Celadon, Rainbow City, go to the prize exchange there, I have prepared a gift for you. After that, he didn't ask Zhang Yuan any questions. Chance, Giovanni directly interrupted the communication. Giovanni remained silent, so Zhang Yuan didn't know what he was thinking. Delicious guy. Hanging up the phone, he drank the juice in the glass, thought about it, and dialed Keen's number again. The previous attack has been investigated almost, and it can be determined that it was Team Rocket's method of committing the crime. It seems that your recent crackdown has not been very effective. Hearing what Zhang Yuan said, Keen was not angry, but heaved a sigh of relief. Is it just Team Rockets? Team Rockets aren't enough for you. Quote. After being choked, Keen looked embarrassed. The current situation in Kanto, Keen was most afraid of any new evil organization that would suddenly appear, and the Kanto Alliance would be a mess. Now that the attack has taken place, it would be best if the culprit was a Team Rockets member. Chief of the Kanto region of Interpol, Keen's psychological quality is absolutely excellent, and he will adjust his mentality in a while. Then there's nothing wrong with Sylph. It's not necessarily a problem. The president of Sylph is an old fox. I can't detect him in such a short time. This matter has to be considered in the long run. Zhang Yuan's answer perfectly matched the image of a cautious, ignorant Interpol. Forget it, it's not a day or two to investigate Sylph Company. Keen listened to the long-term plan, and decided not to worry about this. How about your trip? Quote. I'm going to challenge Saffron City Gym. Don't tell me what other tasks you have. I'm careful I'll sue you for child labor. God's oppressing child labor. Keen's brows jumped when he heard it. He was aware of Zhang Yuan's poisonous tongue. I remember you met the gym trainer at Saffron Gym. Keen controlled his emotions to prevent himself from losing his temper. When you go to challenge this time, let her restrain those psychic lovers by the way. Recently we have received a lot of complaints about psychic lovers disturbing people. Isn't this Jenny's job? How can it be assigned to our Interpol? Zhang Yuan wondered if he looked like a good talker. Why would he come to him for everything? The gym trainer in Saffron City is our own after all, and we have to formally notify such a trivial matter, which is a bit of a fuss, and everyone's face is difficult. Let BDDG you go because you are familiar with her. From the side, just a reminder. Okay, I'll tell Sabrina. Don't come to me for the last month. I'm falling apart these days, and I have to take a long vacation. After stretching, Zhang Yuan hung up the communication. Was hung up on the phone, was startled and shook his head helplessly. He also knew that the recent tasks were too frequent, but the Interpol manpower was very tight, so he was helpless. I simply solved my lunch and walked along the central street of Saffron City to Saffron City Gym. I didn't go to a cult gathering place. He went out again and looked at the sign outside the door. It was indeed Saffron City Gym. That's right. Back in the gym's hall, what caught my eye were dozens of young men and women sitting together in twos and threes, each holding a silver spoon, each with a frenzied look, full of energy. Seeing Zhang Yuan come in, two people at the door immediately greeted him. Are you here to join our Saffron City Psychic Youth Club? Then, before Zhang Yuan could speak, another young man handed him a spoon. As long as you can bend this spoon, you can join our society. The two of them sang together, full of sales flavor. Glancing at the spoon, he didn't reach for it. I'm here to challenge Jim's trainer, not to join your psychic club. Hearing Zhang Yuan say this, the two young people knew that they had made a mistake, and were a little embarrassed. Leader has something to go out and is not in the gym now, please come back later. The young man who spoke earlier explained. Not here. Zhang Yuan was taken aback. Yes, just now, the local officer Jenny asked the leader to go to the police station to assist in the interrogation of the prisoner who made the explosion before. If you are not in a hurry, you can wait here for a while. The leader should be back soon. As that's so, in the end, the reason Sabrina wasn't there was because of himself. I'm not in a hurry. Zhang Yuan decided to wait for Sabrina here. His eyes swept across a group of young men and women who were trying to suckle with the spoon, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Can you tell me about your club? He just got psychic, and he hasn't tried the effect yet. Since it's a psychic specially marked as enhanced by the system, it shouldn't be too bad. The first chapter is updated today, and the next chapter is after the meal. Chapter 89 Sabrina. Oh, are you also interested in psychic? Hearing Zhang Yuan talking about their association, the emotions of the two of them were obviously high. Tell me about it. Anyway, I don't have a mobile phone to play when I'm idle, it's better to find something to do. Still that young man, he took Zhang Yuan to the table in the hall and sat down. My name is Tetsuya, he is Ayoung, and now we are both members of the Saffron City Psychic Youth Club. Our club is all made up of psychic enthusiasts, and it is the members of the club who have psychic. And we judge whether a person has psychic by whether he can bend the confusion spoon. Jay also took out the spoon he had just now and handed it to Zhang Yuan. Confusion spoon handed by Jay Yi. Zhang Yuan played with it. How do I use this thing? Although he had obtained psychic and knew about the confusion spoon, Zhang Yuan had never used it. He looked at this confusion spoon curiously, and it looked no different from an ordinary spoon. This is how it works. Confusion spoon from his pocket. Like me, hold the lower handle with one hand, place the spoon 30 centimeters away from your eyes, concentrate, and try to imagine how it bends. Speaking of which, Tetsuya had already focused all his attention on the spoon in front of him, gritted his teeth, his face flushed red, as if he had used up all his strength to suckle. Finally, the effort paid off, and the spoon in front of him was slightly curved. With a flamboyant expression, Jay also turned his head to Zhang Yuan. Look, it's like this, if it doesn't work, don't be discouraged, after all, this is a ***. Nani? WTF? How did you do it? Quote. In Tetsuya's perspective, Zhang Yuan next to him was pinching the end of the confusion spoon with his thumb and index finger, and the confusion spoon was flexibly twisting in the air, changing from number 1 to number 9. Jay Yi exclaimed loudly. At this moment, everyone's attention in the entire gym hall was attracted. They looked at Zhang Yuan's personal show with disbelief. I think it's very simple. Zhang Yuan controlled his confusion to round and flatten the confusion spoon. Using confusion to control the spoon felt like pinching bubble wrap, which made him feel very comfortable. It's so dazzling. At this time, the smile on Zhang Yuan's face fell into Tetsuya's eyes. It was so dazzling. Seeing Zhang Yuan do all this, all the members of the psychic community were stunned, which simply collapsed their worldview. The confusion spoon that they worked so hard to bend slightly was like dough in each other's hands. Can we still have a good time together? All the members burst into tears. Creak. The sound of the door opening, and then the sound of high heels. What are you all doing? A faint female voice came over. All the club members turned their heads and shouted as if they saw a pillar of faith, leader. The expressions were very aggrieved, and they almost didn't cry. They were really hit. Now only their omnipotent leader can save their worldview. What's the matter? Did someone come to us at Saffron Gym to make trouble? With her delicate brows furrowed, Sabrina turned her attention to the only figure in the hall wearing casual clothes. That's right, I'm here to kick the gym. With a smile, Zhang Yuan threw back the unrecognizable spoon to Tetsuya, turned his head to look at Sabrina. Seeing Zhang Yuan's face, Sabrina's icy expression instantly thawed. Zhang Yuan. Long time no see, did you miss me? Zhang Yuan teased. I am actually acquainted with leader. How can the people below know that this is someone teasing them? ... Living room. Sabrina made a cup of coffee and handed it to Zhang Yuan, then picked up another cup by herself. I heard from Jenny before that an Interpol passed by and caught the prisoner, but I didn't expect you to do it. Interpol at my age isn't much better. Zhang Yuan added 2 cubes of sugar to the coffee, stirred and took a sip, shook his head, it was still too bitter. Speaking of which, you are also an Interpol, but you came over to bully our gym students. Sabrina rolled her eyes. Question mark. Asking for flowers. Thinking about the scene I saw when I entered the gym, I almost thought that someone was here to make trouble. I didn't bully them, it was just that they asked me to test confusion, but I didn't expect that I was quite talented. Zhang Yuanyu added a cube of sugar and drank the coffee that was so sweet that he lost his teeth. Confusion. Sabrina looked at Zhang Yuan carefully. You awakened psychic. Yes. He saw a blue light flashing in Sabrina's eyes, and in Zhang Yuan's perception of confusion, a film composed of confusion suddenly covered him. Zhang Yuan took a sip of coffee and smiled slightly. A blue light also flashed in his eyes, and a stick formed by confusion pierced the film in the opposite direction. Little rascal. Sabrina spat, blushing. I haven't seen each other for over a month, and this guy is still the same as before. What are you talking about? I just broke your move with confusion. Zhang Yuan looked up at the sky, acting like a pure white lotus. It's strange to believe in you. Sabrina rolled her eyes at Zhang Yuan. Speaking of which, I have often heard about you in the league recently. San Anuo, the sea resort, these 2 things have made your name spread all over the alliance. Now as long as the name of Zero is reported, I am afraid that no one in the alliance will not know. Sabrina is very envious of Zhang Yuan's reputation and admires his strength even more. Who said that? When I met Jenny in the morning, she didn't recognize me. Zhang Yuan didn't believe it. He didn't think his reputation was so widespread. Don't worry about her, she's just a fool. She still doesn't know what type of Pokemon the 4 elites are using. We haven't seen each other for more than a month, and there is no strangeness between the 2 as they were when they first separated. Chatted from the time we parted to the explosion that just happened at Sylph. By the way, how are you going to compensate me? I still remember the bet you owe me. Zhang Yuan suddenly laughed. HMPH, beat me first. Sabrina stood up. You haven't got the saffron badge yet. ... Chapter 2 today. Chapter 92 V2 Battle. Then what about you losing again? Be my girlfriend. After losing, talk about losing. Saffron City Gym. In the open indoor field, Zhang Yuan and Sabrina stood on both sides of the field, and next to the field, a student from Saffron City Gym served as the referee. Why, did you beat me again this time? Zhang Yuan looked at Sabrina, who was full of confidence, and said with a smile. You won't know until you hit it. Sabrina's mouth also evoked a smile, making her already beautiful face even more radiant. This match is played by challenger Zhang Yuan against gym trainer Miss Sabrina. The game is a 2v2 no rules battle. Both sides can use 2 Pokemon. When one Pokemon loses its ability to fight, the game will be terminated. Now the game starts. As the referee's voice fell, Zhang Yuan and Sabrina threw the Pokeball with 637. White light flashed, and 2 Pokemon appeared on the field. Clefable. Zhang Yuan touched his chin and looked at Clefable, who was looking at him with fearful eyes. Is it the Clefairy evolution that I gave you? Didn't expect you to get the Moonstone. You didn't even use Gengar. Sabrina looked at Charmeleon, who was waving his tail and growling at Clefable. My Charmeleon is not weak at all. Zhang Yuan smiled slightly. Listening to his words, Charmeleon roared into the sky like a demonstration, with a powerful look. Charmeleon, we go first, with Flamethrower. Roar. Charmeleon's fighting spirit was high, and when he opened his mouth, a thick column of fire swept towards Clefable. Clefable, steer clear, use Psyshock. Skin. Although it has short legs, Clefable's movements are unusually vigorous. He turned over and avoided the fire pillar, and confusion turned into an entity and slapped Charmeleon. Block with the Flamethrower, then dash through with the Flametruck. Flamethrower and Flame Car. Sabrina was shocked by this combination of tricks. It's okay to use these 2 tricks separately, but in order to seamlessly connect, the requirements for Pokemon are extremely high. Coincidentally, Zhang Yuan's Charmeleon belongs to this Pokemon that can be switched seamlessly. Roar. Flames and the confusion together caused a violent explosion, and Charmeleon directly resisted the oncoming impact without retreating. The flames on the tail burned violently, and the flames covered Charmeleon's entire body, making it look like a flaming god of war. Come on. Charmeleon dived into the smoke before the smoke of the explosion dissipated. Clefable, be careful, get out of the way. Sabrina immediately felt bad when she heard Zhang Yuan's order, and ordered Clefable to avoid it, but Clefable looked at the surrounding smoke screen and didn't know when Charmeleon would come out. She wanted to avoid but didn't know where to hide. Just being vigilant can't defend against Charmeleon's attack. Zhang Yuan said. Roar. As soon as he finished speaking, Charmeleon jumped out of the smoke screen, and his body wrapped in flames slammed into Clefable. This blow was powerful enough to knock Clefable out. Skin. Clefable screamed. Cheer up Clefable, confusion smashes Charmeleon, and use metronome. Sabrina was still struggling. Clefable lay bruised on the ground, eyes glowing blue, trying to control Charmeleon. Don't give it a chance. Give it the last Fire Fang. Hearing Zhang Yuan's order, Charmeleon, who rolled into a ball with Clefable, opened his mouth and bit Clefable's body with his flaming teeth. Skin. The damage of the flame car, coupled with Charmeleon's level suppression, after the continuous defeat of Clefable, after suffering this Fire Fang, his stamina directly bottomed out. Clefable is incapacitated. Following the referee's decision, Sabrina took Recycle back to Clefable, who was incompetent. My second Pokemon, it's Alakazam. Clefable was defeated. Sabrina's face didn't look strange at all, so Zhang Yuan couldn't figure out what she was thinking. If that's the case, let's go, Gengar. Zhang Yuan put away Charmeleon, and as Zhang Yuan's voice fell, the purple round Gengar quietly crawled out of Zhang Yuan's shadow. Seeing the old rival, Alakazam's expression was a little serious, while Gengar's face showed a big smile. Quack. Come on, Alakazam, use Psychic, preempt. Ominous wind. Zhang Yuan waved his hand. Gengar smiled and stretched out his 2 short hands. Following the movement, a gust of wind wrapped in phantom energy suddenly rolled up, blowing hard, and collided with the mental power from Alakazam. The style of play that didn't work the first time is even less likely to work for me the second time. I am a man who surpassed the Saint Seiya. Zhang Yuan said. As if to confirm what he said, Gengar's side also increased its power, and the 2 sides' moves distorted in midair, and they all disappeared. HMPH, I didn't say I would use the last play. Sabrina smiled and stretched out her finger. Alakazam, confusion attack. Hearing the name of this familiar move, Zhang Yuan wanted to say some trash talk, but suddenly realized that Alakazam's actions were a bit wrong. Under his gaze, the 2 spoons in Alakazam's hands were raised at the same time, and then, several confusions suddenly condensed in midair, swiped, and flew towards Gengar in batches from several directions. Huh, a bit interesting, specially trained moves. Zhang Yuan said with interest. Anything else to comment? Sabrina raised her eyebrows in dissatisfaction. A blue light suddenly appeared on her body, and the confusion projectiles in midair suddenly accelerated, appearing in front of Gengar in a blink of an eye. Gah! Gengar was startled, and hurried back, but its short legs couldn't keep up with the speed of the confusion projectile. Clear the field with Thunderbolt, Zhang Yuan said. Crackle! On Gengar's dark body, a large piece of golden spark suddenly appeared. Spark was like a twisted snake, sweeping across half of the field in front of him. The confusion that flew in the air was basically blown up, only 1 or 2 flew over. Missed Alakazam. Seeing Sabrina's ability, Zhang Yuan said in admiration, amazing. As expected of Sabrina, 1.1 alone is worthy of your reputation as a psychic beautiful girl. Of course, it is inseparable from the excitement brought by this genius. Relationship. Sabrina can't help laughing. Shameless. Now, Shadow Sneak. As soon as Sabrina spoke, Zhang Yuan suddenly grinned and gave Gengar an instruction. Just now Gengar was trying to get close to Alakazam when he was dodging the confusion attack. Now, when Shadow Sneak made his move, he basically didn't give Alakazam much time to react, and Sabrina was talking to Zhang Yuan, so he didn't have time to give instructions. As a result, poor Alakazam was directly smashed. Zhang Yuan chuckled. This is shameless. Sabrina. She found that in terms of face, Zhang Yuan is still stronger now. ... Commemorating the deceased Common Department Clefairy. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival everyone, late blessing. Chapter 91 The Battle Between Gengar and Alakazam. Ghost-type Shadow Sneak hit Alakazam, the effect is outstanding. Thanks to Alakazam's decisive use of teleport to distance himself from Gengar, he avoided Gengar's follow-up attack. Have you escaped so decisively? Did you judge Gengar's follow-up move? As expected of a Pokémon with an IQ of over 5,000. Alakazam, who teleported to the other side of the field, lit up with blue light. Is it recover? I said it was too shameless. Seeing the scarred Alakazam recover quickly, Zhang Yuan said. Sabrina brushed the hair on the side of her face and showed a smile. Recover is an important move. Even if you recover, if you can defeat my Gengar, you will win. That's what you said. Sabrina took an inch. Ha, your skin has also thickened. Zhang Yuan felt that Sabrina was brought down by himself. Gengar, rush up, with Shadow Claws. Gah! Break the distance. I won't let you. Alakazam, teleport, and use the pre-future sight. Alakazam teleported to the other side of the field again, with 2 spoons crossed in front of him, blue light in his eyes. Sabrina simultaneously used Psychic, amplifying the power of the pre-future sight 13 more than 1 step. It turned out to be a pre-future sight. Can Alakazam persist until the pre-future sight takes effect? Zhang Yuan was surprised that Sabrina chose the pre-future sight move. What do you say? Judging from Sabrina's expression, Zhang Yuan knew what she was thinking about. Sabrina planned to rely on teleport to fight Recover and Zhang Yuan in a war of attrition. Zhang Yuan naturally couldn't sit still. Continue to draw closer. Give it Dark Pulse. Gengar as he ordered. Gengar understood it, smiled wickedly, and the icy aura swept the entire venue. Everyone present, including the referee, felt a rush of cold air from the bottom of their hearts. As a psychic genius, Sabrina is obviously within the restraint range. The whole person is stunned for a moment, and when he comes back to his senses, he finds that Gengar has rushed up. Shameless. Alakazam, use Fantasy Rays. Hearing Sabrina's order, 3 consecutive phantom rays shot out of Alakazam's eyes, blocking Gengar's path of action. As long as Gengar continued to move forward, he would definitely be hit by Psybeam. Don't stop, Keep going. At this time, Zhang Yuan acted like an indomitable warrior. No matter what, he ordered Gengar to charge forward. I dare to take Alakazam's Psybeam head-on, then I'll win this game. Although Zhang Yuan changed his previous wretched style of play, Sabrina would not refuse the victory. Gengar's body is a little unstable, but fortunately, it does not trigger the 1/10 of the chaos effect. Alakazam, Psychic. The 2 spoons in Alakazam's hands vibrated with high frequency, which was the ultimate performance of confusion. Gengar, Shadow Punch. Purple ghostly energy converged on Gengar's little fist. Both sides made moves at the same time, neither dodging nor evading. Boom. The 2 Pokemon's moves hit each other at the same time. Gengar's chubby body was knocked out by confusion, and the muscles on Alakazam's face were also distorted. Seeing this scene, Sabrina showed a smile. I won. It's coming to the pre-future sight round. Your Gengar was attacked by psychic and fantasy waves. It's too early to talk about victory now. Zhang Yuan didn't have the slightest chagrin of defeat on his face, and smiled. Sabrina felt bad. Into the venue, I saw another Gengar suddenly appeared behind Alakazam, and the one in the sky turned into a ghost and dissipated energy. At this time, Sabrina finally realized that she was being tricked. It's a substitute. Sabrina clenched her silver teeth. Alakazam, be careful. It's late, tongue, head. Zhang Yuan waved. Gengar smirked, stretched out his big tongue and head, like a Tien on Alakazam. It's so numb. Sabrina felt her body tremble as she watched Alakazam being trapped by Tien. Sucker Punch, go all out. Taking advantage of the paralysis, Gengar stretched out its short legs, charged up and used Sucker Punch, kicking Alakazam with a side kick, kicking Alakazam out. Poor Alakazam didn't have much flesh all over his body, and he rolled on the ground, seeing Zhang Yuan's bones hurt. Give him the last Shadow Sneak. Not giving Alakazam a chance to use Recover, Gengar grabbed a Shadow Sneak and smashed it at the fallen Alakazam. By Shadow Punch, Tongue, Head Tien, Sucker Punch, Shadow Sneak in a row, Zhang Yuan said, if Alakazam could still stand up, he would write his own name upside down. Alakazam is incapacitated. All Pokemon in Saffron City leader Sabrina are incapacitated. The winner is the challenger Zhang Yuan. At this time, the pre-future sight finally came late, but the game was over, and the late attack was useless. The referee's shouts brought the curtain down for the showdown. ... Failed again. Sabrina covered her head, looking very cute. It's already very good. Under the inspiration of this genius, there has been such a big progress in just 1 month. Zhang 513 is far from being humble at all. Are you praising yourself in disguise? Sabrina had already put away Alakazam and walked across the field. Zhang Yuan pretended to be stupid. I'm praising you. ... Sabrina really has nothing to do with Zhang Yuan. I won again this time, and the gift you prepared according to the agreement. Zhang Yuan can't open the pot and lift it. Sabrina didn't speak, just took off the Saffron City Gym badge from her clothes and pinned it to Zhang Yuan carefully. Then he stepped forward, held Zhang Yuan's head, and put his lips on Zhang Yuan's lips. Shocked by Sabrina's confession of kisses, but of course he would not refuse, he hugged Sabrina directly, and life turned a delicate kiss into a French wet kiss. You little rascal. Sabrina, who couldn't help herself, finally broke free from Zhang Yuan's embrace and ran away quickly. Zhang Yuan laughed and followed. The student, who was forgotten by the two, looked at all this and broke down in cold sweat. It's over, I won't be silenced. I'm still young. Well, will you be silenced, and don't you have a B number in your heart? ... Woke up early today to update. Chapter 92 Summer Festival in Lavender Town. Sabrina was not really angry, even though she was indeed taken advantage of by Zhang Yuan. As the saying goes, habit becomes natural, perhaps because Zhang Yuan is not less taken advantage of, and if he is taken too much, he will not care. So habit is a very scary thing. On Central Avenue in Saffron City, Sabrina and Zhang Yuan walked side by side. So, you just left gym and went on a trip with me. Zhang Yuan turned his head. The trainer who came to challenge Jim will cry. Sabrina next to him gently supported the dome hat on his head, and then closed the vanity mirror. My father temporarily took over at gym. I'm only 16 years old, but I can't be tied to gym for the rest of my life. The world is like this. Big. I also want to go for a walk. Quote. The beautiful girl gym trainer has become an uncle gym trainer. Zhang Yuan observed 3 seconds of silence for the rookie trainers who were about to challenge Saffron City Gym, and then continued. What about your psychic society? Forgot to mention that the head of the psychic club that Zhang Yuan wanted to join was Sabrina. It is precisely because the head of the group is Sabrina, so they usually dare to let themselves go in Saffron City despite being complained by the citizens. The trouble they've caused is big enough. If you hadn't told me, I didn't know they'd made so many things. Pause. A sly smile appeared on Sabrina's face. It happened that my father was short of staff to take over gym, so I threw all those guys to him. Are you being treated as a hard worker? You're such a beautiful girl. What's it like to be brought down by me? Zhang Yuan thought about the scene when he first met Sabrina before. Shaking his head. I also have to teach them a lesson. Where are we going next? To the next gym. Since they were traveling with Zhang Yuan, the route was naturally decided by Zhang Yuan. No, although it is important to challenge Jim, traveling is not just about challenging Jim. Zhang Yuan said, we go to Lavender Town, where I am a little bit interested in the Pokemon Tower. Lavender Town, Pokemon Cemetery. Living in Saffron City, Sabrina, although she has never been to Lavender Town, knows something about there. I just wanted to know, I heard that Lavender Town is holding a triennial festival recently. Zhang Yuan touched his chin. If we hurry up, we should be able to catch up. Hearing that there is a festival, Sabrina is interested. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go quickly. Zhang Yuan was keenly aware of something. Don't you know that there is a festival in Lavender Town in Saffron City? I'm not busy with gym things all day, or solving the league's tasks, and I still have time to go shopping. How can I pay attention to these things? It makes sense. It seems that Sabrina is not so satisfied with the job of gym trainer. Zhang Yuan felt the same way, and so did Interpol. Couldn't he have an easier job? Lavender Town is shrouded in fog all the year round. Even in the height of summer, there is always a layer of mist floating in the sky, adding a bit of mystery to the whole town. The festival here is very lively, but I don't know if it is because of the Pokemon Tower. The whole festival is filled with a strange atmosphere of strange solemnity and joy. There's always a weird, depressing vibe. Sabrina wandered around the festival, looking around, her confusion telling her that there was a weird vibe around. It's like this for us. Zhang Yuan looked at the people coming and going, and then glanced at Gengar, who was poking his brain from his shadow. Gengar is very excited. Looking at Gengar's gestures, Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes and said, you asked me to look at the sky. Looking up at the sky, only a faint mist can be seen. Quack. Are you wearing glasses? With that said, Zhang Yuan took out the sunglasses he had just drawn from the inventory, and then handed the phantom see-through glasses to Sabrina. It was like entering a whole new world, and in the sky where nothing could be seen before, there were many ghost Pokemon wandering around. Most of them are ghastly family, and a small number of mischievous and Shuppet wandering from other regions. It is a group of demons. The weird thing is that there seems to be a dividing line between ghost Pokemon and humans. Ghost Pokemon floats in the sky. Except for occasionally absorbing a little life energy from people to maintain their lives, they do nothing to human chew. You know, in the Alliance, the incident of ghost Pokemon attacking people happens from time to time. Sabrina next to him also adjusted the phantom perspective glasses, and raised his head like Zhang Yuan. So many ghost Pokemon. I feel that this festival is not just for us. Obviously someone is maintaining order. There is nothing in this world for no reason. Wild ghost Pokemon and human autumn are innocent. Zhang Yuan, hee. Ghost Pokemon and humans coexisting harmoniously don't happen in fairy tales either. Have you found it? Very keen observation, young man. An old voice came, and an old woman on crutches came from a distance. 4 Elite. Mother-in-law Agatha. Seeing the person coming, Zhang Yuan saw her identity at a glance, and there was no other reason, because the face and the dress of the apron of Granny Agatha had only been seen once, and she could not forget it if she wanted to. And Agatha appeared here, which means that so many ghosts, Jiao Hao Pokemon appeared in this festival because of her. Why did Granny Agatha appear here? Sabrina was also a little surprised. Interpol and the gym trainer from Saffron City, who have been in the limelight recently, are a very interesting combination. Would you mind chatting with this old woman? Next to Agatha was a dark-colored Gengar, grinning at Gengar behind Zhang Yuan. I can't ask for it. Zhang Yuan knew that Professor Oak had something to do with Granny Agatha when he was young. He was very curious about it, and he always felt that there must be a secret behind so many ghost Pokemon at the Lavender Town Festival that he didn't know. The three were led by mother-in-law Agatha, all the way to a house in the middle of the town. The second chapter is updated, code words all night at night, and finish the 4 chapters. Chapter 93 Agatha Mother-in-Law. Inside the room, Zhang Yuan, Sabrina, and Granny Agatha sat at the table, and on the table was the hot tea served by the servant. Even though it's summer, the environment in Lavender Town is still too cold. After a cup of hot tea, Zhang Yuan's face showed a comfortable look. The entire Lavender Town is full of ghost Pokemon. Even if they do not intend to harm humans, they will eventually emit negative energy. The intuitive expression is that the weather is very hot, but people in Lavender Town will feel chilly. The same is true for Sabrina. The entire psychic girl has little resistance to the negative energy of the ghost system. Zhang Yuan looked in the direction of the door, where his Gengar was fighting with Agatha's Gengar. 2 Gengars, you punch me and kick, you throw Shadow Sneak, and I move Shadow Claw. Even if it is just a simple fight, the strength of both sides can be seen from it. Granny Agatha's Gengar attribute is not far from Zhang Yuan's full attribute Gengar. But Agatha's Gengar is much more cunning than Zhang Yuan's Gengar. Also facing the incoming Shadow Sneak, Zhang Yuan's Gengar's first reaction was to dodge with Double Team and then counterattack with Sucker Punch, while Agatha's Gengar's 113th reaction was to sneak into the shadows and wait for an opportunity. Although it's hard to tell which of the 2 methods is better or worse, it can be seen that Agatha's Gengar is very cunning and knows how to use his own advantages to preserve his strength in exchange for the greatest victory. Your Gengar is well developed. Agatha watched the 2 Gengars sparring with a rare expression of surprise on her face. People of her age have seen so many things, it's hard to surprise them, but Zhang Yuan's Gengar did it. Granny Agatha is raving about it. So far he has a good sense of Granny Agatha. I'm not being polite. Your Gengar is indeed excellent. Whether it is skill proficiency, health or momentum, it is very good. The trainers I have seen can train Gengar to be like this at this age. You are the first. Agatha's eyes, of course, it can be seen that Zhang Yuan's Gengar has been cultivated extremely well, and his intimacy with Zhang Yuan is extremely high. That guy at Oak is really lucky to have a junior like you, and now he's left with his eyesight to make sense. His tone was full of disdain. BDDC. In the league, Professor Oak spoke for Zhang Yuan many times. In addition, Zhang Yuan was a rookie trainer from the Professor Oak Research Institute. In the eyes of others, he was already a member of the Professional Oak department. Professor Oak so quickly, making Zhang Yuan's mouth twitch. Although I know that you and Professor Oak fell in love and killed each other when they were young, do you want to mention Professor Oak in the second sentence? I learned a lot from Professor Oak. Can Zhang Yuan echo mother-in-law Agatha and speak ill of Professor Oak? Certainly not, he can only answer. I hope you don't be like him. After that guy changed his career to study Pokemon, he became worse and worse. The domineering he used to be lost at all. The older he gets, the less he looks like as irritable. Mother Agatha, can you ask why there are so many ghost Pokemon in Lavender Town? Sabrina, who was sitting on the side, changed the subject calmly. Haha, old people always complain a little. Hearing Sabrina's overtones, Agatha turned the page with a smile. You ask the reason why these ghost Pokemon gather in Lavender Town. It's not a secret, you can find out if you inquire a little in the league at your level. But since I'm sitting here, I'll tell you, they're all attracted by the negative energy gathered in Lavender Town. Negative energy. This is the well-known Pokemon cemetery, where dead Pokemon rest in peace, and the negative energy formed after their souls dissipate as the nourishment for ghost Pokemon evolution and birth. A cycle of 3 years. At this time of every 3 years, nearby ghost Pokemon will follow their instinctive guidance and come to Lavender Town to find the opportunity of evolution, and a new generation of ghost Pokemon will be born here. Attracted by foreign ghost Pokemon that are usually hidden in Pokemon towers will also come out to participate in this event. Sabrina gave a thoughtful expression. So you came here. A large number of ghost-type Pokemon gather in human gathering places. If no one manages it, it will definitely cause harm to the residents of Lavender Town. As a ghost-type elite of the Kanto League, I naturally take responsibility for managing ghost-type Pokemon. It's really hard work for you. Sabrina felt great admiration. I'm afraid it's not only to protect the residents of Lavender Town, but also to protect ghost-type Pokemon and stop poachers. Zhang Yuan saw a deeper meaning. After all, so many cherished ghost Pokemon are gathered together openly. If the Alliance doesn't send someone to protect them, I'm afraid they will be hunted down in a short time. Granny Agatha, one of the 4 elites in the Kanto region, sits in Lavender Town, which can protect these ghost-type Pokemon to the greatest extent and prevent the concentrated hunting of evil organizations. As for whether the Alliance has organized its own organization to capture ghost-type Pokemon, who knows? The atmosphere of the next conversation was very harmonious. Although Agatha's mother-in-law was grumpy, she had not yet reached the point of losing her temper with the 2 juniors. I just have nothing to do recently. Do you want to have a Pokemon battle? Agatha is famous in the league for her love of supporting juniors. Many people in the Alliance have been supported by Agatha's mother-in-law. In terms of influence within the Alliance, Agatha's Lance Crossing, the strongest among the 4 elites, is not bad. The last time was with Lance Crossing, this time it was with mother-in-law Agatha. Sabrina said. Oh. I had a fight with Lance Crossing at Mt. Moon before, Zhang Yuan explained. Hearing Zhang Yuan say this, Granny Agatha was intrigued. Mt. Moon, are you the young man who defeated Lance Crossing? Fuck. There is no luck in this thing. Agatha shook his head and smiled. Since you can defeat Lance Crossing, you must have formed your own fighting style. In that case, I'm afraid that coaching can't help you. Today's third update. Very late. There is a chapter to make up for it. Everyone will watch it tomorrow morning. Chapter 94 Confined Ghost Pokemon. Zhang Yuan drank all the tea in the cup and was about to speak when suddenly there was a violent explosion outside. Hearing the explosion, Granny Agatha's expression changed. Gengar, who was next to her, ran out of the door without her opening her mouth. At the same time, her body became pale and she was invisible in the air. Go out and have a look. Zhang Yuan's expression also became a little more serious. Someone dared to attack the town protected by the 4 elite Agatha. Is it to say that the other party is daring, or that they are unscrupulous? The evil organization that dares to fight against Agatha in Kanto. Team Rockets again. What is Giovanni doing recently? Zhang Yuan frowned secretly, showing no signs of abnormality on the surface. Let's go together, maybe how can I help you? All right. Agatha has been in the Alliance for so many years, and she is not a fool. The matter of her taking care of the Lavender Town Festival in Lavender Town can be easily understood with a little investigation. She dared to attack here even though she knew she was here, presumably someone must have something to rely on. In this case, with Zhang Yuan and Sabrina's helping hand, the pressure on her would be much easier. 3 of them walked out of the house together and came to the streets of Lavender Town. At this time, Lavender Town was in chaos, the panic caused by the explosion, and the man in black who suddenly rushed out to hold the Pokeball made them extremely terrified. Who are these people? What are they doing in Lavender Town? What will they do to me? These 3 questions encapsulate what Lavender Town residents think today. The people in black obviously won't tell them the answer, because they are busy making riots, and the police in Lavender Town won't tell them the answer, they have been beaten by the men in black. However, the identities of the men in black were not hidden for long, and their identities were revealed by a sign on a huge instrument they pushed out of the van. It's Team Rockets. The name of Team Rockets has caused another round of panic in Lavender Town. In this part of Kanto, Team Rockets is equivalent to the trouble that the Alliance can't solve. Just be honest with me. A Team Rockets shouted at a Lavender Town resident who was trying to escape, and wheezing next to him was blowing poison gas and knocked the resident who wanted to escape to the ground. Agatha frowned and looked at the group of Team Rockets who were manipulating huge equipment. Are the Team Rockets attacking here? The intelligence work of the Alliance is really getting worse and worse, and they didn't even receive any information beforehand. Zhang Yuan's focus was different. He focused on the huge machine that kept releasing strange fluctuations. The fluctuations made Gengar beside Zhang Yuan very restless. Even places so far away can be affected, so. Zhang Yuan put on his glasses and looked into the sky. The sky was already a mess. Shrouded by the strange waves emitted by the machine, the ghost-type Pokémon in the sky became extremely restless, scurrying around like headless flies. Many ghost-type Pokémon no longer care about hiding themselves, or their black or purple bodies are exposed in the air, and their faces are painful. How come there are so many ghost Pokémon? Gosh, where did they come from? These ghost Pokémon won't be on our heads forever. The residents of Lavender Town looked pale at this scene, and anyone who saw so many ghost Pokémon would be horrified. Things are going bad. Everything happened between Spark and Flint. Looking at the scene that was obviously chaotic, Agatha had a bad secret. So many ghost Pokémon were exposed to people's eyes, and the spread of panic could not be contained. Team Rockets obviously don't think about panicked crowds. Or rather they'd rather see it than an alliance that requires order and stability. Under the action of the Team Rockets machine, the ghost Pokémon became weaker and weaker one by one, and even the ghost Pokémon close to the machine was so weak that Growl lost his temper. Then I saw that the team of Team Rockets directly pulled up the net with the Pokeball installed on it, and easily netted the ghost Pokémon that fell to the ground and collected it into the ball like a fish. For some strong-willed Pokémon, they often release a few Pokémon and swarm them, beat the resisting Pokémon and lose their fighting power before they are included in the ball. Ask for flowers 0. The behavior of Team Rockets made Zhang Yuan frown. Although he has a cooperative relationship with Giovanni, it does not mean that he agrees with some of Team Rocket's practices. You come back first, Gengar. The visibly uncomfortable Gengar back into the Pokeball, and send the Charmeleon, the most suitable size for the situation, to block the chaotic ghost-type Pokémon. Dare to provoke the 4 elites, how can there be a cadre to lead the team? Zhang Yuan's eyes quickly swept across the Team Rockets members in the audience, squinting. Soon, he found a figure standing out in Team Rockets. Wearing white clothes among a group of people in black, for fear that others won't know that you are the leader. Granny Agatha also noticed the Team Rockets cadre in white who had been standing next to the machine. Hundreds of people from Team Rockets have been mobilized, but there is no news in the Alliance. Granny Agatha's tone was unusual. To be honest, the League's flaw this time is really big. With hundreds of Team Rocket's sucker punch Lavender Town, Agatha was caught off guard. Zhang Yuan, at this rate, the ghost Pokemon in the sky will probably be captured by Team Rockets, and the machine must be destroyed first. Sabrina's voice entered Zhang Yuan's ears. Of course Zhang Yuan understood this and turned to look at Granny Agatha. We have to find a way to destroy that machine. Granny Agatha glanced at Gengar, who had just returned to her side with a look of pain, and nodded, with anger brewing in her eyes. This group of Team Rockets is making a riot under their own noses. Does she really think that the name of her Agatha 4 Elite is a decoration? Throwing a Pokeball, a very ferocious-looking Golbat appeared in the sky with his wings flapping. Most of my Pokemon are of the ghost type, and they are restricted here. Destroying that device requires your assistance. As long as that device is destroyed, everything else will be left to me. ... After coding all night, I feel like my brain is dead, and I code at 3 o'clock until now. This chapter is a supplementary update, and I still owe 3 more updates. Please ask for a wave of automatic subscriptions. Chapter 95 Draco Meteor. Zhang Yuan nodded. Granny Agatha is a ghost-type elite, and most of her strength is on ghost Pokemon. In this environment, her strength is severely limited. If that's the case, then the task of destroying that device is left to me. Zhang Yuan threw the Pokeball in his hand. After a flash of white light, Salamence appeared on the field. Zhang Yuan's announcement of Salamence made a lot of noise, and the residents of Team Rockets and Lavender Town also noticed the 3 of them, and most of their eyes fell on Agatha, who was leaning on crutches. It's Lord Agatha of the 4 Elites, we are saved. The residents and trainers of Lavender Town found the backbone, and some trainers who were afraid to fight at first also released their own Pokemon to rebel against Team Rockets. 4 Elite Agathas have appeared. Turn on the power of the device to the maximum. The cadre in white did not panic, and quickly commanded his subordinates. Team Rockets shipped such a large, 460 inches device. It is not only used to capture ghost-type Pokemon, but limiting Agatha's strength is probably the real role of this device. Zhang Yuan patted Salamence's wings. I'll leave it to you to destroy the device in front. Roar. Salamence understood, flapping his wings and flying into the sky, domineeringly fanning Block's ghost Pokemon with his wings along the way. Above the sky, Salamence's eyes are sullen, his mouth is open, and a hyper beam is aimed at the dense place of Team Rockets. A few Team Rockets subconsciously sent Weezing and Arbok to resist, but the move was annihilated in the hyper beam as soon as it was released. In the end, it was these Pokemon who endured the impact of the hyper beam to save the trainers behind. The ferocity of Salamence made the eyelids of Team Rocket's cadres jump. Where did this Salamence come from, and when did the League send another manpower? It looks like you are very confused. Zhang Yuan had a faint smile on his face. I am Interpol 0, and now I am arresting you according to law. Interpol. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, the white-clothed cadre's scalp exploded. He had just stepped back from the front lines where Team Rockets and the Alliance were fighting on the Indigo Plateau, and knew all too well how difficult Interpol was for him. 4 Elite plus Interpol. The cadre in white suspected that he had offended someone above, and arranged a mission to send him to death. You can only bite the bullet. Heartbroken, he grabbed the 3 Pokeballs around his waist and threw them out. Magneton, Fearow, and Nidoqueen, come on, killed at Salamence in the sky. He believes that 3-on-1, he still has a good chance of winning. As long as this Interpol is eliminated, the remaining 4 Elite Agathas who have been abolished most of the main Pokemon, there are hundreds of Team Rockets present, and she can be killed by using the crowd tactics. One hit 3, Salamence's eyes didn't change at all. What about 3-on-1? Salamence, get rid of them. Use Fire Blast. 1-on-3, Zhang Yuan's confidence in Salamence was completely true. The cadre in white on the other side just sneered when he saw this. Every Pokemon of his was meticulously trained by him, so what if you, Salamence, were a quasi-god? One on three things like that. Roar. Salamence condensed a mass of flame energy in his mouth, and saw it stretch its neck, raise its head, and then spit it out violently. Call. The raging flames twisted the air, and the fire blast slid towards Magneton. Nidoqueen, bide, block the fire blast. Magneton, thunderbolt. The cadre in white gave Nidoqueen a very stupid order. Of course, he had a good idea, but he didn't realize the huge gap in strength between the two sides. Nidoqueen was instructed to block in front of Magneton, and Magneton behind him was ready to launch Thunderbolt. Fire Blast slammed on Nidoqueen. With an explosion, Fire Blast suddenly exploded, and Nidoqueen's huge body was thrown out by the explosion for the first time. With his body just blocking Thunderbolt's path, Nidoqueen was attacked by two skills at once. Back. A scream, Nidoqueen smashed to the ground, scorched black and scarred. Thunderbolt does little damage to Nidoqueen, mostly the effect of Fire Blast. Nidoqueen. Cold sweat dripped down, and the expression on the white-clothed cadre's face changed from determination to fear. A Salamence can beat Nidoqueen, who he has cultivated for nearly 10 years, to half-death with Fire Blast. How strong is this Salamence? Dragonite of Elite Lance Crossing is nothing more than that. What to do? Are you going to run? Watching the sky roaring constantly spewing out Hyper Beam, Salamence and his two Pokemon dodging everywhere, escaping has become the best choice now. Anyway, most of their goal of capturing ghost Pokemon has been achieved. If they are greedy to capture the remaining ghost Pokemon, they will continue to stay here and die, and they will only take themselves in. More excited he became. At this time, the Magneton in the sky was killed by Salamence's flamethrower in seconds. There was only the last Fearow left in the sky, and he also made his final decision. Come back, Nidoqueen, Magneton. Putting away Nidoqueen who fell to the ground, he ordered the members of Team Rockets to retreat. Let's retreat. The members of Team Rockets could not ask for anything. They all saw that their captain was hanged and beaten, and if they retreated now, they might be able to run away. I just want to run now. Zhang Yuan shook his head. He wasted so much time here. How could it be possible for Team Rockets to run away easily? Salamence, Draco Meteor, vehicles for the target Team Rockets. With a wave of his hand, Salamence roared, the yellow energy flashing from his mouth. Then Salamence spit out energy, and in the fearful eyes of the Team Rockets members, a piece of meteorite emitting a fiery glow fell from the sky. Zhang Yuan didn't keep his hands at all, and his cooperation with Giovanni would not prevent him from stopping Team Rocket's atrocities. His job is Interpol, and now Team Rockets want to run after riding on his face. If he doesn't slap these guys out, Zhang Yuan will not want to lose face. The shriek that ripped apart the air made the eardrum hurt. Run. Team Rockets, my fellow 5.5 is heartbroken. God sees pity, they are just a group of small people who are desperate for money. Do they need to use a Dragon-type ultimate move like Draco Meteor? Draco Meteor. Even the Draco Meteor after Salamence controlled the power was extremely terrifying. With the rumbling explosion, the vehicles used by Team Rockets to retreat were all smashed. The meteorite washed the ground, and the target location was a mess. Team Rockets who were planning to escape were shaken by the air waves, severely broke their arms and legs, and the mechanical equipment used to control the ghost Pokemon was bombed to smithereens. Zhang Yuan looked at a hole in the ground. Tisk, did you take advantage of the explosion of Draco Meteor to escape? The escape ability is top-notch. Chapter 1 Today. Chapter 96 Aftermath. The cadre of Team Rockets is really a rat, and the ability to escape is top-notch. Zhang Yuan glanced at the dark cave and resisted the idea of releasing Melodic to fill the cave with water. Team Rockets ran away this time, but destroyed the entire team of Team Rockets. Overall, the purpose of his shot this time was achieved. As for the overall situation, Whether Zhang Yuan can catch that Team Rocket's cadre will not affect the overall situation. Come back, Salamence. Taking back Salamence, who was screaming, Zhang Yuan released Gengar again. Gengar, go and save those ghost Pokemon. Gengar, who is also a ghost Pokemon. Forced captured Pokemon are always very sensitive, and if someone else does it, they can easily be attacked by them in the process of rescuing ghost Pokemon. Mother-in-law Agatha soon realized this too. Gengar, Haunter, you go too, soothe those ghostly Pokemon. 13. At this time, the ghost Pokemon must not be messed up again, and everything must be cautious and cautious. Releasing Gengar and Haunter Xie Zhang Yuan, Agatha's brows, which had been frowning since the beginning of the riot, finally relaxed. By Team Rockets this time. She didn't expect such a riot, especially when Team Rockets had come up with a device targeting her ghost Pokemon. Go back and investigate in detail. She was worried that Team Rockets would use the device to target trainers who specialize in ghost-type Pokemon. As for herself, not so much. This time she was so passive because she only had Haunter and one Golbat on her body besides Gengar, who was the ace, and only one Golbat was not a ghost. Therefore, this time she will behave like soy sauce. As a veteran trainer in the Alliance, Agatha is not short of Pokemon other than ghosts. If you want to avoid being targeted, you only need to bring some Pokemon from other types in the future. Mother-in-law Agatha was thinking about how to deal with this matter after returning to the Alliance. Zhang Yuan was looking at the destructive effect caused by Draco Meteor and recalled the feeling just now. Seriously, hitting someone with a Draco Meteor is really cool, better than pinching bubble wrap. It's just that it's very troublesome. The coverage of Draco Meteor is very large. 1/3 of the Xi'an Street, which is used to hold festivals in Lavender Town, was hit by meteorites, and the huge meteorite is still embedded in the street. The casualties were equally heavy, with morning Team Rockets everywhere, and Joy from Lavender Town dispatched all the medical staff before sending the seriously wounded into the Pokemon Center. Due to the shortage of personnel at the Pokemon Center, the lightly injured were sent to the police station for custody after a simple dressing. In a word, Zhang Yuan's move of Draco Meteor brought great trouble to the post-war treatment of wounded and the post-war reconstruction of Lavender Town. But he saved Lavender Town after all, and no idiot came to trouble him. Agatha's mother-in-law's residence. The stars of Salamence are still very measured, the streets are now unrecognizable, and the buildings are basically intact, so they can sit here. Thank you both this time, otherwise the matter will not be so easy to solve this time. Granny Agatha said solemnly. This match against Team Rockets, she didn't do much except use Golbat to get rid of some Team Rockets miscellaneous soldiers. Zhang Yuan solved almost all the enemies by himself, Sabrina assisted from the side, and used Alakazam to rescue most of the hostages that fell into the hands of Team Rockets. It is no exaggeration for Granny Agatha to thank her so solemnly. Mother-in-law Agatha, you are too polite. Zhang Yuan was very modest. As a gym trainer, it's my job to protect civilians, Sabrina said. If you want me to help you with anything in the Alliance in the future, just say it. Agatha will not really feel that Zhang Yuan and Sabrina have done nothing wrong after experiencing so much sophistication. Agatha mother-in-law's promise is amazing, it represents a for elite favor. Elite in Kanto, this time, Agatha's promise to Zhang Yuan and Sabrina was full of weight. From Agatha's mother-in-law's residence, and the two strolled in Lavender Town. Zhang Yuan looked around, and the Lavender Town street, which was originally very lively because of the festival, became bumpy and deserted. The festival party seems to be in a mess. The streets are very desolate, there are almost no people, and everyone stays at home. One is that they have just been attacked by Team Rockets, and the residents of Lavender Town are not in the mood to hold any festivals. The second is that they know that there are some unknown number of ghost Pokemon above their heads, which makes them feel a little bit broken. Yeah, but we can't waste such a good time. There is no human festival party. We can watch the Ghost Festival. Zhang Yuan smiled mysteriously. The Festival of Ghosts. Zhang Yuan put the phantom perspective glasses on Sabrina. Look up. This is... Sabrina's eyes widened suddenly. In the sky, the released ghost Pokemon held hands, formed a group, and happily danced an unknown dance in the sky. A purple mist permeated from the Pokemon, glowing a misty purple light under the setting sun. Echoes the Pokemon of the ghost system, everything is so beautiful. ... Team Rocket's secret base. Boss Giovanni, I failed. The voice of the cadre in white came from a room. In front of him, there was a machine, and on the display screen, Giovanni's face was clearly visible. Hearing the words of the cadre in white, Giovanni's expression remained unchanged, and his psychological changes could not be seen from his face. Why? In this operation, in addition to Agatha of the four elites, I also encountered the obstruction of Interpol. The other party was too strong, and I had no choice, so I had to withdraw first. The Interpol I met was called Zero, and the Pokemon he used was a powerful Salamence. Terrible strength. Giovanni's unchanging face suddenly became strange, and his right hand became stiff. Zero, Salamence. ... Today's second chapter update. I'm afraid I can't finish writing the third chapter, so I'll make it up tomorrow. Chapter 97 Proximity to Celadon, Rainbow City. Meow, _ Giovanni didn't come back to his senses until Persian next to him let out growl in pain. I want to know the detailed process. Why did Zhang Yuan appear in Lavender Town? Does defeating the operatives of their Team Rockets twice in a row mean that Zhang Yuan has given up his cooperation? Giovanni had to make judgments based on the descriptions of the cadres in white. That's it, Boss Giovanni. Cadres in white did not understand the behind-the-scenes PY transaction between Giovanni and Zhang Yuan, so they cheered up and recounted in detail what happened after Zhang Yuan and the three of them appeared. Quote. He destroyed all our equipment with just one move, Draco Meteor. If I hadn't taken advantage of the chaos and let Sandslash use the dig to take me away, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to come back. The face of the cadre in white showed the happiness of the rest of his life. Stupid. You'd be underground with Diglett now if they hadn't let you go. A mere middle-level cadre was able to escape from Zhang Yuan's hands. Giovanni can be sure that Zhang Yuan's men showed mercy. Giovanni judged that Zhang Yuan and Agatha of the four elites were together at that time, and they happened to meet the action of Team Rockets, so they had no choice but to take action, so there is no need to worry about the breakdown of the cooperation between the two sides for the time being. Clean up, you have been transferred to the Hoenn branch, and you will be given 10 days to report there. Giovanni casually settled the results of the cadre in white, and Giovanni lowered his head and continued to play the cat. Hoenn region. This place name, the faces of the white-clothed cadres turned pale. Hoenn region is a pioneering area for Team Rockets, where the casualty rate of Team Rockets has been high all the year round, which is much more tragic than the front line of the battle between Indigo Plateau and the Alliance. Do you have any questions? Giovanni said quietly. No. If you make a mistake, you will be punished. Team Rockets has always been rewarded and punished. As a Team Rockets cadre, he is very aware of these rules. Moreover, going to the Hoenn region is not necessarily a bad thing. For a powerful faction like him, going to a new territory can bring more credit. Boss Giovanni may be tempering himself. The cadre in white hypnotized himself. So, in this world only idiots are the most hopeless. Patter. Communication screen disappears. Giovanni leaned back on the sofa, stroked Persian's head with his right hand, raised his head slightly, and after a while, made another video call, this time with the secret branch of Team Rockets in Celadon, Rainbow City. Giovanni Boss. The video is also a senior cadre of Team Rockets. In terms of level, it is even higher than the previous cadres in white. After all, the basement of the game hall in Celadon, Rainbow is an important base for Team Rockets, which cannot be missed. How are you doing what I told you to do? Boss Giovanni, the gift you asked me to prepare has been placed in the game hall in Celadon, Rainbow City, and can only be received with your special badge. Well, pay attention. In the last month, the Celadon Rainbow Game Hall cancelled all non-essential operations, closed the base, and everyone went into a hidden state. Boss, is there another action in the alliance? The subordinates became serious after hearing Giovanni say this. Giovanni nodded. Almost, shrink the manpower, don't make mistakes and be discovered by the alliance. Subordinates didn't know was that Giovanni was afraid that his own people would create another unexpected incident and hit Zhang Yuan, exposing the underground base in Celadon, Rainbow City. This incident sounded the alarm for Giovanni. After all, Zhang Yuan was an Interpol, and he was the leader of Team Rockets. Sometimes he couldn't help himself. Although he and Zhang Yuan were in a transaction and cooperation relationship, some things were better kept secret. Of course, Giovanni didn't know that there were traversers who knew the plot in this world, otherwise he would never have thought about keeping Zhang Yuan a secret. Leaving Lavender Town and returning to Saffron City to rest for a while, Zhang Yuan and Sabrina embarked on a journey again after a daily call with Professor Oak. Congratulations to the host for discovering a 1-star treasure. Treasure is opening. The opening is completed. Congratulations to the host for getting the golden beads X1. It's this kind of thing again, can you give me something else? Along the way, a lot of treasure chests have been opened, but unfortunately, I don't know if the character has been used up, and Zhang Yuan has never opened a Samsung treasure. Even the 2-star treasures, Zhang Yuan only found 2, one for the Pokeblocks production device, and the other for a set of evolutionary stone, ITE that was of no use to him. The rest are all messy props, potions, or gold beads. All the way down, he actually scattered millions of gold beads, can you believe it? Is it the right way to go now? I feel like we're getting more and more remote. Sabrina looked around and said that other trainers could be seen occasionally, but now there are only wild Pokemon that haunt occasionally. For directions, Salamence, take a look at the direction of Celadon, Rainbow. The advantage of flying Pokemon is not only that it can man flight, but also that it can fly high and see far away, which can play a very good detection effect. Roar. Salamence roared and rose into the sky, startling countless terrified Pidgeys. Salamence, with its intimidating properties, is like a cat and a mouse to these low-level wild Pokemon. Soon Salamence flew back, and after a few gestures of his wings, Zhang Yuan quickly understood what he meant. We are heading in the right direction, Celadon, Rainbow City is just ahead. Let's take a break. After lunch, one afternoon tone to Celadon, Rainbow City. Hearing what Zhang Yuan said, Sabrina's Qian Nujiao eyes narrowed because of her smile. She released the confusion, and stretched out with her feet on the ground. I can finally take a good rest. Haven't you been resting? Sabrina has been floating in the sky with confusion. Using confusion to travel is a kind of practice, and practice is also very tiring. Well, Zhang Yuan was speechless. What's for lunch today? Sabrina was in high spirits, her eyes were blue as she spoke, ready to cook with confusion. Well, have steak and fruit salad. Just as Zhang Yuan decided to eat steak, Salamence, who was beside him, raised his head vigilantly and shouted at them. Hearing the sound, Zhang Yuan saw a strange scene. Today's first chapter update. Chapter 98 Executors. What's that? A large cloud of smoke rose from the forest, giving the impression of a swarm of Tauros running wild. I haven't reached the wild wilderness area yet. Zhang Yuan turned over the map and determined that it was not the wild wilderness area in front of him, nor did Ash's 30 Tauros exist. So, what are those things? Come back, Salamence. Salamence, who is bulky, has limited mobility in the forest and is easily exposed. Zhang Yuan and Sabrina used confusion to float into the sky at the same time, looking forward. In the forest, 1,000 or 2 kilometers in front of them, large swaths of trees fell continuously, and smoke billowed. He took out the phantom and vision glasses, adjusted it and switched it to telescope mode. Zhang Yuan suddenly saw the scene in front of him clearly. This is Executor. There are at least 50 of the running Executor group. Judging by their current expressions, they are running away. It can make a group of more than 50 Executors have the idea of running away. Is the opponent 4 elites? After listening to Zhang Yuan's description, it may be because Sabrina has just seen 4 elite Agatha, and Sabrina's brain is wide open. Don't be stupid, how can 4 elite have the spare time to drive Executor 100 to play? Except for the time for cultivation, the 4 elites are fully arranged for other time, but there is no free time. And their every move also represents the image of the alliance. When they fall to this point, the alliance will not be far from destruction. Do you want to join in the fun? It is human instinct to join in the fun. After he has the strength to ensure that he will not be killed by curiosity, Zhang Yuan finds that his curiosity is getting heavier and heavier. Generally speaking, there are 2 possibilities for Executor to be driven into this way. One is the turf battle between the Pokemon populations, and the other is illegal capture by poachers. Forget the former, if the latter, Zhang Yuan would like to see which idiot would come to capture a Pokemon like Executor, which was made mentally retarded by a full 7 Buicks. Come on, let's go and see. Pulling up Sabrina's hand, the 2 swept across the trees and drifted in the direction of the coconut egg riot. Zhang Yuan and Sabrina hide behind the canopy of a big tree. Looking at the fully armed poachers in front, Zhang Yuan was speechless. A group of 7 or 8 poachers drove 3 off-road vehicles, shouldered a net shooter specially designed to hunt Pokemon, and drove away the coconut eggs. Executors were caught in the net from time to time. There's really a team to catch the Executor. Don't underestimate Executor. Executor is also a psychic Pokemon after all. Except for Dragon-type Pokemon, psychic Pokemon have the highest price on the black market. Sabrina, as a psychic gym trainer, has a great say in this. An Executor with psychic attributes can sell for at least 500,000 on the black market, and because Executor lives in groups, it is easier to catch than other psychic Pokemon, so a large number of Executors are poached every year. Zhang Yuan thought for a while, if considering the particularity of the attribute psychic, 500,000 is not impossible. You made me want to catch Executor and sell it. He touched his chin. Sabrina ignored his funny and continued to look inside. When the 2 of them were discussing how much Executor could sell for, the following situation changed again. Executor ran all the way, just as they were about to escape from the fairly spacious forest to the dense forest. Raging flames suddenly fell from the sky, and a Charizard fiercely blocked their way. Feeling the scorching heat of the flames, Coconut Egg breaks immediately. The consequence of this is that dozens of Executors are huddled together. You step on me and I step on you, and Zhang Yuan panics in pain for them. A coconut tree egg has 3 heads. Ask, how many heads do 50 Executors have? Each Executor has 3 consciousnesses, and under panic, all heads emit noise. Hundreds of voices are mixed together, and it sounds like heavy metal rock and pop mixed with black rap and bumblebees as accompaniment. This kind of taste is really indescribable. It's not the first time the poachers have poached the Executor. They pulled out prepared earplugs to plug their ears and released Pokemon. 2 Fire Magmars, 1 Scyther, 3 Beedrills and 1 Nidoking. Clearly the quality of poachers' Pokemon is far superior to Team Rocket's. Moreover, such a highly targeted lineup can be arranged. Compared with the rookies on the San Annuo, the talents of these poachers as trainers are not known. It's time for the onlookers to leave the scene go for it. Get rid of these poachers, followed by gym trainers and Interpol. Alakazam, use Psychic. Melodic, high-pressure hydro pump. Vileplume, petal dance. In addition to melodic, high-pressure hydro pump and Alakazam, psychic, a flower rose in the sky. Like a sharp blade, countless flowers were inserted into the body of the poacher's Pokémon, and the Nidoking was instantly eliminated. Psychic takes out one Magmar, and the high-pressure hydro pump takes out the remaining one. Quote ? Zhang Yuan turned his head and looked to the side in surprise, only to see a beautiful girl in a kimono holding a bow and arrow and looking at the two of them in astonishment. Damn, be careful, it's Erica, she's got help. Before Zhang Yuan could speak, the poachers in the field shouted, huddled together in groups to be on guard, and then threw more Pokémon. Charizard, use the flaming car, kill that woman, shouted the suspected poacher leader. Charizard in the sky let out a roar, blazing flames on his body and rushed towards the place where the three were. Greet the beautiful girl suspected of Erica, Zhang Yuan ordered, melodic, aqua ring, and then use water pulse. Bass. In a soft cry, a stream of water with high-frequency vibrations hit the menacing Charizard. How can you see melodic here? The poacher leader's face flashed with greed. Charizard, use the flame car with all your strength, evaporate the water, and then use the iron tail. Chapter 2 Update today. Chapter 99 Charizard and Machamp. Reality is different from the game world, and this topic has been mentioned more than once. In reality, although fire-type Pokémon are still restrained by water washing, when the fire-type trick is far more powerful than the water-type trick, it is not impossible for the water to be evaporated by the flame. The poacher leader is extremely confident in the strength of his Charizard, which was a trophy when he sneaked into the Charizard Valley to work when he was young. He was hatched from Pokémon eggs to the current Charizard, and the two of them are very close. Hearing the order of the poacher leader, Charizard roared without hesitation, the flames soared on his body, the raging flames wrapped his body, and rushed towards the water pulse. Laugh. The steam was steaming, and the poacher leader had a very confident expression on his face. I don't know how many young trainers in the past, self-righteously thought that they could rely on attribute restraint to deal with his Charizard. The end, these trainers' Pokémon became his trophies, and he believes this time will be no exception. And as long as you catch Melodic and ship it to the Hoenn region, which worships Melodic, it will definitely sell for a sky-high price. He could also retire early with the money. Just when he was immersed in the fantasy of the future, a growl came, and unlike what he expected, what he heard in his ears was not the screams of the enemy, but the screams of Charizard. Roar. The collision of the water wave and the flame car filled the surrounding steam, but it was not the water wave that evaporated, but the flame on Charizard's body was doused. Melodic's wave of water did not seem to be very powerful, but it extinguished what seemed to be a mighty flame. Such a change was unexpected by the leader of the poachers. The opponent obviously seems to be just a rookie trainer. How can a rookie trainer's Melodic outperform his Charizard in his moves? If Zhang Yuan knew what he was thinking, he would definitely educate him well so that he could understand the principle of not judging people by appearances. Charizard, hold on, keep using the Iron Tail. Although he failed to start, the poacher leader was not discouraged. He still had this mental quality after so many years of poaching. Forget about the Exeggutor, catch this Melodic, we won't have to worry about it in the next life, you guys too. Knowing the opponent is not easy, the poacher leader, while commanding Charizard, also decisively ordered his subordinates to attack at the same time, using crowd tactics. Beedrill, Poison Sting Attack, Butterfree, Numbing Powder, Victreebel, Razor Leaf. Poachers joined the attack on Melodic with many newly released Pokémon. However, there are many people on the poachers' side, and Zhang Yuan is not alone here. Sabrina and Erica are gym trainers, naturally they have met each other, and the brief exchange of eyes is enough for the two to reach an offensive and defensive alliance. Alakazam, Light Screen. Vileplume, Razor Leaf. The two cooperated very well. The moves of the two Pokémon formed iron defense in front. Except for Charizard, who was in front of him, most of the long-range attacks were blocked outside. With a small number of attacks left, the harassment to Melodic outweighs the damage. Zhang Yuan praised the tacit cooperation between them. Melodic, Aqua Tail. Then high-pressure hydro pump. Base. Melodic stretched out, his water-wrapped tail slapping at Charizard like a storm, while his mouth opened slightly, a swirling stream of water condensed in front of him. Boom. After Iron Tail and Aqua Tail collided and exploded, Melodic curled his tail in pain, but due to the effect of Aqua Ring at first, this minor injury quickly recovered. Charizard wasn't as comfortable as Melodic. Aqua Tail slapped it on its tail, and it slapped it on the face as well, and it was slapped straight out and smashed to the ground, as if it fell apart. The Pokémon swarming up behind had no cover from Charizard, the big brother who took the lead, and was suddenly exposed to Melodic. Base. High-pressure hydro pump torrent is turbulent, and it uses this trick at the level of Melodic. How can these poachers who can only bully and bully ordinary trainers can stop them? High-voltage hydro pump swept the audience, and no one was the enemy except the Pokémon of the poacher leader. Charizard, you are responsible for side harassment. The leader of the poachers finally realized that Zhang Yuan's power and inverse attributes are a very stupid thing, and he looked at the rest of his Pokémon. Rhyhorn, Machamp and Nidoking. Machamp, you go. Throwing Machamp's Pokémon Ball, the poacher leader simultaneously unleashes Rhyhorn and Nidoking to join the siege on Sabrina and Erica. For flowers. Gengar, you go help Sabrina and the others. Ordering Gengar to assist Sabrina, Zhang Yuan focused his attention on Machamp in front of him. Machamp held up 4 muscular arms, his gray skin glowed with oil, and he looked like a muscular brother. And running, Machamp bent his legs and kicked Splash very close to Melodic. Volley, jump kick, the fighting style seems to be more powerful than Machamp by 3 points. Zhang Yuan was very interested. He didn't plan to use Salamence, that would be too boring, just took this opportunity to practice commanding Melodic operations. Melodic, solve it in midair, use Psybeam. The ice-type move shot at Machamp, and seeing that Machamp was about to be hit without any help, suddenly a Butterfree flew next to him. Butterfree used his body to give the midair Machamp a leverage point, allowing it to leap into the sky to avoid Psybeam. Change moves and use Brick Break with the power of the fall. Machamp's 4 arms show 4 hand knives, the lower 2 arms are crossed in front of him, and the upper 2 arms are one left and one right. It's a good move, but it's too taken for granted. Twister. Zhang Yuan snapped his fingers. Base. Melodic ignored the Machamp in the sky, his body danced quickly, and a twister appeared around it. Machamp, bide. Twister. Machamp gritted his teeth, his physical strength was constantly wearing down, and his eyes shone with light. In this world, some people can become stronger with money, and some people can become stronger with hard work, and Machamp should belong to the type of, pain makes me stronger. Right now, Machamp. Seeing that the Melodic on the ground is getting closer and closer, and has reached a suitable distance, the poacher leader shouted. Machamp plummeted from the sky at a speed of 234 kilometers per hour, and his 4 arms were glowing with white light. It was the Brick Break trick. Chapter 3 Update. I feel like staying up late has become a habit. Chapter 100 Machamp _ Zhang Yuan watched Machamp descend from a position of 100 meters in the sky, and he didn't feel anything special. In the eyes of the poacher leader, it can be used as a surefire move, but Zhang Yuan seems to be nothing. Ordered Melodic to spread out the twister, who had disturbed his vision, using the high-pressure hydro pump, fight back. Base. Melodic let out a soft cry, opened his mouth again, and the high-pressure hydro pump immediately shot into the sky. High-voltage hydro pump has already been demonstrated just now. How could the poacher leader dare to let Machamp, who has been attacked by Twister just now, bear the high-voltage hydro pump again? Use 2 arms to control the falling direction and avoid it. The command of the poacher leader is exactly the same as the skydiving method of a certain chicken-eating game character. Awesome! The lower two hands are still in the crossed position in front of the body, and the back two hands control the direction to avoid the high-voltage hydro pump dangerously. Seeing that Machamp's attack was about to hit Melodic, Zhang Yuan calmly ordered, "Protect." Protect, this is a skill that is difficult to define. It can be used as a complete defense in the game, but in the real world, whether the Pokémon using Protect can block the enemy's moves depends on the strengths of the Pokémon on both sides. Will Melodic's abilities be any worse than a Pokémon from a trainer reduced to a poacher? It's a fantasy. Melodic's eyes are arrogant and her movements are graceful, and she doesn't want to mingle with a guy with a muscle in his head like Machamp. Keeping an eye on Machamp's falling trajectory, at the right time, Melodic flicked his tail, Melodic's slender body twisted, Machamp fell from the sky, and before he could get close to Melodic, she was led by her tail and smashed into a big tree next to him. Superior. Tree was cut in the middle, Machamp was castrated, and tried the taste of splitting the ground with his bare hands. Melodic, hypnosis. While Machamp's head and the stone were still in chaos, Zhang Yuan seized the opportunity to order Melodic to use hypnosis. Fighting Pokémon have a terrible low resistance to psychic moves, and Machamp was undoubtedly hypnotized. Machamp, wake up. Give it the last scald. Base. The terrifyingly hot boiling water poured on Machamp at first sight, and after a scream, Machamp lost his ability to fight. Melodic dominated the audience, wagging his tail gracefully. If this time is in the Pokémon battlefield, there should be a referee to announce that Machamp is incapacitated, and Zhang Yuan wins the game. How can a rookie trainer have a Pokémon of your level? Who the hell are you? How stupid the poacher leader is now. He realizes that Zhang Yuan is definitely not easy, defeating his two main forces with one Melodic. The previous Charizard can also be explained by attribute restraint, but there is no restraint relationship between Machamp and Melodic. What? Introduce myself, I'm a Pokémon trainer from Miaohongzheng's Pallet Town this year. Zhang Yuan took out his Pokédex and shook it. He did not reveal his identity as an Interpol in a very wicked way. The sound of professional oak, this Pokédex is presented to Zhang Yuan from Pallet Town. Is matched on the Pokédex. The leader of the poacher saw the darkness in front of his eyes and felt that his life was extremely gloomy. I was beaten by a rookie trainer. But he came back to his senses immediately. Now is not the time to be decadent, he has to run away quickly. Everyone, retreat. The incapacitated Machamp, coughing to release a smokescreen, turning over and jumping onto Charizard, the poacher leader moves in one go. But when he raised his head, a roar in the sky shook him to a daze. Blood, Salamence. Charizard, who had little energy left, was no match for Salamence. He lost his fighting power after only one face-to-face. On this side, Zhang Yuan resolved the battle, and on the other side, the poachers saw that the boss was killed, and felt that the situation was over, and they had no intention of taking up the fight. In the cooperation of Sabrina's three Pokémon, Alakazam, Vileplume, and Gengar, they were also defeated. This group of poachers is not strong, except for their boss who is good, the rest are all mediocre people who don't know what a trainer is. Sabrina asked Alakazam to give the poachers one hypnosis one by one, and all the Exeggutor poachers were caught. Sabrina and Erica had the time to say hello. I originally planned to kill a group of poachers, but I didn't expect to meet the leader of Celadon, Rainbow Gym here. Zhang Yuan asked Gengar to untie the Exeggutor bound by the net. I received information before that some poachers were targeting the Exeggutor in the Celadon, Rainbow Forest, so I came here to inspect, and then I ran into this group of people. Erica smiled and said that her every move was very decent, and it looked very comfortable. You've been in the forest for a long time, according to the poachers. Sabrina asked. Although Sabrina and Erica know each other, they are not familiar with each other. The relationship between the gym leaders in the Kanto region is not too close. Well, I've been chasing them for a week, but they are too difficult to deal with. I also saw them have no choice but to shoot coconut eggs today. Fortunately, I met 2 of them. Erica was still a little scared when she spoke. If she hadn't run into Zhang Yuan and the others, it would have been almost impossible for her to deal with the entire poaching organization by herself. It's nothing, the 2 of us are a gym trainer and an Interpol, so we won't see poachers arrogant in front of us. Interpol. Sabrina is a gym trainer, she knows, but Interpol. Zhang Yuan smiled and took out his credentials and shook her. Interpol, 0. This forced fit came naturally. You are the ZR0.40 who is called the future star of the Alliance. Erica covered her mouth, very surprised. No wonder it is so strong. Why, every time I hear this name, I feel bad. Although it was uncomfortable, Zhang Yuan still had to force a smile. Gah! Gengar gave a weird laugh and ran over. Just now, the last executor was released, and a group of executors ran away from this terrible place. Watching the coconut eggs go away, Erica felt heartfelt joy. I have told Jenny to come and escort these poachers. Are you 2 going to Celadon, Rainbow City? Please come to Celadon, Rainbow Gym tomorrow and let me entertain you 2. Today's first chapter. Commemorating the 100th chapter of this book, I will definitely try my best to code the 3 chapters every day.